Gẹ́gẹ́ mo dé yẹn, àfikún ṣe lé. Àwọn alákọ̀ọ́rí bíi tiẹ̀ wọ́n tàbí fi ṣe. Ọ̀rẹ́ mi lẹ́ka, ọ̀rẹ́ mi lẹ́ka. Ẹ̀fọ́ ọ̀gá ń lọ ìwòrò ọjọ́ kejì lọ́jà. Alákọ̀ọ́rí bíi káàrí ìrẹ́ àkọ́sá. Àjà kalẹ̀, àkọ́sá. Wọ́n kù ní bọ́rọ̀, ẹ̀sìn àkọ́dá. Ìjọ bí òwe, ọlọ́gbọ́n ló lè yẹ. Ìjọ bí àjọ máa ń ọ̀rọ̀ ayé ní ìlú ṣe farawé. Adé kìí lóyò lójoojú ẹ̀yà sí ọ̀gbẹ́. Olówó lólówó, ẹlẹ́rú lẹ́lẹ́rú, ojú bá fara balẹ̀ dáadáa.
Let's thank you so much for liking the live so far. Thanks for your support. We're going to get into the conversation soon, but Ori, you do know that. So I go Kuba JC, so they just keep liking and sharing. We're going to be having a conversation on identity today. So let's like and share and get more people in here. Let's go. So to life, there is no way that man will be a Benin man. Okay, Poirot, okay, change history. To be that, to one of the qualifications for that to be a Benin person, there are some very few that I've met in my lifetime that they don't have those issues. But the average Benin person has an aversion for truth. It couldn't have been Benin. I can play on me for you. I can play on. I can play a photocopy for you. I was supposed to be fair. Okuku Jesse, real bright. I want to see if we can stream this thing on multiple things at the same time. I want to use another device. So, my camera set up on some of the something over shady. Good afternoon, BT81. Thank you so much for being here. I'm like I'm with it, and I'm spread all over you like God is it. Everything you want to bury me, bitch. I'm to the way they expect me. Baby, I'm blessed now. My eyes are so hot, in the cutie. My hands are bumping, to me constantly. If I don't know that you know I'm blessed. You know when you know, Nice me, let it be. That is the same thing that they use to be seen to the fish. So see, I'm a 16 class. I'm a forget to be who was that movie. And it's such a woman who does not feel the party. Because she knew I didn't for this movie. Like a whole every, I'm on my mood, I'm my mini, now it's equal to. And my girl, no guy, and my bed, put it over. So one who does just in the lady, put up for her. For him, very late, for him, Bella Gala. I'm also be doing it. What is the other? So shaggy, what is the other? If I know they're party, you know, I'm just, you know, man, you know, I'm happy. You know, I'm happy. Just be watching my ride, I'm okay. Just be watching my ride, just be watching my ride. I'm happy, so easy. Every day, smile every day. I need to be very fantastic. I'm gonna put that in your
Thank you so much. I did 22. Thank you for the heart me, Eshiongo. Welcome everyone. Good to have you here. I was trying to set up and see what's going to look like to have this on multiple platforms at the same time. So what have been pay artificial kinesis. So Tashin drew down on your last day. I'm gonna go or can see that to have play or anywhere. I think I'll put my background. Go. Oh, okay. So thank you very much. We're on 4.4k likes, which is very good. But please, so we can get this on the FYP. It's important that we keep tapping. I know that's some work for you, especially if you're busy at the moment. But please do this favor for me. Let's power tap and then share the live as well. Today we're going to be answering a question. We're having a conversation yesterday, and somewhere in our conversation, I just thought, you know what? Perhaps we talk more about our identity as Yorùbá people in the face of extremism in our land, and extremism is coming from different directions these days. So some people have opined that during the last election, you had people who didn't mind voting whoever was available as long as the person was a person of their faith. And one of the things certain political parties tried to do in Yoruba land was to tell people that, hey, you guys, there's going to be Muslim, whatever. And it became an issue for some people, which was quite strange in Yoruba land. But if they could do that, then that means they'll probably have some cracks in the wall. And on the other hand, you have the extremists who want, hijab everywhere and want Sharia everywhere. Those ones are also extreme. And then you have the other group who tell you that if you don't do a particular traditional religion, you cannot be. Thank you so much, Adanka. You cannot be Yoruba. So we're basically in the midst of extremists. And the good thing about it is that none of these groups are in the majority. Most Yoruba people are moderate, but we need to keep it that way. And so the conversation today is going to be going in that direction. It's a conversation on religion, but I'm going to be using Christianity because I think that might be a lot easier for people to take in because people are already used to bashing Christianity anyway. But I'm not bashing Christianity. I'm just using it as thank you, Vicky, for the art. Thank you so much. Thank you for the gift, my sister Adaka. We're going to be using it as a way to get into the conversation. Oh boy. All right. So I'm going to be using it as a way to get into the conversation about identity. Not so much because we want to bash any religion. So the question for today is: was Paul a? And I think it's a question you would like the answer to. In my opinion, I think you would like the answer to the question. And I have a few things to say. Don't mind the noise in the background. Again, I live in the midst. I live in the midst of Jesus Christ. There are kids all over the place. There are schools all over the place. And working on some things soon. I know I'm trying to maybe set up a studio somewhere because I'll let you know. Anyway, the point is we're going to be having that conversation today, and I hope you stick around and also invite other people to be part of it. It's going to be really lovely. All right. Before we get into the discussion, two things. We listen to our opening songs. We'd like to start with our song by Adoni and Nefertiti, and then we'll get into the original for today, and that'll be the way we get into the conversation. So here is Adoni and Nefertiti with Ayerai. As the music plays, let's invite other people. Let's keep tapping. That would be much appreciated. 6.3K is good, but we can do better. So please, let's keep tapping and sharing. Thank you so much. Here is Adoni and Nefertiti with Ayerai. Morning once again. It's good to see everybody here. 1 second, I'm trying to. So if you're on, I don't know, what's it called? YouTube, Facebook, and 1 second, please. Let me just set it somewhere else. So you're not disturbed by it. All right. So awesome. Good afternoon, everybody. It's good to be here, and I'm glad you were able to join this live session. I already see some funny, interesting people in the comment section. People are laughing, and I assume they're laughing because of today's topic. Well, I think it would be funny, really, but I think it would be a lot funnier if it was a statement. But thankfully, it's not a statement. It's a question, and so we're going to be attempting to answer the question and also get into the meat of it. Like I said, you know what? I'm going to give you the lowdown after the away. So if you want to come up, what's the topic today? Oh, let me put it up. I think we're used to seeing it on the screen rather than before we get in here. So let me just write it here. 1 second. Was Apostle Paul a Yorùbá man? Okay. Man yẹn ò pé tán ọ̀bọ̀ a máa ṣáàkọ, was he Yorùbá? Was Apostle Paul Yorùbá? Okay. So yeah, that's this topic. Yeah. So we're going to get to that in a bit, but before we do that, like we always do, we first listen to the general for today. There is nothing present. There is the away for today, and then the interpretation. So please, if you want to be part of that, please feel free to come up. It helps when we actually have a conversation around the away rather than me just talking at everybody. I don't have any problem doing that, but I think it's a lot more productive when it's not just one person speaking. After all, I recorded it already, so I don't want to just hear only my voice. Queen Goddess, in fact, the first person I'm going to invite. I hope you are not too busy to come up. But I understand if you're at work, everybody, so it's fine if you can't come up. So let's start with today's Queen Goddess, thank you for coming up.
Good afternoon, bros.
Good afternoon, my sister. I knew you were busy, but I'm glad you were able to come up.
Yeah, I'll be in and out
Thank
if you
you.
don't mind. I'm fine. Thank you
That's
very
okay.
much. Yeah, I'll be in and out if you don't mind. Yeah.
That's fine. That's absolutely good. All right. So, my play will ni ẹ máa sọ ìtumọ̀ ẹ máa yànnàná ẹ̀. Tá bá ti wá ṣe tán, a máa bọ́ sórí. We'll now come to the title of today's. The topic of today's conversation was Apostle Paul, a Yorùbá man. The Facebook is not working, but we still need more quality sound. Okay, Adebayo, thank you. You know what? At the end of the day, maybe what will work, to be fair, what will work will be separate devices for each platform. So yeah, maybe I'll talk about it at the end. We're going to have separate devices for the platform because all the apps, I've tried different apps. What we're doing now, Adebayo, is to stream it using a particular app. But with that app, I can't really vouch for the quality of the sound. So maybe what I'm actually if I'm get our phone me, that's which will not be a bad thing at all. But thank you very much for the feedback, Adebayo. I really do appreciate what you do on these things. All right, so let's listen to Mbo. About that speaker, you know. 1 second, please.
Bluetooth mode. Bluetooth connected.
Okay, sorry about the little back and forth. We're just trying to get things sorted. All right, here's today's Ijinle Oro. Mbo. You want to join Telegram? 1 second. Let's finish this one first. Learning is knowing. Wisdom doesn't just happen, it is earned. Each lesson you learn adds to your growth. Don't rush through life without learning. The more you seek knowledge, the more you expand your horizons.
Oh, go
Invest
when you're
your mind,
daddy.
keep learning, and grow in wisdom. Knowledge is power, and you're already. Can you hear it?
No, go when you're
Sorry, can
daddy.
you hear it? I think I just on that speaker. Can you hear it?
No. Oh, when you're go dada.
Like what other? Okay.
Yes.
So, Chatting Bonson.
Not yet, not
Chatting
yet.
Bonson.
Not yet, sir.
Okay. Information you can. I can share this speaker me. Mumbo, I want to make sure that we hear it properly, and then we have the conversation before we now talk about the ethnicity of Apostle Paul. Madam Adunia Kabo, good to see you. So we're having this issue because I'm trying to use a different device. So I'm having okay.
Did you connect the phone to Bluetooth?
Okay. Okay, please let's power tap. I can see the amber alert, and it's not too good for what we're doing. Okay, go connect. So I can to play. I don't know why it's not connecting, but let me just play it again. Learning is knowing. Wisdom doesn't just happen, it is earned. Each lesson you learn adds to your growth. Don't rush through life without learning. The more you seek knowledge, the more you expand your horizons. Is it better? Can you hear? You got those also.
No, the
The comment
first
section,
beat.
if you can hear it, let me know. Learning is knowing.
The
Anyway,
first beat.
the way is kick on me more way, Japa.
We're losing the first beat. The first beat.
Shengbo. Queen Goddess, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Bluetooth to me. This must be your book in number.
Yes, we are here, but we're losing the first beat. The first bit of it, the first sentence, we're losing it.
Queen Goddess, boy, it's not loud enough. Hey,
Yeah, ìbẹ̀rẹ̀ yẹn la gbọ́ ìbẹ̀rẹ̀ yẹn dáadáa. Ṣé ẹ gbọ́ mi?
Yes, move on. Okay, mo ti wà okay nsìn. Ṣé ẹ ti ń gbọ́ mi báyà bí?
ìbẹ̀rẹ̀ òwe yẹn gangan ni àgbọ́ dáadáa.
Okay, ẹ máa gbọ́ nsìn mo bọ̀. One second. Ẹ kì í ṣe audio yìí mo bọ̀. You know what? I don't think, for some reason, TikTok is not working with my speakers. I don't know. So maybe we should just. Mark Pejade, kíkọ́ ni mímọ̀ òwe ìjàpá. That's the way. The other device I could have used for this, some of it stream here. So let me just play one more time and then we'll see. I hope you can. So that's your way. In fact, that's your way. Kíkọ́ ni mímọ̀ òwe ìjàpá. So ẹ ká sọ̀rọ̀ lórí ẹ̀ka tó lọ sọ̀rọ̀ ọkàn mi. So òwe tòní ni pé kíkọ́ ni mímọ̀ òwe ìjàpá. Queen Goddess, you want to attempt it?
I've never heard this one before. Kíkọ́ ni mímọ̀ òwe ìjàpá. Does that mean that practice makes perfect? Learning makes perfect? I don't know. I've never heard it before.
You're getting close. So you're asking a question now, but instead of asking a question, try and say it the way you think it is.
Okay, would that be kíkọ́ ni mímọ̀ òwe ìjàpá? Learning, the more you learn, the more perfect you become, or the more conversant you become with that thing that you're learning. Something like that. I don't know. You know.
You're getting there. But you're almost there. So kíkọ́ ni mímọ̀, basically kíkọ́ ni mímọ̀, like learning is knowing. If you're not on Facebook, go search for series, share the live to 20 groups. Oh, Adebayo, thank you. So kíkọ́ ni mímọ̀. Yeah, it could be practice make perfect, but literally túmọ̀ ẹ̀ ni pé learning, that is kíkọ́, not ṣíṣe. Now practice will be ṣíṣe, not about ṣe nǹkan, but kíkọ́ is learning, right? Only òwe ìjàpá, that's the tortoise proverb. So the idea basically is that, let me just change this grid. All right, so that I can see what people are writing. So kíkọ́. Okay, so kíkọ́ ni mímọ̀ means that to learn is to know. So learning is knowing. The way to know a thing is to learn. For instance, there is a clown in the comment section who is learning something now. So once you learn, you are able to. So when you open yourself to learning, then you are opening yourself to acquiring knowledge. So kíkọ́ ni mímọ̀. And what they say over Ìjàpá is that Ìjàpá is known to be a very crafty, quite knowledgeable animal in our folklores. So the reason it could know those things is because it learned those things. So basically, that's what it is. Ṣé ti ẹ̀yin sìn?
Àgbọ́yé, ó make sense.
So kílẹ̀ pé yẹn túmọ̀ sí fún wa ní ọjọ́ òní, like kíkọ́ ni mímọ̀ òwe Ìjàpá.
Ní ọjọ́ tí ò ní yìí, ṣé ń gbọ́ mi sìn? Ní ọjọ́ tí ò ní yìí, èmi máa wò pé don't be too ITK, you understand? Farabalẹ̀. Ẹnìkan lè jẹ́ àbúrò ẹ kó dẹ̀ mọ subject matter ẹ jù ẹ lọ. Má jẹ́ kí ego ẹ gragra ẹ kó má jẹ́ kó kọ́gbọ́n bí ìjàpá slow but at the same time torí pé ó slow yẹn ó ń kọ́ láti left right center kò ní sọ pé torí pé òun ti jẹ́ àgbà ṣọ́wọ́n pé ìjàpá máa ń pẹ́ láyé gan kò ní sọ pé torí pé òun ti jẹ́ àgbà kóun má lè farabalẹ̀ kọ́ ẹ̀kọ́ ní àti ara ọmọdé tó ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ń bọ̀ ní àná àbí tó ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ gbórí sókè lénìí so farabalẹ̀ kọ́ nǹkan láti every angle má ṣe pé torí pé o ti jágbà torí tá a bá wo ìjàpá ní folklores wa ìjàpá jẹ́ ni tó máa ń farabalẹ̀ tó dẹ̀ gbọ́n yálà pé ó slow tá a bá dẹ̀ wò ó pẹ̀ ní scientist wọ́n ní ìjàpá máa ń pẹ́ láyé gan àbí ìjàpá máa ń pẹ́ láyé gan So má sọ pé torí pé ìwọ jẹ́ àgbàlagbà pé o ò lè kọ́ nǹkan kan láti ara ọmọdé, farabalẹ̀. Tá a bá fẹ́ wò ó ní áńgù ìjàpá yẹn, èèyàn lè kọ́ ẹ̀kọ́ ní àti ọ̀dọ̀ any person. I understand. So bẹ́ẹ̀ mi ṣe máa
Absolutely.
interpret ẹ̀ ní ọjọ́ tí ò ní yìí leléyìí.
Absolutely. Eshegon, that's very profound. So be open to knowledge, be open to learning. And one of the things I've noticed about, I was having a conversation with someone yesterday after the live. Someone called me and we were talking about books. And I said, for me, and this is a personal thing, I think I've said it here before, but I want to say it personally. I think the more you learn, the more you discover how ignorant you are. The proudest people are the most ignorant folks. They don't know jack. And that's the reason they are very proud. That's the reason they act like they know everything. For you to act like you know everything means you know very little, because the more you know that there's still more to know. And so, and the way to know is by learning. So we want to learn, we want to ensure that we're updating ourselves, we're upgrading ourselves, our knowledge, and we're not stuck in the past. And sometimes what you thought you knew might have changed. And commit to the shell. And this could apply to our lives, could apply to our work. I found my Facebook account, these three boys. Actually, thank you so much. They are bigger now. That was like 5 years ago. That image, that picture was like 5 years ago. But yeah, I wanted to be there dancing. But Eshegon, thank you so much. I say that because when I see cute, I look at them, I can't tell them they are cute because we're cute. But thank you, Eshe. Yeah, so my Facebook account is Busui Oris. If you use Facebook, other people, and we're doing this because of. I'll tell you once we're done while we're using Facebook and YouTube. So the more you open yourself to access knowledge, the better you get. And one of the things you don't want to do in life is you don't want to get to the point where you think you know everything, because there's always something to learn. Now, I'm not saying just take everything in, but a couple of days ago we talked about discernment. And we're talking about discernment, but today we're talking about acquiring knowledge. So let's be open to knowledge. Let's not have aversion for truth. There are certain people, for instance, and you have met them. You have met them, I'm sure, who have a problem with books. So you hear people say things like, well, on a platform some days ago, and someone was talking about how it was asking, why should we believe what was written? After all, they told us something at home. And I was like, so the person was talking to me directly, he asked me from my hometown, I told him, and he's an elderly person. From what he said he was over 60. So I count 60 plus elderly. But real elderly for me is like 70, 80, but 60 is elderly, at least. No, we shall respect Agbalagba in 60. Then he was saying that forget what is written in books, they've taught us something at home. So I was like, what did they teach us at home? Because true knowledge, the way it works is most of the things that we talk about here and we refer to books and everything, they're not Insharoso. It's not fable. It's not something somebody just sat down somewhere and came up with. It's published in books because it was received from the traditions of the people. And so what that means basically is that regardless of what you have always known, maybe they've told you a story and they said these people are your enemies and they've taught you that throughout your entire lifetime, and that's what you believed. Just because your daddy said so does not mean that there's nothing more that could be learned. There's nothing more that you could, access in terms of understanding and knowledge. So when you come out here, you go to certain platforms, where people are sharing knowledge. Don't be close-minded. Don't say, oh, this is what my daddy told me. And your dad may actually have told you those things because he was being honest. But you can be honestly wrong. You can be sincerely wrong. And to be wrong does not mean you're a bad person. To be ignorant does not mean you're a fool. You can be wise but still be ignorant. It just means that in that particular subject matter, in that particular area, you don't know enough. The way to now get into it is to listen and learn. There's one more quote I want to put out there before we end this session this section of today's program. It's a quote by, I think it was Oxley, was it Oxley? I think it was Oxley who said that the illiterate of the 20th century would be someone. He wrote that in the 20th century, so I was talking about the 20th century. Now we apply to the 21st century. That the illiterate of the 21st century will be a person who cannot learn. How do you put it? Who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. So the idea basically is that you may be able to read and write, making you a literate person in the literal sense of the word. But if you don't know how to unlearn certain things, so Timo, the things you've been taught, you may have to unlearn some things. You may have to relearn some things. You may have to humble yourself to learn some things. If you cannot do those three things, you'll be as illiterate as a person who doesn't know how to write anything, because the definitions have changed. It's not just about reading and writing anymore. It's about having information that are relevant, right, in our day. So I hope we learned something today. So we're just going to listen to the engineer one more time, and then we'll start today's topic about Apostle Paul. Then I'll tell you why we're having the session. So if you check my TikTok page, it's on YouTube as well. Every social media platform has the engineer on a daily basis. You'll see all we've talked about in the last 15 days. So we started doing this on the first day of January 2025, and today is the 15th day. Let me play it one more time for you guys.
Learning is knowing. Wisdom doesn't just happen, it is earned. Each lesson you learn adds to your growth. You don't rush through life without learning. The more you seek knowledge, the more you expand your horizons. Invest in your mind, learning, and grow with wisdom. Knowledge is power, and you're already on your way.
All right. Yóò dára fún wa lónìí, lọ́la, àti ní ìgbà gbogbo. Before we get into the conversation, let me wish everybody happy Remembrance Day. Today is the 15th day of January 2024. If you're a Nigerian and you're here, I wish you happy Remembrance Day. Today is the day for the Armed Forces Remembrance Day. So if you are a force person, if you're in the Army, you are in the Navy, you are in the Air Force, you are in the military, whichever arm of military you are in, we thank you for your service. And if you have relatives that have laid down their lives for Nigeria, we celebrate them and we thank you for, you didn't serve, but I mean, you also bore part of it, right? So we appreciate your patience with our servicemen. All right. Now, having said that, let's go into today's topic. Let me put it up. Please feel free to send a request to come up. I want it to be as interactive as possible. Happy now today they're quite Akitola. Yeah, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't celebrate. There are many other Yoruba soldiers and Nigerian soldiers who have died in service of country. So it's still happy anniversary day. I like to focus on the positives. All right. But if you want to talk about how they cry with Akitola, we can also talk about that without. So I think it's not one or the other. So I can say happy Armed Forces Remembrance Day. Then why did they kill Akitola? Then we can have that conversation as well. I have no problems with that. And maybe we're going to have that conversation. If people come up stage to have it, I'm more than happy to have it. When I was writing the topic for today's session, I didn't even remember that today will be 15th, which was yesterday. We're having a conversation about identity. So we're talking yesterday. Let's link what we're doing today with what happened yesterday. Yesterday we're discussing Ilorin. Somehow we didn't even get to the Ilorin Talaka Parapo, Raye Solano. Yutaboro Day was the evolution of Ilorin and how Afonja became the Ariano Kakanfo. But while he was Ariano Kakanfo, he was also Baale of Ilorin. But then he also, at some point in the history of Oyo, and this actually links up. You might wonder what Paul has to do with Oyo people, but you're going to get it in a minute. So just stick with me. Let's keep tapping. Let's keep sharing, but just stay with me. So, Afonja has wanted to be king of Apostle Adekunle Samuel. We've had the session before. Maybe you came after we did. We had that session in December. we have to be careful not to just stick to one thing. So it's not like we've had that session, and we can still talk about it. But let me just lay the foundation of what we're doing today, and then somewhere along the line, we'll now answer the question of Talo Pakitola, and I'll be very glad to have the conversation. So yesterday we were talking about Oyo and how somewhere in the Oyo Empire, after Basharonga had installed Alaafin Abiodun, Alaafin Abiodun did what he did, to consolidate power, and then eventually he wajad. By the way, if you're Yoruba here, you must know that we don't say kings don't die. Oba King Oba Wajani. Aja, of course, Aja is exactly what you're thinking of, right? Oba War Aja. So when Alaafin Abiodun went on to be with his ancestors, there was vacancy for the next Alaafin, and Uwaomoye, àwọn Akeyo, threw their hats in the ring, and one of them was Afonja. Afonja's father was a descendant of Ladderin. Ladderin was the first Ajele of Ilorin that was sent there by the Oyo Empire. So it was a representative of the Oyo Empire and the governor of Ilorin. And being governor also meant that his descendants after him, took on the title of Bale. And so Afonja himself was the Bale of Ilorin. And what happened was that by the time Alaafin Abiodun, passed on to be with his ancestors, Afonja wanted to also become the Alaafin, but kò bọ́ sí bàbá lọ́wọ́, ó bọ́ sọ́wọ́ ẹni tó ń pè ní Aole. So Alaafin Aole became the Kabiyesi. But without going into everything we discussed yesterday, at some point in the history of Oyo and Ilorin, so Afonja started noticing that people didn't want him to rule Oyo. He wanted to be Alaafin, but they didn't want him there. So Aole did what he did, tried to get Afonja to fight Iwerele. We talked about it yesterday. And eventually, Aole himself had to Shigba. If you don't understand these terms, send me a DM. If you want to know what Shigba means, send me a DM. It's a very, let me just say, it's royal suicide. And then after him, there was other kings. There was Adebo. Ori Adebo gan ni Ọ̀yọ́ ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí tú. Lẹ́yìn Adebo, there was Mako. Lẹ́yìn Mako, there was Majotu. In all of this, Afonja still wanted to be king, but they never wanted him. But Oyo started disintegrating, and the disintegration started primarily with Afonja wanting Ilorin to stand alone. In order to do that, he had to do some things. So one of the things he did was to go to the villages surrounding Ilorin and told them, you guys should come into the city. We're going to have your own land. We're going to create a new capital, right? And so they came in and made Ilorin their own city. And I was saying the other day that in the history of Africa, and you can, especially sub-Saharan Africa, Yoruba people are the most urbanized groups of people. When we say these things, it's not about superiority. We're just trying to explain how we came to be what we are, and the fact that we are that thing. We really are who we think we are, not that we're comparing ourselves with any other group. So the point is that back in the day, people would gather and you would say, oh, you bring everybody inside, you build a new city. That's why when people say that, oh, Lagos is cosmopolitan and is the cosmopolitan place, I'm like, do you understand what you're talking about? Somewhere in the mid-19th century, Ilorin already had between 60,000 people and 70,000 people. There are towns in Nigeria today that don't even have that figure. So think about it. Many towns in Yoruba land, whether it's Ife or Oyo or Ilorin, a lot of our towns got into tens of thousands, 300, 500, 700, 800 years ago. So the concept of urbanization is not foreign to us. Just to tell you that what Afonja did was built on the model of those who have gone ahead of him or in city building, right? So the concept of urban, development was what he focused on in order to have a new capital. So what he wanted to do was, he saw Oyo falling, he was going to get independent from Oyo and then set up a new capital and probably also build his own empire. In order to do that, he had to adopt some people, or he brought some people into Ilorin. He brought the people to the Yorùbá from our Ìgbèríko. He worked with Yorùbá to wà ní Ìlọrin tẹ́tẹ́lẹ̀. But then he also now brought another man called Ṣọlágbẹ̀rú. Ṣọlágbẹ̀rú himself was a Muslim, but he was Yorùbá. And Afonja admitted him. And you're going to see why it's very important. We talked about him yesterday, but Macron Daruko Edeloni. He brought Ṣọlágbẹ̀rú in, and then later on, he brought in Alimi. Alimi, of course, is also called Sali Junta. Is a Fulani, was a Fulani priest who had gone to different parts of Yoruba land to teach Islam. He was in Ogbomoso. He had been to Shaki. He had been to different parts of Yoruba land to teach Islam. But he was also a medicine man. He was also a medicine man. He was, and when I say medicine, I'm not just talking about headaches. I'm talking about charms. So he used to make charms for Afonja. And then much later, while he was coming into Ilori, he came in with Fulani people, some of them slaves that traveled with him. And then because of his presence and because Afonja also needed soldiers, not necessarily to fight Oyo, as opposed to what people always say about Afonja. Afonja Okogunja Oyo, contrary to what a lot of people think. Although what he did laid the foundation for those who eventually did, people like Abdusalam, and Abdusalam was Alimi's son. But the point is that Afonja himself did not do that. But what he did was to put together an army. He fought some Yoruba towns, or he actually raided some places, but then he got those people together to form an army that would be able to defend himself or Ilorin, just in case someone else had, the Oyo Empire, for instance, attacked him, or he had to attack other groups. And majority of those people were slaves who had escaped. So they were Fulani slaves, they were Hausa slaves majorly. And they just declared that once you get to Ilorin, you're going to get your independence. So a lot of slaves got into Ilorin. But the crazy part was that they were mostly Muslims. Back then they would call them Mohammedans. They were Muslims, and they had no loyalty to Afonja's ethnicity, which is what today's topic really is about. We are going to understand what I'm saying in a bit. They had no loyalty to his ethnicity. They had loyalty to their religion. And after a while, they became too powerful for Afonja. And so Afonja said he knew he had to do something about the Jamo, because the Jamo got to a point where they would go into the streets and just cause havoc, right? They could go into a person's house, for instance, and take a cow and just eat it, or just take chicken and just do whatever they wanted to do, and nobody could stop them. Afonja could not do anything because he had nothing on them. He would threaten them, but they started having this affection for him. But they were having loyalty to Alimi. Why? Because Alimi was Muslim, and Alimi has something in common with them, but he didn't have anything in common with them. One other person who has something in common with them that should have been a bridge between Afonja and the Jama. The Jama were those slaves, the people who were fighting in the army. The person who should have been a bridge between Afonja and those people was actually Ṣọlágbẹ̀rú, who was the Yoruba man, who was living at a place in Ilorin called Okesuna. He's still there till today. Now, the thing was, he didn't do much to help him in that instance. So what Afonja thought was, you know what, I'm going to call Onikoyi. And Onikoyi would come here and destroy this Jama so that I can have control of my city again. But while he was planning that, news got to Alimi and the Jama that this is what he wanted to do. Good afternoon, Dr. Kelwo. He felt that this was what they wanted to do. So what they did was it was like a preemptive strike. They knew what he wanted to do, so they came after him and they started fighting. And while they were fighting, Afonja sent a messenger basically to Ṣọlágbẹ̀rú to come aid him. Now remember, Ṣọlágbẹ̀rú was Muslim, and a lot of people have opined that the reason Ṣọlágbẹ̀rú did not help Afonja was because he himself was a Muslim. And for him in that moment, he was more concerned about his religion. Again, that's what today's topic about Paul is about. He was more concerned about his religion than about his ethnicity. So while Afonja was fighting, Ṣọlágbẹ̀rú did not come to help him. Now, Onikoyi was actually on his way to Ilorin to help Afonja, But Afonja had to hold the ground. He had to do something. So he began to fight within his own compound because the Germans have come to meet him to fight with him. So himself, the people were loyal to him, his own soldiers, and it would have been stronger. But just before then, two people actually passed on. That actually affected Afonja. One was his brother. Then the other one was like a servant who was very, very loyal to him, and he was the head. I wouldn't even call him a servant. It was like the head of the army of one of the, let's use the word battalion for lack of better word. So you have those two people were not there, so he had to galvanize whatever he had of the soldiers to fight. And some people, seeing how hot the fight was, they left him, they deserted him, but some people were still loyal to him. Well, if you read Samuel Johnson's book, what he said eventually was that they came there and they bombarded him, and they just kept attacking until he looked around and all he saw were dead men, right? His own men, okay, who had been slain by the Germans. And while the fight was still on, it didn't stop, which is quite brave. And that is why nobody should feel, and this is my opinion, I hope you get it. There's no reason to feel shame or feel ashamed when you're called Afonja. Because those who use the word as a way to taunt Yoruba people are the most ignorant people on earth, including the one that tried to run for governorship and used it against another fellow Yoruba man. Afonja did not betray anybody. The only thing you can say about Afonja, well, a couple of things you can say about him. He was egotistical. His ego drove him to do the things that he did. It was just about his ego. And then number two, he was so trusting. He thought that because Alimi was his medicine man, it was there for him, not knowing that that one was more committed to his religion than to any friendship or brotherhood he thought they shared. But as far as treachery was concerned, it was not the one that was treacherous. It was actually Sholagberu who was treacherous. Sholagberu betrayed Afonja, who had brought him into Ilorin, but because the people who were fighting at that time, well, this is one reason, and it seems like a plausible reason, that the Jamos who were fighting Afonja at that particular moment, being Muslim, Sholagberu's loyalty was torn, and he basically just gave it to people based on religion rather than ethnicity, which is why we're having today's conversation, and which is why no Yoruba man, regardless of what Nigeria is doing right now, should allow anybody to use religion to change what they think of their identity. Yoruba people are first Yoruba. Oh shoot, sorry. Yoruba people are first Yoruba, and we don't have any shame about it. And that's why even as pastors, when you see us greet older pastors, we prostrate. We don't stretch our hands because guess what? We are Christians. No, we have our culture. We have our culture that is sacrosanct to us and is very important to us. And it is more important to us than the idea of, oh, you must be Muslim first, or you must have religion at the topmost, as in on your heart. And I think because a lot of people don't get it, many people are having these conversations where instead of having to, converse, really, it's not even conversations they're having. They're just enjoying themselves as they insult other people. But I want us to go beyond that and have conversation. So back to Afonja. Afonja did not betray Yoruba people. Aole's cause has nothing to do with Yoruba people because it was Aole who actually planned for Afonja to be disgraced or worse still, unalived. So all the Aole, that is just nonsense, right? It has nothing to do with, because it's like I always say, well, I'm a Christian, Bible's a curseless cause. Because it wasn't like they did anything to him that he ready. It was a game that he lost. He tried to unalive somebody. They wanted his head instead, and then he had to do what he had to do. And it was sad, but there's no Yoruba. Because I've heard people, even so-called knowledgeable people, say that thing like anybody. Right? There is no reason, even in metaphysics, there's no reason why that epe will jar anybody, because so maybe a lot of people need to study more to understand what happened before epe was shed and why the epe that was shed will never work. Right? So back to what I was saying. Oh, absolutely, I'm ready, Mr. Larry. So when it comes to betrayal, Afonja did not betray anybody. And I don't know how long it's going to take us to change our people's mind about the person of Afonja. He was not a perfect person. He had a lot of faults and many things we cannot copy from him, but none of those things is treachery. He did not betray anybody. But he was betrayed by a man who was Yoruba, but decided to have more loyalty to his religion than his ethnicity, which is what I'm talking about today. So, how did we get into today? We started having that conversation about identity yesterday and how Nigerians tell us that, different religions tell, and by the way, it's all the religions that say it though. The Christians say it, the Muslims say it, the Sheshe say it, and the three of them are wrong. I'm going to say it slowly. The idea that the religious identity is more important than your ethnic identity is shared by some Christians, some Muslims, and some Isheshe people, and the three of them are wrong. I'll say it one more time because I know some people some people will send me messages and say things. What about anybody? No, they fair no one so nice. The idea that your religious identity is more important than your ethnic identity is shared by some Christians, some Muslims, and some Isheshe people, and the three groups are wrong, right? And why do I say that? Because there has never been a time in the history of Yoruba people where the primary identifier of the group was religion. It has never happened. Even for the traditional religions, it has never happened. Number two, for those who are Muslims, because there's a lot of conversation going on right now about how people should get to that thing of, oh, how can you call yourself a Muslim and you say that you're Yoruba first? I don't know if you've seen it on Twitter, but I've seen a lot of threads, not in Sopo. I want thread the Buruku, I want thread the Rano, not in Sopo. You cannot say deactivated. I'm not sure you understand what I'm saying. Seek ye first the kingdom of God and all his righteousness has nothing to do with ethnic identity, which is why I'm asking today, was Paul a Yoruba man? And one of the things I've also noticed about people, Christians and Muslims alike, even the Sheshe people, is that a lot of us, we kind of make Karl Marx right the way we practice religion. We have buzzwords, talking points, no depth, right? I'm going to repeat it. We have buzzwords, we have talking points, but we have no depth. A lot of people don't even understand Christianity enough to understand how to navigate it or how to be who they are ethnically and still be that religion. And before we even get into the text, because again, we're talking about Paul, where can we find most of the things about him? It's the Bible. So I'm going to read some things to us. And by the way, seek ye first the kingdom of God is not in Matthew 3:3, it's in Matthew 6, verse 33. Again, if you're going to bring the Bible at me, better know what you're doing. Thank you very much. So when you come to Yoruba land, Yoruba always have a way with religion. They are very proud of their ethnicity. This is who we are. We don't allow people, for instance, reduce us to the religion that we are professing. And so over time, you have situations where you see a Yoruba person who would easily eat eronleya and is a Christian. And you see the Muslim, but even that, when I was growing up as a young person, our neighbors, we had Muslim neighbors. And when there's Ileya, they will bring food to us. And when it's Christmas or Easter, my mom, back in the day, that big tray, she cover Abuja, tray yema tobi, now put plates, they'll cover it, but then you carry those food there. And when you get there, what will they give you? They'll give you some change sometimes. When they bring food too, my parents will give them money. So those of us who were kids, we enjoyed taking food to people, we're celebrating, but they used to give us change as well. But it didn't matter who they were. It didn't matter that they were Christians or that they were Muslims. And when it was time, when you are having Odun Nile, my aunt, for instance, will tell you that she's traveling and she was a Christian. And so the idea, for instance, that what we are experiencing in Yoruba land in the last 5 to 10 years, I think is a strategic operation of outsiders who have found a way to get in our midst and tell us that somehow what we are doing doesn't make us Christian enough, doesn't make us Muslim enough. And what they're doing is not to help us become Christian enough or become especially Muslim enough, because that's the one that's happening right now. What they're doing is to try to take over that space from us. And I'll explain something to you. I said it a couple of days ago that when you study the history of the Hausa city-state was they were a civilized people. The seven I mentioned a few days ago, the Hausa Bokoi. So you hear people like, towns like Daura, Kano, Rano, Kaduna, Zozo, Zaria. And sorry, 1 second, someone is trying to come up. Right. So you see all those towns, and one of the things you noticed was that they had their own culture, they had their monarchy, they had everything sorted. And even then, long before Fulani even knew that Nigeria existed, they also had Islam. They had traditional religion in Hausa land, they had Islam. Today, when you think of Hausa in terms of religion, the only thing, not the first thing, the only thing that comes to your mind is Islam. But it was not always like that. What happened was that somewhere along the way, there was somebody who came around and said to them, this kind of Islam that you have is not pure enough. Let's power tap, please. I see the amber alert again. Let's power tap. Thank you. The person said, oh, this Islam you have is not pure enough. And people say of Christianity too. Guess what? They also say the same thing of Isheshe. And the sad part for those who say it are some of the most ignorant people you would ever meet in these religions. They don't know anything about Islam. They don't know Isheshe. They don't know Christianity. They're just passionate. And in their passion, they are telling you that the only way you can be Yoruba is to go to some distant past and become more Isheshe or more Christian or more Muslim. But they're not really about that. What they are doing is political. It is not about the religion. But you're going to be very naive to think that what you're seeing is a religious conversation. It's not really religious. Religion has become a tool in the hands of people who really want something called political power, which was what happened in the North. And when I say the North, I'm speaking specifically about the Hausa people. And this person came around and said, you know what, there is a cleaner, purer version of this religion that you are missing out on. You guys are doing this and you are doing that. We want to introduce you to something deeper. Now, they've been Muslims for centuries, not 1 year, not 5 years, not 10 years, not 50 years, not even 100 years, not 200 or 300 years. They've been Muslims for centuries. But somebody came along and said, hey guys, there's something else that you guys are missing out on and I want to teach you that thing. And the person taught them. He came in with his schools. He started teaching the people. Eventually, he got them, I mean, it's a long story, but just to summarize, he got them to essentially protest against the ruling class. And before you know what was happening, the people who were religious scholars have become the political head of those spaces. So that even today, about 200 years after, what you still notice is the fact that the people from that ethnic group, and I'm not going into details of who did what. I'm not here to blame anybody. I'm just trying to tell you that whatever is happening now has happened before, and you've got to be wise. You know, I said something yesterday. There is nothing new under the sun. If there's anything new under the sun to you, it's because you are the one who is new under the sun. There's nothing that's new under the sun. And so patterns, the way to get wisdom from history is to study patterns. Once you see it coming again, you can preempt, you can tell what would happen next, and then you can plan properly for it. And I think that the way people are responding is the way the outsider wants you to respond. When you respond by saying, ban all of them, remove all of them, burn the place down, you are making that person happy, because guess what he wants? He wants you to burn yourself down, and then he will build on the rubbles of your destruction. So this passion that is making you say, Islam is a foreign religion, destroy all of them. Christianity is a foreign religion, destroy all of them. That passion is what the person outside wants you to do. Because when you are done being stupid and you destroy everywhere, you destroy the Muslim in your family, that's your uncle and your aunt, you destroy their lives because you don't have sense. You are becoming like the people that you have been insulting all this while. You destroy the Christians, you destroy the Sheshe person.
you become like other groups in Nigeria. When you are done being stupid, the outsider then comes in and then builds on the rubble of your stupidity. You can't be that stupid, right? And that's why if you come here, I don't like when people say one religion is better. I'm a Christian, I'm a minister, but I don't go around in a conversation like this. It's not a conversation about superiority of religion. It's about your Yoruba identity. And you're going to see it very clearly in Paul the Apostle. And I'll tell you about him in a minute. And so what you had in the Hausa communities was a situation where an ethnic group used religion to dominate the people. Not They introduced it as a purer version. And understand this, I'll say it again. There was Islam in Hausa land for centuries before this group arrived. But then they told them that, hey, there's something purer. We're going to show you this purer thing. It's better than this Islam that you guys are practicing. We know this purer one. Deep. And in the way of showing that deep stuff, they cornered the monarchy. So that today, the monarchy is essentially lost. I see people who are angry on social media today. I was reading somebody's account yesterday and I was just laughing. I wasn't laughing because what the person said was wrong. I was laughing because I think people think that the way you destroy a thing is the way you build it. It's not. You cannot use bulldozer to build a house. You can't use bulldozers to build a house. If anybody tells you that once you have a bulldozer, you can build a skyscraper, just so that the person who is talking to you is taking his advice from a madman, like some other people. But I'm not saying anything, but you get what I'm saying. You must be taking advice from a madman to think bulldozers build houses. So the way a thing gets destroyed is not how it gets built. So people were saying, oh, we're outside people, we must do this, we must do that. And I was like, I'm going to finish any people here. Because you think you are going to get it back the way you lost it. Can they get it back? I don't know. And I hope I wish them success, but that's not really what this conversation is about. The conversation is to make sure that we don't end up like them. And I said that to say that, and I'm going to repeat it. Anybody who talks about a purer version of religion in a place like Nigeria is not very wise. And I mean the three religions, whether it's Christian, Muslim, or Isheshe. There's no purer anything that you want to show that we cannot find. And I'd like to tell people, like someone was writing in the comment section earlier, that I think a lot of people in Yoruba land, I keep saying it, Mama, let us take whatever spirituality we subscribe to, let's take it seriously. A lot of us we are surface level. We're angry, we are passionate, we are zealous, but we are ignorant for the most part. And that is why the person who is telling you that, there's a deeper version of Christianity will tell you that, it has something against your ethnic identity. Thanks for the heart, me. Or somebody who tells you, about, who is trying to prove to you that there's a deeper Islam, does not know any surah offhand. Or someone will tell you that there's an Isheshe that you don't know about, could recite SFA. I don't take such people seriously, to be honest, but I think that there are people who take them seriously, and it's because of those people that we're having this live session. So my question is, was Paul a Yoruba man? So a little background on Paul. Now, again, conversations here are not religious. They are from usually cultural, philosophical, historical perspective. That's what I'm very concerned about, the culture, the philosophy, the history of the people, especially Yoruba, and those that we intersect with, right, in our evolution or in our reality. So, Oroni can show up with Talon Lossy Church, after Bible from Lossy Church. It's just because I like parallels because I love comparative religion. Because what it does is it opens your mind up to see things that you probably did not notice. Even as a Christian, when you read the Bible, you speed read. It's only, and let me say this. There are a lot of Christians who are angry and always shouting on social media. They've not read the Bible in the last 1 year. The only thing they know is what their pastors told them. It's the same thing for Muslims. It's the same thing for the Shashe people.
A lot of us are living based on what was told us, not based on what we have discovered. You have a Bible or crying out loud. Pick it up and read. God bless you in Jesus' name. Amen. Before I go into Paul, someone wrote something on Twitter I find very instructive. It says, Islam over ethnicity, but a Yoruba Muslim cannot become the Sultan of Sokoto. Islam over ethnicity, but a Yoruba Muslim cannot become the Sultan of Sokoto. I want us to let that sink in just a little bit. Just a little bit. If you think Islam is more important than your ethnicity, why can you not become the head of Muslims? Because the Sultan of Sokoto is not just a cultural leader. As a matter of fact, he's not even really seen as a cultural leader. He's seen as a religious leader. As a matter of fact, many people consider him to be the head of Muslims in Nigeria, although there are people who are saying, no, he's probably the head of the Muslims in the north. But that's their own business. I'm not Muslim. But the point is that if your ethnicity doesn't matter, how come a Yoruba person cannot, even a Hausa person that's closer, cannot become the Sultan? Make of that whatever you will. Now, to discuss today's, one second, please. All right, thank you. Sorry about that. So let's get into the thing about Paul. So who was Paul? Paul actually introduces himself in some scriptures. And when I look at the way he handles things, one of the things I will tell you about him is that he would most likely not have become a Sholagberu. And I think Sultan even to corporate and Awala. One of the things about Paul, one second, please. One of the things about Paul was, one second. Was he has something you could call ethnic pride. So I'll read something to you from the Bible. Again, I'm going to be reading a lot from the Bible because I'm talking about a man who wrote 2/3 of the New Testament. So small Bible Sunday school class. The Bible is made up of 66 books. 39 of them are in the Old Testament, 27 of them are in the New Testament. Of those 27 in the New Testament, one man wrote 2/3. So everything after Romans, all the way to scholars don't agree that he wrote the book of Hebrews. So let's say all the way to Philemon, they were written by Paul. So Matthew by Matthew, Mark by Mark, Luke by Luke, John by John, Acts by Luke. By the way, Luke wrote the book of Acts. So Romans, 1 Corinthians, 2 Corinthians, 2 Corinthians, Galatians, Ephesians, Philippians, Colossians, 1 Thessalonians, 2 Thessalonians, 1 Timothy, 2 Timothy, Titus, and Philemon. All those books were written by Paul. He had the training of people don't want to hurt Muhammad and Jesus. Jesus' emotions, but they are sinful. I don't even understand what you are writing. But let me just continue. So Paul wrote those books. He was a lawyer. He had a training as a lawyer. He studied under a man called Gamaliel, who was. I went to the Bible today. Yes, we did differ last week. You guys did not complain. No, this is the Yoruba way. We must learn everything. When I was teaching Oromila, I was teaching Otuameji. Everybody was like, this guy knows. Let's do this one too. But don't forget, the conversation is not a religious conversation. It's cultural. Don't worry, it's cultural. You're going to see it very soon. The same way we started with Ifa and we ended with culture. The same way. You know what? Before I do this, that question reminds me of something. I think I should show us something before I do this so that we are all on the same page. You're going to get what I'm trying to do eventually, but I think while we're doing it, you should also have an idea. You should listen to something.
I hope I can quickly find it. Hey, Sharon, let's keep tapping and sharing. This is going to be a very important conversation. That's just introduction. First of all, introduction. Nami we sing Niduro Atomotosha. In other news. All right. I'm going to play a video from a Babalawo that I respect. So I respect two Babalawo primarily because I've known them for more than 30 years. I've known one for more than 30 years. I've known the other for more than 20 years. But I found another one in 2025, and I think it's my third favorite Babalawo. And you will know why I said so. I'm going to play something from him. His name, Mbo. I need to play this before I say what I want to say. His name is Baba Woniran Fani Omoyeni. He's the Oluwo of Iseke, and he's also the Ajitena Awo or Alafin ti Lawyer. So I'm going to play his video. I want you to listen to it so that you can open your heart before we have conversation that refers to the Bible, even if you are not a Christian. I hope you get the idea. Number speaker yan jáde dáadáa máa play ilé láti bí. Mo bọ̀ o.
Sẹ́rí ìkọ̀ ọ̀kan tí mo fẹ́ kó lọ yé wa rèé o. Gbogbo ìmọ̀ pátápátá ìmọ̀ ni o. Kò sí ìmọ̀ kankan tá a lè fẹ́ nu àbùkù kan. Gẹ́gẹ́ bí èmi ṣe máa ń sọ, ó sì ṣe yé mi sí. Mi ò tàbùkù ìmọ̀ kan. Ìmọ̀ kéwù ni o, ìmọ̀ báìbù ni o, mi ò tàbùkù ẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n ìmọ̀ Ifá, ìmọ̀ ìjìnlẹ̀ ni. Ẹnìkan sọ̀rọ̀ kan lọ́jọ́ kan, ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn ló fẹ́ bá ọ̀rọ̀ yìí mu. Àjọ ń bọ̀ láṣìírí àjò, Haúsá ni, ó wọ ọkọ̀ láti Ìlọrin. Adé Mọ̀sán, ẹnìkan tó wọlé Haúsá lọ́nà wájú ọmọ àgbọn náà, ìjọba Sókótó náà. Ó ti wá rí wẹ́rẹ̀ sí kí ìwọ́n ìjọba sí ní wọ́n sí dúpẹ́. Ìgbésí àwọn èèyàn wa tẹ́lẹ̀ Yorùbá láti wà ní wọ́n wá ní lákìtì tí ó nàjà rí wọ́n sọ wèrè tí wọ́n níjà gbádùn wọn níjà sí kíkọ́. Nígbà pé wọ́n láti lọ rí àsopọ̀ Yorùbá dáadáa, ó ti rẹ̀ mú lọ. Wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ wọn lọ títí tàbí dé Ọ̀yọ́ yìí, àdàlà lọ. Agbọ́jà Ọ̀yọ́ sábà máa ń tó ẹgbẹ̀lẹ́ ọ̀yẹ́ yẹn wá kílẹ̀ náà ṣe tẹ̀lé fi bú wa. Àkọsí lórí ìlànà lẹ́yìn mọ́ bá mi kí ni kò náà ṣe.
You have to finish playing o. Kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀? Má bínú o. I have no idea what just happened. Mo ń bọ̀. All right, má bínú. I think it was the network. I got some children in the background. Oh, my brothers and sisters. I'm surrounded by schools. Let's just listen to this.
ní mọ̀ pé kò ní fẹ́ máa bọ̀ wọ́n tó bá ti wá lè mọ mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta tó mọ Kùránì tó mọ Báíbù tó tó mọ fá yóò wá jókòó wá gbòòrò sí àwọn ìwà nígbà àṣé ìwọ kan náà lọ dẹ́ndẹ́ tá a kàn dára wa láàmú.
You didn't hear anything. I can't believe I played all of that and you guys didn't hear anything. 1 second. I'm going to connect it to a speaker. Emma Gbonsin. Because you have to hear this because this conversation, some people will come here now and they'll be very religious. You heard it, you heard. No, it's no. Ọ̀tọ̀ ní kó fẹ́ sọ tẹ́tẹ̀lẹ̀ bọ̀ ẹ ti jìnnà ẹ make sure pé ẹ jìnnà sí náà ẹ súnmọ́ àlùjànnà náà tí wọ́n fẹ́ gbọ́ nǹkan tí mo sọ ẹ súnmọ́ àlùjànnà náà. Bluetooth mode. Mo ń bọ̀ máa connect ẹ̀ mọ́ nǹkan mi. Okay, no problem. Ẹ má worry, I'll use another device. Just give me a second. I think it's important to listen to this before I get to the conversation because Bluetooth connected. Oh, beautiful. I think you will hear it from this bigger speaker. Let me just give me 1 second. Let me set this up. So I noticed something. I noticed something. I noticed that TikTok, because I'm playing already TikTok lower, so I'm going to play already TikTok. But I the low speaker, so I now downloaded it. So give me a second. Hopefully, you might play insane. So what I play insane, my friend, shall I hear from her? Oh, brilliant. 1 second. I think it's going to play now. Let me just increase the volume. Remote control. Wọ́n kò connect o ẹ kí n sọ fún yín fúnra mi máa sọ wọ́n máa sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kọ̀ọ̀kan máa sọ tẹ̀lé wọn tí n ṣe ń sọ ẹ máa gbọ́ torí mi mọ ọkọ tí I don't know what else to do without wasting your time because if I want to do what I want to do it's going to take another 5 minutes and it's not that necessary mo máa sọ bọ́ yín sọ ẹ kí n sọ nǹkan tó ń sọ fún yín. I have no idea why this thing is like this. That's almost unavoidable because even the most divorces. Some of us have heard the video and its conclusion. Thank you, Mr. Romeo. So what he's saying basically, maybe I should just say it, is that, so he's a Babalawo apparently, and he's saying that àwọn ò tàbùkù ìmọ̀ kankan. Ipe ẹni tó bá sọ pé ìmọ̀ Kùránì kò túmọ̀ sí nǹkan kan dépẹ́ ni òun ò ní ìmọ̀ Kùránì ni pé ṣùgbọ́n ìmọ̀ of course ìṣe babaláwo so ìmọ̀ awo náà máa sọ jù wọn pé ìmọ̀ Ifá ó jẹ́ nǹkan tó jẹ́ ìmọ̀ ìjìnlẹ̀ wọ́n tún wá sọ wípé téèyàn bá ní ìmọ̀ Bíbélì tó ní ìmọ̀ Kùránì which I don't think a lot of people can have because you probably have other things you're doing with your time pé téèyàn bá ní gbogbo àwọn ìmọ̀ yẹn pé ó máa rí wípé igbó kan náà ni ọdẹ tí ń dẹ̀gbẹ́. So I think the idea basically is, for me, I will not even tell you to go and become everything. Just have appreciation for knowledge from different sources. But like I always tell people, whatever you are holding on to, be grounded in it, so that you don't get confused. Because I can assure you, it can get confusing very fast. So the best way will be to be grounded in one thing, in my own opinion, before you get into other things. And then as you get into those things, you are going there to appreciate different kinds of knowledge, which is not strange, because I'm going to tell us something, maybe not today, I'm going to tell you something that happened in the 12th century Yorùbá land. No, Yorùbá land go to Mali to do. And if you've not heard that before, you will hear it. Actually, indeed, travel to Mali to become Muslims, but because àwọn onímọ̀ wà ńbẹ̀, wọ́n lọ kọ́ ìmọ̀, and when they came back, they left us with a particular document that we still have, and maybe I don't know, very soon. So I think it's important for us to have knowledge of these things. There is nothing you are doing right now. What they say around 12th century, 11th century AD, you're in the 21st century. That means 1,000 years ago, your ancestors were getting knowledge from different sources. What makes Muhammad a good role model? Am I that below Muhammad or me or Muhammad the real? But I'll say this to you, Kapatereti. I think when it comes to one of the most important persons as far as strategy is concerned in the last 700 years, it will definitely be Muhammad. In the last 700, wait, no, not 700. In the last, no, not 700 though. In the last 1,500 years, it will be Muhammad. Muhammad came around 600 AD. So that would be the 7th century. So this is 20. So that was like the last 1,400 years. One of the most strategic human beings you will find in history is Muhammad. And again, like I used to say here, if we're having conversations like this, please try not to reduce everything to religion. And that way, you might see something you are not seeing. If all you see is religion, nobody will see anything in what you are carrying. And if all they see in what you are carrying is also religion, they will not see any other good thing in what you are carrying. You're a good role model for your generation, but nobody knows you. I'm not Muslim, but let's not start the conversation by insulting Muhammad. As a matter of fact, they call him Anabi Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. I'm not a Muslim, but let's not start by doing that. If you say you are a role model, we don't even know you. We can't judge you. There's no yardstick. How do we know you are not lying? He is not here. We can talk about him. We can tell you about the good part, the bad part. Guess what? When it comes to history, I don't even care. I can tell you what somebody did. But my problem is that we get into conclusions before we even know people. So once you conclude, it's difficult to even have the conversation. But let's not do that thing of, you know what he didn't do right. You just need to read some books. You will know what Muhammad didn't do right. But again, he's a prophet to some people. And we're not here to denigrate him or downgrade him. Is the prophet or something. I wouldn't like people saying something about Obatala here, for instance, or saying, and we know Obatala has frailties, the human one. Well, what I just said right now, you probably hate it. But again, it's history. So, America, Shebes, Muhammad. Did they want to have religious debate, which I hope never comes? When that day, if that day ever comes, we cannot go into the depth of But I hope it never comes because the people I see online, care, you don't really care. So I hope we never get into debating religions. But I appreciate you being here. But please, let's be respectful towards other people's religion. Madam Adoni, you want to say something? Kinto bossing or so I'm about to get into the agbami of the Etogogo Funare of Paul being Yoruba man. So please go on, ask your question, ma.
It's not really a question. It's like what I think. I know it's not interesting over here, but I still have to say it. And we don't want to talk about religion now because I'm a born Muslim, later I become Christian.
No, we will talk about religion, we will talk about religion, my sister. We will talk about religion, but our conclusion is not a religious conclusion. We are going into identity and ethnicity.
So other things. I'm not here to come and talk about to say one religion is not good because I know we all are calling God. It's just the way of calling it is different, So I'm a born Muslim, later become a Christian, and now I'm not doing any religion because I just for my own mind. I just want us to be very careful because we can accept all religion. Like you said, we can never forget our tribe, that we are Yoruba, or how rich our tribe is and how old Yoruba tribe is. Yoruba tribe has been there even before Christianity came in. So all
Yoruba ethnicity.
Yes, ethnicity, sorry to say. So all these religions, they just came in and we took them, but we should not forget where we're from. A lot of people have reading a lot of books. There are people that read books and everything. I'm talking about, I've read books too, but I'm talking about my life experience because I've been out of my country since 28 years and I've met people with different culture, different religion and different mentality. But I found out at the end that religion is just a way to tame humanity, and it's more used by the politicians to tame.
Madam Adoni, let's not go into that, please. Let's not go into that because you know why? Because what you said now, when people say it, they think they're talking about Islam and Christianity. They don't know they're also talking about Isheshe.
I did not call it. Did you see that I did not really mention one religion? I'm talking about religion.
I know. No, I know. I just want to ask you if you agree that is what it is. Does it apply to the traditional religions as well? That is a tool for politicians to control people.
I am not here to talk about that. I'm just letting my fellow humans know that. First of all, we come first as human being, and how we treat each other matters a lot. It's not that somebody has to come and write. Somebody should bring a book and start showing it is written in a book. Who wrote that book?
Madam Adoni, don't worry. Don't worry. Let me get into the conversation. What you are saying now, I think is going to affect what I'm about to say.
Okay,
so
you
ask who wrote, so if you say who wrote the book, I'm literally going to be reading the Bible.
I'm not saying it. I'm just mentioning.
I know. Yemi. So once you get into that, then is any surah. No, the Muslims believe that the Quran. Let's stick to this conversation because the Muslims believe that their book was given Laton by Jibril to Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. So let me just get into the topic, then we have conversations on the topic. Is that fair?
Okay, so just mute myself and maybe get down. So I'll be listening from
don't get down. No.
Temperament.
You're not going down. I'm always Islam, but I'm always very careful because
Bluetooth mode.
See.
Bluetooth connected.
Justice for anti-Bluetooth. Play card.
ọkùnrin ló bí lé mi, ọkùnrin ni ó jẹ́ àwọn àbúrò mi, so I have a lot of boys at home, so mi ò ẹ̀rù ò bà mí.
You took the stand, you took the stand.
Bó tẹ́ bá fẹ́ lọ ẹ fún mi sign kémi náà bá lè sá kó má jẹ́ mi nìkan bá wá kù láàrin gbogbo wọn lábí àná
tí
yẹn.
bá ti blink ojú kan ẹ ti mọ̀ pé òkè ó ti yá
Ẹ kò
nìyẹn.
fún mi nísàlẹ̀ ní ìdẹ̀mí náà máa jápa.
ẹ má lọ bí kankan ẹ má fi dé mi nìkan.
Brabusuyi, let me say something here quickly. You know the Baba that you've just played. What's his name again? That's our father. What's his name again?
Look right now, Baba Awo. Hey, I'm going to work on. I don't want to make a mistake. I shall know that is the
Squid Game. Justice for Squid Game. Gbogbo ẹlẹ́ni lọ́wọ́ Brabusuyi.
Èmi kọ́ TikTok mi o. The man's name is is Baba Awoniran Faniyi.
Okay, Baba wa Awoniran.
Oh, Big Daddy, thank you.
Yeah.
So I know that is typo.
You see, I see what he's saying. You know me, when I try to analyze things, I used to use practicality, like go into my personal life and see, you know, you see, when I was doing my public health, because I was from public health background, you know, back in those days, my lecturer said to me that mo le join a little bit of law so that I more legislations, you understand, to back up anything that I'm doing in life, especially in my field. Mo were reluctant in gbà yẹn láti lọ sí class, you understand, just to take, it was just for about 3 units, or probably, oh my God, maybe 3 weeks láti cover. But fortunately for me, I went to that class, you know, I'm going somewhere. I went to that class for 3 weeks and I gained a lot. So when I was practicing as a public health official, you know, in England, mo realize pé gbogbo nǹkan tí mo kọ́ láti bẹ̀ yẹn, you understand, all were useful ní public health to me. Now, fast forward now, I'm into nursing now, you know, clinical nursing now. Everything that I've learned from those things, both ìgbà tí mo lọ sí law class for 3 weeks, tí mo lọ learn àwọn legislations in kan àwọn policies, tí mo go deep into it, and with my public health background, made a big difference whilst I was doing my nursing, you know, clinical nursing degree and stuff. And right now at work, tí n bá rí pé àwọn èèyàn ṣe nǹkan tó jẹ́ pé bóyá wọn mọ̀ pé nǹkan tó ń ṣe yẹn is not, they are not supposed to do it, pé ó máa wà against wọn, torí pé tí background tí mo ti ní, tí mo lọ yálò yẹn, tí mo ti ní yẹn, I will quickly see it and I will call them, don't do this, so you might get sued, you might get this, you might get disciplinary actions and things like that. I was open-minded. If I wasn't open-minded, you know, back then, mi ò ní ìmọ̀ yẹn láti fi máa rí nǹkan tó ń ṣe ní background tí mo wà ń sìn. She understand nǹkan tí mo ń try láti sọ. So I see where the father is going. That's our daddy. I see where he's going. You have to, just because of say I am a Buddhist, doesn't mean I cannot go and see what is happening in the Christendom, in the Muslim aspect. Fully, Laura, I mean, it's not as if I just want to go, but for my own knowledge, so that when I see things, I can be able to judge, you know, critically. Male judge it critically, mean close-minded. So I see where that daddy is going. And again, Paul the Apostle is one of the people that I disliked in the Bible, to be honest with you. But however, I've learned a lot, you know, understand from me. But I don't like him. I do not like him. For one bit, I don't like him. But I am open-minded. I learned a little bit about his teaching here and there.
Why don't you like him?
It's another day discussion. We might go long, and I don't want to derail. Trust me, I don't want to derail. It's me and you, but not, you understand. I don't. But I'm here to just learn. You understand? But you know, let's just go on. We just have to be open-minded, regardless of the background that you're from, the religious background that you're from. Please, just be open-minded, because trust me, we can learn from all these prophets and all this, you know, all this. Anyway,
whatever. Queen Goddess, advice not for me or for Sweden.
No, for everybody, from everybody in the platform and things like that and that. You understand? Not for just one person, even for me, that be open-minded. You don't have to go into that religion, but you can learn one or two things. Just as if we're learning from the Muslim, we're learning from the Christian, we're learning from the Buddhist, we're learning from the Hare Krishna, we're learning from atheists. I learn a lot from atheists as well. I learn a lot from them.
Yeah.
Despite the fact that I am Isheshe, you understand? I learn a lot from every
All
aspect.
We should keep our Yoruba identity because that is what.
Oh yeah, let's get back. Let's get back to the this. Let's get back to this topic.
Yoruba people, you
All right.
will know that Yoruba people.
Can you hear me?
Amawa open.
Say,
We don't judge. We don't criticize.
hello.
Yeah, I'm going, Brabusi. Brabusi, I'm going.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Brabusi, I can hear you.
Today's conversation is not even conversation with you. I think there's a lag, but conversation wow ni
But just to let you know, I don't like Paul. Is my least person.
Queen Goddess, are you
Yes, just to let you know, I don't like Paul. Is my least person, but I'm here to just see what you've got to say about him. Period. Gẹ́gẹ́ Ade Ankara. Period.
You will like what I got to say about him. Give me a second. I hear I'm lagging. I can reconnect. Is it better now?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you now. And you for now you're not lagging.
Okay, I'm okay now. Emma been working Twitter for some reason. So I hear some people don't like Paul. A lot of people didn't like him. Even he didn't like a lot of people. The history that we have about this particular personality was that he was a Jew. He was very deep in his religion. He wasn't just a Jew. He actually was very committed to it, and he was like some of our religious extremists today. Paul originally used to be an extremist. Everything to him had to be based on the religion of his people. So I was there the Oriki of Paul. Paul used to be he was an extremist. He was a zealot. And he was one of those people who would do anything to ensure that the religion of his fathers was preserved in Israel. And he went as far as unaliving people for that purpose. So when Christians started, when Christianity started developing in ancient Jerusalem, in ancient Israel generally, Paul will get letters from priests, from Jewish priests, and go from town to town in search of Jews who were speaking about Christianity, who were saying something different. So he went from town to town and he was participating in the persecution and the unaliving of Christians. As a matter of fact, the Bible tells us that, and this was also written while he was yet alive, because the person who wrote it was his travel companion. Just fun fact, the book of Acts was written by one person who was a medical doctor. That medical doctor, his name was Luke, and he used to travel with Paul. A number of missionary journeys, he was there with Paul, and so he was able to have first-hand information. So the entire book of Acts was written by him, and so it gives us an idea into who he was, telling us about his attitude to people who were primarily against his faith. So if you wanted to get Paul riled up, you just have to go against his faith, right? You just have to go against Judaism. Now, so one of the things I want to quickly address here is this. If you study history, like I say, one of the things that becomes very clear to you over time is parallels. You begin to see parallels, things that you can see from one place to the other. And so, for instance, when you look at, and by the way, when I put this out, a friend of mine reached out to me yesterday and said to me that, Paul, was probably one of those people that came to Yoruba land, or maybe was a descendant of one of those people, because there is a religion in America, very big in America, but some people are bringing it to Nigeria, and I hope it doesn't gain any ground because it's dumb. It's dumb because the basis of that religion, you know how I tell people be open-hearted. You can't be open-minded to this one because it was concocted in America, and it was concocted based on the theory that Yoruba people, for instance, are Jews. And I'm going to say this respectfully, it's utter nonsense. Yoruba people are not Jews. The identity of the Yoruba people predates the concept of, it predates the Hebrew identity, let alone the Jewish identity. So the Hebrew identity started becoming a thing about round about almost 6,000 years ago, right? At that time, the Yoruba identity was already formed. So the Yoruba people are a different group of people from the people that we call Hebrew. So this connection is not to force Yoruba people to be Hebrew or to force Paul to be Yoruba. It's just to find the parallels that you can see in some of the things that he did as a Jew and what we expect of us as Yoruba, regardless of your religion. So like I was saying earlier, Paul was a Jew and his religion was Judaism. Now, if you study again, if you study Old Testament, you soon discover that to be a Jew does not mean you're from Israel. There are some Israelites who were not Jews. Just by way of putting this out there, that if you read the book of Isaiah, the Jews fought the Israelites. The Jews basically were from the two tribes, the southern tribes of Israel. So that would be Judah and Benjamin, and of course you have Levi as part of them. So the Jew was not necessarily everybody. Now, so if you were from Judah, if you were from Benjamin, you would be called a Jew, even in the Old Testament. Today, we use the word Jew interchangeably for Hebrew and Israelites, and we think they all mean the same thing. And yeah, that's okay. It's not okay, but it's okay. Now, for the benefit of this conversation, we won't go into the depth of trying to, explain the difference between Judaism, being a Jew and being a Hebrew, or being a Hebrew and being what's the other word? Israelite. Fasami, I hope you don't mind if people start saying that about Isheshe. I hope you don't mind, because I'm not here to tell you, because I can actually do that. Yeah. Don't laugh at people's mythology if you don't want them to laugh at yours. Yours is not any better. Let's just make that very clear. Now, when I talked about Abraham being about 6,000 years old, we're talking history, not the myth. So the mistake people make if in your mind, all you want to do is to attack Christians, what you say, oh, the earth did not exist 7,000 years ago. But even the Bible doesn't say the earth existed 6,000 to 7,000 years ago. So it's either you or the Christians who are saying it don't know enough of that Bible to say that. So let's get back into the conversation. Kingsley Jones, yeah, it's not meant for people like you. You're already misled. Are you not one of those people from Benin? They have enough capacity to think on your own. So yeah, you're already out of it. It's not meant for you if you don't. You have to be able to think to be part of this conversation. And I think you outsourced the use of your brain, Kingsley. So back to what I was saying, to the people that have sense, which is the majority. You are the majority of this place. So Paul was a very zealous person, not different from some people in the comment section who would attack Christianity because of Judaism. And as far as he was concerned, Judaism was the thing. If you were not worshiping the ancestors, if you're not worshiping the way his ancestors worshipped, you should not just be removed from Israel, you should be unalived. So what people are doing, one of the things, Mr. Pasami, maybe, but even then, Abraham came later after Adam. And even that, you see, this is not a theological class. Maybe one day we'll talk about the fact that even the Bible does not say the earth is 7,000 years old. But maybe another time. This is not theology. We'll talk about it. But I appreciate your presence. But let's not laugh at other people's. I didn't like it when someone said it about Islam. I don't want to when people say it about the Sheshe. Let's not say it about Christianity either. Let's all just, stay with the topic. So thank you very much for being here. Tim also love about anything.
Yeah. So a lot of people are very zealous, So when it comes to, that person is not supposed to be in our land because this person does not believe God or Oludumare the same way our fathers believed him. Paul was that kind of person. And Paul would take letters. He would go to the, hey, sorry, Jankari, let me just mute this clown. So Paul, for instance, will take letters from the chief priest, from the high priest in Jerusalem, and will go around Israel. And if they found you, for instance, talking about Jesus, it's like, how come you came up with this kind of different religion? They will persecute, they will stone. As a matter of fact, the first person who was unalived for the sake of Christ, his name was Stephen. And while they were stoning Stephen, Paul was there. It was Paul who held on to their clothes. Larry King, okay, Motigo, I will relax. Tiwala is busy, she's in school. And Auri's accent is also busy. Those are my moderators, but I will try. So let me go back. Otomani, anytime I want to have this conversation, I have to ask you, Olola. That was true, but I will try. Larry King, thank you for reminding me of my Queen Goddess, of my promise. Queen Goddess, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
No, Queen Goddess, are you there?
Yes, I'm
Please,
here.
can you go down? I'll make you a mod, then I'll bring you back up.
All right then. No worries.
Yes. Because I can only make you a mod if you're down. So, and I don't want to make somebody a mod that will end the life. So, Emma, 1 second, just give me a second. Let me make her a mod so that I can concentrate on the topic itself. Emma, Queen Goddess, please type something in the comment section so I can just use. Okay, good. It's going to be an interesting conversation, but you don't understand where I'm going with this. It is not about the religion. Manage guess. Number. All right, good. So I'm going to send you an invite. Please come up. Jay, don't worry, we're going somewhere. You can come back up, Queen Goddess. So please just try and see if you can maybe mute some people or whatever. And thank you.
Okay.
So back to what I was saying. So yeah, so Paul was an extremist, right? Paul it would be similar to those people who could strap on um, vest, right, and just go somewhere and blow places up. And why do I know that? Or how do I know that? Because when Stephen was being unalived, Paul was there and he was the one who had the clothes of those who were stoning them. In other words, when they were stoning Stephen, they removed their garments and said, you know what, let's get enough space to stone this guy. So they gave him their clothes. So Paul was one of those people. And it was while he was on the way to doing that same thing somewhere else in a place called Damascus that he had a spiritual encounter. Now, we're not going into a spiritual experience. We're just trying to explain some of the things that happened later on. So after his spiritual encounter, he became a Christian. But the important thing is, and this is where our conversations begin today. Before the experience on Damascus, he was an extremist. He had studied under a man called Gamaliel. Gamaliel was a very respected rabbi in Israel, and Paul had studied under him. Apart from being a lawyer, by the way, Paul was also a tent maker. He was a businessman. He could make his own money. But he was very passionate, not just about his Jewishness as an ethnicity, but also about his Judaism or Jewishness as a religion. And like I was saying earlier, I see parallels because there are people, for instance, in South America today who are Yoruba, not by ethnicity, but by religion. Some people talk about Yoruba religion, right? And sometimes we conflate the two. Like I always tell us that the man called Mark Zuckerberg, for instance, is a Jew, but he's not a Judaist. He's not an Orthodox Jew, he's not any Jew, he doesn't worship, he's an atheist, but he still has the ethnic identity. So when Paul transitioned from being a Jewish ethnic person and Jewish religious person, he became a Christian. But my question, and which is what I want to talk about today, is
Was he able to transition to becoming a Christian while still maintaining his ethnicity? Or was it that when he became a Christian, he stopped being a Jew? And years ago, many years ago, this one about maybe 15, 16 years ago, I was discussing this particular thing with someone of what Paul did in accordance with Jewish culture, even after he became a Christian. And when you look at those things, as we'll get into it today, it seemed to me, it's almost like saying, and I'm not saying he is, but it's almost like saying that Paul himself was a Yoruba person, because it beautifully managed those two things, was able to separate those two, so that even though he had unalived or had participated in persecuting people, he didn't unalive them directly, but he was part of those who did it. Even though he had been part of those who persecuted people who did not subscribe to his own, ancient religion, by the time he had his own experience, something happened to him, and I always wonder why he never jettisoned his ethnic identity. And people will tell you today, for instance, the stuff I read to you earlier, somebody wrote something on Twitter yesterday saying that Yoruba people claim that religion is more important than being a Muslim. How can you be that and call yourself a Muslim? Those are people who don't have enough brain capacity to understand the difference between being a Yoruba person and a Muslim person and being an Arab Muslim. You can be a Yoruba Muslim. To become a Muslim does not mean you have to become an Arab. Anyone who you have to dress in a certain way or do certain things that have to look exactly the way Arab people look is a person who doesn't have enough capacity to think and understand the nuances and the difference between your ethnicity and your religion. And we're going to see that in Paul. But before we get to Paul, you look at our mothers, for instance, and I said this some time ago, that when you look at our mothers, when I was growing up in the 80s, I grew up in the 80s, I used to see these women, and in the 90s as well, I see these women, for instance, who would dance across, walk through our streets and dance, and they'll have music. And when you ask, it's usually on Sundays when we're about to go to church, we'll be in the car, my dad is driving, and then we see these women coming from the angle, from area mosque, not Imambo. Tó bá ti jáde láti bí mosque, wọ́n á jó lọ sókè, wọ́n á jó lọ. Tó bá ní kí wọ́n náà ṣe àsàlátù. Àwọn alásàlátù ni, àwọn ìmọ̀ pàrọ̀ sí mọ́ṣáláṣí o, wọ́n á jó. Tẹ́ bá rí wọn, ẹ máa rí nǹkan tó yàtọ̀ láàrin wọn àtàwọn obìnrin Lárúbáwá. Wọ́n máa wọ ìró àti bùbá, wọ́n á lo ìpèlè ńgbà míì, wọ́n á wé gèlè, ṣùgbọ́n nígbà míì wọ́n á lo ìborùn. You would never see them put on hijab. You would never see them wear hijab. Hijab as a thing in Yoruba land is not even up to 20 years as a thing. I'm not saying that we had eleha, but tó bá kan àwọn ìyá wa yẹn, wọ́n á rorò, wọ́n á wọ bùbá. You would know that they are Muslims, but you also know that they are Yoruba people. In other words, they have not become, even by their dressing, they did not turn themselves into Arabs, but you cannot deny the fact that they were Muslims. So what they were doing basically was to embrace their ethnic identity and to be proud of it while expressing their religious beliefs. So they would, of course, Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, they will go to the mosque. I went to the mosque as a child to pray. We had a tenant, let's just say neighbor. We had a neighbor when I was growing up. I was like his coattail. I was always with him. Everywhere it was good. As soon as he got back from work, they will find me with him. If I'm not with my grandmother, I'll be with him. But it was Tajuddin. And Brother Taju likes to go to the mosque around 7:30. And because I was very close, one day he was going to the mosque, and I said I wanted to go with him. And my grandmother said, and it was like, my grandmother said, let him go with you. My grandmother was living with us there, my dad and my parents and all. And I went there. And even now I remember what I was doing there. I was praying in Jesus' name, but I was kneeling down. I was a child though. That's the kind of Yoruba culture that we know. Right? That's the kind of Yoruba culture that we know. So I would be there. It was in the mosque. Everybody did they want one low show. Emi sha and say temi no mo den pe Jesu. But they hit on Baba Midere is an elder. Well, he's late now. He was an elder in church. My mother has been born again since the 70s. But it's the Yoruba culture. It didn't make me a Muslim. It was something where you could do different things. But even the way we did it, we're not doing it as Christians or Muslims. It was more as Yoruba in terms of the way we related with each other. So it was not difficult for my grandmother to say, I mean my mom or whoever was at home at the time, to say, my Lord, because we were Yoruba. And it's the same thing with our mothers. Ìmúra wọn, ìmúra Yorùbá ni. Ìtò dé sí táwọn bẹ́ẹ̀ sí jápé àwọn ọ̀dọ́ gbò kíní kan ṣe kíní kan. I'm not saying people don't have a right to read it. I'm just saying that we are going far. We are going to, that was 1950. Abba, me, that was how old am I? Anyway, the point is that you see these things growing up. You see the way we related with each other growing up. And religion was never the basis of our identity, regardless of which one you were doing. I'll tell you another story. One day, we were in the house. I think I've shared this story before. And the mosque very close to the house, they were having a wọ́n ṣe wáàsí ìta gbangba. But wọ́n ṣe wáàsí ìta gbangba yẹn, wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí wọ́n máa ń ṣe wáàsí ìta gbangba láti ìgbàdégbà. So from time to time, you're going to see them have these events where they will bring in guest speakers in the mosque. But ìta náà ti máa ṣe. They do it in front of the mosque and they just say it, and all of us will listen. I mean, it wasn't an issue. They'll use speakers. I mean, it was a thing. So they had brought this person who was, I mean, for all intents and purposes, every Yoruba. I don't know where that guy came from, but it was at the time when it was around, I think 99 year 2000 thereabout, when these guys were beginning to come in with their extreme ideology. So he came to the mosque and started Moa against Kinekon and that thing is against Kinekon. And my dad sent me to go and call the Malam after the event. But wọ́n ti parí, àárọ̀ ọjọ́ kejì, so alẹ́ náà ṣe. Ìgbà tí ilẹ̀ mọ́, I think the ilẹ̀ mọ́ yẹn, I think was on Saturday. So my dad told me to go and call Mama Kwani Malik. So I went to call Malik and I said, Dad didn't call, wow. So went to meet my dad and I was around. My dad asked a question. Lọ pé ṣé ẹ fẹ́ràn àlàáfíà tá a fi ń bára wa gbé ládùúgbò yìí? In other words, do you have a problem with the peace with which we all, live together as neighbors? That was the last day that guy preached in that event. My dad was a Christian minister or Christian elder. The man was a Muslim. It was a mosque. But because we are Yoruba, we know that we cannot begin to say, Ele Ishebai, Ele Ishebai. And why did he listen to my dad? It's the same reason my dad listened to an allergy. There was something that happened in my house, and it was the allergy that called that. Actually, I think he went to me and my dad. He went to the house. When he got to my dad and told him certain things, my dad listened to him, even though he was Muslim. Let me tell you another story. One day, something happened in that particular house. The man had, several wives. They're all Muslims, and something happened. I don't want to go into the details, but something happened that they needed to get somebody. So, okay, let me put it this way. The dad at Baba Alaji had passed on. The eldest wife had also passed on, but somebody brought something to that house and they wanted to make a decision about that thing. And all the women in that house said, Eloba mommy. They're talking about my mom. Because my mom is older than everybody in that house and one of the elders in the street. So they crossed over to meet my mom to know what she thought about it. It wasn't even about my family, it was about their family. But because she was the eldest woman, they felt that it was important for them to know what she thought about it. They came to meet her as the matriarch. She's a Christian. They are Muslims. We are from Ife. They are from Ibadan. We are not related, but we live together. Therefore, we have family. That is the Yoruba I know. Not all this nonsense that they're doing on social media. I can't put Elebo, I can't put Eru Arabo, I can't put distribution Europeanized Kineko. And the people that say this, like I always say, if you are very quick to insult people like that, you are usually very shallow. That is the truth. You are very shallow. And I'm sorry, but it's the truth. So this is what the Yoruba identity is, where who we are as a people is more important than the faith that we subscribe to. And we have no problems with you doing your thing. Even if you go to the mosque, you can go and come back. Today we'll have conversations. If you go and do Shogo, when you are done and you come back, my mother used to tell me about Kotomache and Leon. Even my two grandparents, my maternal grandparents, they had different deities they subscribed to. My grandmother was Shogo. My grandfather was Oje. And when it was time for the Oje, my grandmother would be the one. I mean, I didn't even meet them. They passed in the 60s. No, one passed in the 40s. The other passed in the 60s. But the point is that she would take care of festivals. So they say Pẹ̀lú Ọkọ. And you see, we have this very funny thing right now in 2024, 2025. We assume that the entire Yoruba religion is one. It's not. And all you have to do is just research. The cosmology may be one, but even that cosmology was updated with time. Without going deep into it, what you discover is that there are belief systems in Oshun that you won't find in Ogun. Somebody ẹni tó ń bọ Ògún ó láwọn èèwọ̀ ẹ̀ tí ó ní kankan ṣe pẹ̀lú èèwọ̀ Ọlọ́ṣun. Pé kọ́ máa mẹ́mú yẹn ọlọ́bàtà ló ní ó lè lọ́bẹ̀ ẹni tó ń bọ Ṣàngó sí ẹni tó ń bọ Ògún sí pé kó máa mú ẹmu. Ábẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹ̀ pé ṣé òun bá yín bọ Bàtálá ni? Because we have this very funny thing that Ìṣẹ̀ṣe is one, all of us is the same. It is not the same. But the question is, how, if it's not the same, how were they able to harmonize over time? So that today you think everybody is just the same. And that's why in the 1850s, maybe after this, but next week or sometime, we're going to talk about the evolution of Christianity in Yoruba land. When Christianity first got to Yoruba land, so the second time it came, the first time was in the 17th century. That was the first time. The second time was in the 19th century, mid-19th century, in the 1850s. When they got to Ife, the people in Ife had no problem with Christianity because they're like, all these things you are bringing, you went from us, so you're just coming back to us. They didn't have an issue. And the reason they didn't have an issue was because they also had multiplicity of deities. The Yoruba religion is very similar. It's not the same, but it's very similar to Hindu. A máa ní ọ̀sẹ̀ méje nínú oṣù kan. Tẹ́ bá máa ṣírò ẹ̀, ó máa jẹ́ ọjọ́ méjìdínlọ́gbọ̀n láàrin oṣù kan. Torí ẹ̀ la ṣe máa ń ní oṣù mẹ́tàlá látijọ́. Ṣé ọjọ́ mẹ́rin yẹn, ọjọ́ kọ̀ọ̀kan fún ọjọ́ mẹ́rin yẹn is ọjọ́ Ògún wà, ọjọ́ Bàtálá wà, ọjọ́ Jákútà wà, ọjọ́ Ọ̀rúnmìlà wà. So even those deities were not venerated on the same day. Wọ́n yàtọ̀. It's Yoruba pantheistic, sir. So I think it depends on how you look at it. Some people have said, and I mean, scholars have given their opinion, and I think they have points. So the people that say it's pantheistic, they are right because you have multiplicity. But there are some people who tell you that it is monotheistic because it's just one supreme being. However, they talk about ideology. Ideology basically means that there are many divine beings. Larry King, yes, so my Shango later. Shango is 14th century. Yoruba dẹ̀ ti pẹ́ ju 14th century lọ. So bí kí Shango tó dé wọ́n ti ń pè ní Jákútà. So you have a situation where I was trying to answer somebody's question. Yes, so you have a situation where you have one supreme being. So some people say because it's just one supreme being, you have to call it monotheism. However, because you have all this other Orisha, they now talk about the concept of agiology or agiography, which means that they have all these other deities that they venerate, although they are not the supreme being. So it depends on how you look at it, but both kidney will be okay. All right, back to what I was saying. So there was something that our fathers have learned in managing this multiplicity of deities. So you can go to a family, for instance, látijọ́ tẹ́ bá rí pé ọkọ oníṣàngó ni, ìyàwó ẹ̀ Ògùn náà ń bọ́ nílé wọn. Ògùn yẹn ló ń dẹ̀ gbé wá sílé ọkọ ẹ̀. Àná kò ní sọ pé kó fìyẹn lẹ̀. And that, so whenever anybody asks you that, how come you guys can have different religions in your family as Yoruba people, it's because kì í ṣòní ló bẹ̀rẹ̀, kì í ṣàná ló bẹ̀rẹ̀, ó ti pẹ́. Bí wọ́n ṣe ń ṣe tó yẹ pé oníṣàngó lè wà lé pẹ̀lú ní Ògún yẹn, bẹ́ẹ̀ náà la ṣe ń ṣe tó yẹ pé you can find governors who are Muslims whose wives are Christians. You can find, there's one that happened in Lagos. The bishop, his daughter, married an Alhaji. And it's not a problem. I'll see if I can find that picture of a bishop who sits as an Alhaja, and he is a bishop. But they are Yoruba. And that's the Yoruba mindset. And for me, it's not about saying everybody must go to one thing. There's never, I like saying there is never, because I know exactly what I'm saying. There's never been a time in Yoruba land when people say to you that, tó bá lọ sí ọ̀nà báyìí, o mọ nǹkan tó túmọ̀ sí Yorùbá. Ìsìn yìí tí wọ́n ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí jáde làwọn Yorùbá yìí sọ oríṣiríṣi nǹkan tó ń sọ. Àwọn tó dẹ̀ ń sọ jù, wọn ò mọ nǹkan tó ń sọ. Tó rẹ̀ ṣe gbọ́ bàbá wo ní ìsọsọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan yẹn. Àwọn tó jẹ́ babaláwo gan sọ fún wa wípé báyìí ni o. You go into the comment section of that particular video and you will find ignorant people contradicting babalawo, because guess what? Anybody can talk on social media. And tó ti mọ kíní fún maybe 50, 60 years, studying it, is telling you something. You who doesn't know how many Ojus are in Ifa will tell him that he's wrong. It's only social media you see that kind of thing. But I mean, it is what it is. So back to what I was saying about Paul. So Paul became a Christian, and then suddenly you start looking at him like, okay, maybe he's going to go to the other extreme as a Christian and say, you know what, I'm a Christian, I don't care for your religion. I don't care for the ethnicity. After all, it was Paul who said, do good to all men, particularly those of the household of faith. It was Paul who, came up with the idea of the Gentile Christians. So for instance, if I were to be living in the days of Paul, even today, I cannot be a Jewish Christian. I'll be seen as a Gentile. So Paul had brought the gospel to the people. I'm giving this background and I'm going to read some things in the Bible. He has brought the gospel to people who were not Jews. So again, just more information. Peter in theology is seen as the apostle to the Jews. Paul is seen as the apostle to the Gentiles. The word Gentile does not mean anything other than non-Jew. Gentile just means that you are not a Jew. Gentile is what Jews call every other people. The same way, you have, and that's what we were saying the other day, we were talking about exonyms. People have different names for different ethnic groups. So you could call some people, the only one that's coming to my mind is Ebu. Excuse me. But the only nǹkan tó wá sí mi lọ́kàn sí Ebu ni. But bó ṣe máa ń poríṣiríṣi àwọn ẹ̀yà pé àwọn eléyìí ẹni tí ò bá ti ń ṣe Yorùbá nǹkan tó máa pọ̀ wọ́n lé nìyẹn. Bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ni fún àwọn Júù gbà yẹn. Ẹni tí ò bá ti ń ṣe Jew is considered a Gentile. So whether you were Greek, whether you were Assyrian, wherever you were a Gentile. So Paul took the gospel with another man called Barnabas. They traveled and they preached the gospel. They had their first missionary journey, and then they had subsequent ones. After they separated, they continued preaching at different points. But the point is that there's a scripture in Acts. There's a chapter called there's a chapter in Acts 15, where something happened. And I'm laying this foundation because of what I'm about to say. In Acts 15, they brought the report of what they had done among the Gentiles. They brought it to the elders in Jerusalem. So remember, majority of the people that started Christianity were Jews, right? And because they were Jews, the seat of Christianity was in Jerusalem, although the Jews themselves do not like Christians. For instance, Paul himself was a Jew who persecuted Christians, and in his persecution, in their being persecuted, they had to spread to different parts of the world, right? So some of those was others. Thank you, Esquire. Thank you. Excuse me. So Paul was one of those Jews who didn't like Christians. So the exact same way Jews. Let's power up, please. We're on 22K. We should be more than this. And we see this amber alert. Let's try and make it green. Let's try and keep the live going. We're on 22.4K now. Thank you for liking it. Let's please power tap. When we do that, we're able to get the live on FYP. And like I said, ISM better than I think one or but I think one there. So let me continue. So most of them were Jews. Now, some things happened on the field. When they got there, some people told them that they had to be, for them to be Christians, they had to observe Jewish practices. And Paul was like, no. These people, their tradition is not Jewish. They have their own culture, but they are Christians. So eventually in Acts 15, they were in Jerusalem to have the conversation with the council. And when they got there, the council said, you know what, we're going to have a law. So they wrote a letter and gave it to Paul and Barnabas. And they said to them, it seems good to us and to the Holy Spirit that you should do this. Don't do this. And in doing that, they made sure that they did not put them under the burden of the Jewish culture, although they were all Christians. Having said that, let me read something from Paul himself, what he said about himself. I read from again, this is not a religious conversation. We're going to read the same way I read from Ifada Day. You know, I read Otuameji, I read Owori Wese, I read something from Ejiogbe. You know, those things more fine. Although a lot of us are not Ifa devotees, because we're trying to get to something, we read those things together. So this time around, I read something from the Bible. It is not a religious conversation, but we need this information in order to have a robust conversation, right? So in Philippians 3 verse 5 to 6, Paul said, I was circumcised on the 8th day. I'm of the stock of Israel, of the tribe of Benjamin, a Hebrew of Hebrews. Give me 1 second. I want to read it from another Bible. From another number. I actually meant another translation, not another Bible like different types of Bible. I'm just reading. It's the same thing, but we can number. Okay, good. I found it. So you know how people were they were telling people how they must do things according to the Jewish traditions and all of those things, and they were trying to forju tembelu Paul. So Paul now said, he says, if anyone else thinks he may have confidence in the flesh, that means in his ethnic identity and all of those things. He said, oh, thank you, the Esquire. The Esquire. That's a play on Esquire. Well done. Well done. That's smart. Ekushe. All right. So it says here, if anyone else thinks he may have confidence in the flesh, I more so. Circumcised on the 8th day, of the stock of Israel, of the tribe of Benjamin, a Hebrew of the Hebrews, concerning the law a Pharisee, concerning zeal, persecuting the church, concerning the righteousness, which is the law, blameless. So what he was doing was to reel out his own credentials. So let me try and read it to you, how it would have been if it was Yoruba. So let's assume the name of the person is, let me put someone in the comment section. If you're a Christian in the comment section, say hi. I don't want any name. I just want to use someone as an example. I don't want to use myself. So if you are a Christian, and very soon you're going to get what I'm trying to say here. If you're a Christian, just say hi. Thank you, Esquire. So let's say it's like saying, Esquire, please unmute. Let's have this conversation. Let's banter a bit. So Esquire, you are up here already. Thank you, Mr. Abitoye and Mr. Sam. Esquire, you there? AKMA, well done. All right. So you're Yoruba. Ekabo. Yoruba ni abi.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni sir.
Ọmọ Olúbo ní ẹ̀yà wo nínú Yorùbá?
Ketu from Idofa.
Idofa in Ogun State. Okay, to that. So Ketu. So if Paul were Esquire now, I know you probably prefer anonymity. Just an example. Paul máa sọ pé I, Paul, circumcised on the 8th day. Ṣé pé ọjọ́ mẹ́jọ náà máa ń kọlà nílẹ̀ Yorùbá náà? Ìpè wọ́n kọ mí là lọ́jọ́ mẹ́jọ. Of the stock of Israel, is like saying of the stock of Yoruba, of the tribe of Benjamin, láti Ketu, a Hebrew of the Hebrews. In other words, you are Yoruba Pombele. So what am I trying to say here? Paul, even though he was a Christian and he was an apostle, he was very intentional about his ethnic identity. He was telling people not just that he was Israel, he was an Israelite. He also mentioned that he was from a specific tribe. The same way you have tribes of Israel, you also have tribes of Yoruba. So tribes of Yoruba will be Oyo, will be Ketu, will be Awori, will be Okun, Ekiti, Ife, àti bẹ́ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ. All those people, those are tribes of Yoruba people. That's why I don't like people calling Yoruba tribe, because it reduces who we are as a people. We are not a tribe. We are made up of tribes, because àwọn tí mo dárúkọ ń sìn yìí, nínú wọn, you see other groups. So if you go to Okun, for instance, you see Kaba, you see Jumu, you see different groups nínú group Okun yẹn. If you go to Oyo, you see different groups. You go to Ketu, you see different groups. And Ketu is the tribe, Yoruba is the ethnic nation. So Paul was asserting his ethnic identity even though he was a Christian. And so the idea that once you become a Christian, you just jettison everything about where you're from and let's just forget our ethnic identity and just say religious first is stupid. It's stupid because you're making it sound as if you just appeared from the sky and you became a Christian. You were born like that. Let me say this. If you're a Christian, there's nobody who is born a Christian. I don't know about other religions, but nobody is born a Christian. If we are going by theology,
That's very true, sir.
decide to be a Christian. Oh, sorry. I heard the sound in the background, but you can unmute and contribute. You have to decide to be a Christian. In Romans, the Bible says that with the heart a man believes, with the mouth confession is made unto salvation. In other words, to be a Christian, you have to believe it in your heart and say it with your mouth. Your parents being Christians don't make you a Christian. So when people say things like my father goes to church, my mother goes to church, I'm a Christian, I'm like, it's like saying that you packed. Oh, I'm going there, Mister. The idea of you have to have fit, or at least do whether it's the gym or anything. But you can't just say because I go to the gym, I am fit. I go to the church, I'm a Christian. That's just nonsense. And it's only people that do that that tell you that you cannot call yourself a Christian and a Yoruba or a Muslim and a Yoruba. The idea that once you get to become a Muslim, for instance, like what they are saying right now, that the religion is more important. Maybe to them it is. And what you should ask yourself is this: there's an owe in the Yoruba. When you talk about dash of funny, so and before me, jẹ́ kí n kọ́kọ́ wò is the people that you say, okay, I have this thing, nothing. Is it the way the political structure is, or the way the people are kept, or what happens when somebody says something about the religion? How people go haywire? Oh, look, for not all Jews were Roman citizens. That's why. Be are we born on it? he now became a Roman. But I'm going to read about that eventually. It's also in the book of Acts. But what I'm trying to say basically is from what we just read now, one of the cover is that although he was a Christian, although he was proud of his
Brabusi, I think your line is going and coming.
Nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ lánàá náà nìyẹn o. Ẹ jẹ́ ká máa power tap so that
Yeah.
same thing happened yesterday.
Yeah, ó dà pé wọn ò mọ̀ àbí? Ó dà pé wọn ò mọ̀.
No, he does not know. Let's
Yeah,
just do the power tapping for him so he will remain live.
the FY, yeah. Brabusi, probably, I don't know, your line is coming and going. I think it's the network.
Can you hear me now? Ṣé ń gbọ́ mi báyìí?
Yeah, à ń gbọ́ yín sìn.
Okay, ẹ má bínú ọ̀rọ̀ network yìí nǹkan ni.
Yeah,
I'm trying to switch between.
From the last point, we did not hear you, sir.
Okay, ẹ má bínú. What was the last thing you heard me say?
You're talking about Paul when can't remember now. Aduni, can you remember, sis?
Èmi wọ́n wà ní ṣáwà ọmọ ìtẹ̀jáde sí mo kàn wípé.
Okay, I can continue also. I was talking about how Paul asserted his ethnicity even though he was a Christian, right?
Yes, continue from that.
And that there is this thing that's going on right now, especially from our brothers, and it's not even the Yorùbá Muslims that are doing it, it's Muslims from other regions that are doing it. And what they are saying is that the Yoruba person is less Muslim because he considers his ethnicity to be above his religion. So they'll say things like, you cannot say that you are Yoruba first. You have to be Muslim first, because that is how we know you are serious. So I asked a question. I hope you heard it. I was like, if you're going to tell me that Yorubas have a saying, what exactly do you have in your region based on this ideology that I can copy? And the answer is nothing. So if I look at you in your region, you are the one who, your religion comes first, your ethnicity is secondary and all those things. But when I look at you, I can't find anything I want to aspire to based on this ideology of religion comes first. Which tells you that if you don't have anything to share with me based on your practice of this ideology, then I have a right and a reason to not even want to take you seriously. Right? And so there's nothing like, oh, the religion comes first. No, for you, maybe it does, but for the Yoruba person, it shouldn't. Right? And in this particular scripture that we're reading of what Paul said, Paul was boasting about who he was when he mentioned that he was circumcised on the 8th day. So to the Jews, circumcision was actually not just something you did. It wasn't even so much like, cutting off the foreskin. Yes, that's the act. But the reason was you were trying to connect that child to the ancestor who was Abraham. When Abraham had the covenant with God, the sign covenant here was circumcision. It's like, for instance, you have an agreement with somebody and you have to have a document to prove that that agreement is sealed. When God, and again, I'm talking from the Jewish perspective, when God had an agreement with Abraham, the way to seal it was circumcision. So when Paul said, I was circumcised on the 8th day, what he was saying is that I am a seed of Abraham. So it's like hearing a Yoruba Christian or a Yoruba Muslim telling you about his connection to Odudua. 2 days ago, I was doing something with my kids, and I advise you guys to do it as well. I was having a conversation with my children, and I was saying, you guys, do you know, I mean, they know the Oriki, but I want to make sure beyond Oriki, show more genealogy beyond daddy and grandpa. So I brought out the family tree that I
that I made, by the way, that family tree that I made is based on what my father and his cousins made and based on the books I'd read. So when I was, I mean, they've been doing that thing since maybe the 70s, but I eventually finished it. So when I finished it, no, there is religion thinkers. There is something called religion. There is something called religion. It's not everything that is cultural expression. There's cultural expression, there's culture, but there's definitely spirituality and there's definitely religion. Big Daddy, I'm also but where I'm going was that, so I was telling them about, who we descended from. And I said in our genealogy, the first 6 people in our genealogy were Oni. The first 6 were kings. And then we counted the remaining, and then I said, this is where we are. I won't tell you how many generations. So we did that. So if my child comes out now, if any of my children comes out and says, I am a descendant of this, some people already, I think Ayo knows my family, but I'm a descendant of this Kiniko. I wanted to make sure that my children, even though we are Christians and they have subscribed to Christianity, like I said, you're not born a Christian, you have to choose. They have chosen. But beyond the fact that they have chosen to be that, they have to remember who their father is and who their grandfather, their great-grandfather, up until, by God's grace and by the grace of studying, we can trace our ancestry to somewhere around 9th century AD. So the blessing that is that we can quote that without losing our spirituality or our faith. So when people say things like, once you become a person of faith, you're a Christian, could make sense. My genealogy will start with Benin people. Any Yoruba name ending with Oyi is of Benin origin. How come you don't think that Evan is a Benin person? No wonder. So let me tell you something, Evan. My genealogy, since we are bantering, let me banter with you for a second. My genealogy begins with Odudua. I'm a direct descendant of Odudua. And that's why I always tell you that your king and myself, we are cousins, apart from the Ovien who are in the town. I'm a cousin to your king. And what you should say really is that every Uyi in Benin is a copy of Yoruba. Why? Because the Yoruba identity was well cemented before anybody even thought of the existence of Benin, thousands of years before Benin. So I cannot be of Benin origin. It's only people from Benin that can be of Yoruba origin. So, and again, I'm your king's cousin. And that's why I don't insult him. Back to the point. So the way this works is that as a Christian, Paul still mentioned his ethnic identity. Let me read something else that somebody beat me to it in the comment section. As in is an act. Again, we're talking about the possibility of Paul being a Yoruba man because of how he handled the idea of religion and ethnicity. Mr. Patrick, you don't know me. You must be one of those dumb guys. Sorry, I don't use those words, but I think it's apt for you. It describes you perfectly. So I'm not sorry I did. Actually, I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry. So let me read something that Paul said in Acts. Acts 16. All right. He said, but Paul said to them, they have beaten us. Okay, so they beat them at a particular point. Let me just read from this place. Okay, so let me just summarize. You know the story of what did the chefs call the religion? Why we connect religion with belief? We're going to get to that, thinkers. Let's stick to something else. But I get your point, but I know what you think you're saying and what you probably think I don't know. But you know what, guys? I'm sorry. Let me just answer your question. If you want to debunk a thing, I ask you to do one thing. Please start with the terms. Understand the terms. So, like I always say, our ancestors were spiritual, but they were not just spiritual. They were scientific, they were cultural, they were artistic, they were innovative. They were all those wonderful things, but they were also spiritual. Spirituality is universal. Everybody was spiritual, and the spirituality had a name. Why? How did it have a name? Once tó bá ti forí nǹkan tó ń ṣe sọ òrìṣà kan, òrìṣà yẹn ó ti gbé orúkọ nǹkan tó ń ṣe. So there's no way you're going to say mò ń bọ Ògún, mò ń bọ Ọ̀ṣun, mò ń bọ Ṣàngó, and you say spirituality wa ò lórúkọ. When people say things like that, it makes us feel like we are proud. But it actually means that we are low-level people. If we say we never had religion, then it means that our ancestors did not think. It's like we're saying that our ancestors were dumb. Because for you not to have religion means that you're not a very smart group of people. So the question is that terms, let's define terms. What is religion? So we start with spirituality. Spirituality is basically the concept of or the belief in the supernatural. That's what spirituality really is about at its root. Of course, it's deeper than that, but that's not the topic of today. Around that belief. And you start seeing what a system is. Like I always say, once you begin to have liturgy, you begin to have rituals, you begin to have priesthood, you have a religion. So what is liturgy? This is how we do it when we want to worship this deity. Ama tepo sórí ẹni. That's liturgy. Ama kúnlẹ̀ tá bá fẹ́ bọ. Ama pa obì. Ama dálẹ̀ kóbì yan. That's ritual. So when you have liturgy, báyìí la ṣe ń ṣe. Once you start saying báyìí la ṣe ń ṣe, you have liturgy. Èdè báyìí la máa ń pè tá bá ti fẹ́ bọ òòṣà yìí. Ọ̀rọ̀ báyìí la máa sọ. That is liturgy. Tẹ́ bá rí dájú ẹ máa rí pé even ní South America lónìí, àwọn Brazil tó máa fẹ́ ṣe àwọn nǹkan tó ń ṣe, Yorùbá wọn lè má dán mọ́rán, ṣùgbọ́n máa rí pé ẹ máa gbọ́ Yorùbá tátàtà because the language of worship is Yorùbá. Is part of liturgy. If you have liturgy in the worship of a thing, you have religion. Apart from liturgy, there's a concept of rituals. And when we say rituals, I'm not saying one bebo, but it's part of it. Once you start having things to do with ama pa obi, ama da, ogbodoyan, ama gbebo, ama ṣe báyìí, ama ṣèyí, ama ṣọ̀hún, you have rituals. A máa pàtẹ́wọ́, a máa kọrin, a máa jókòó, a máa gbàdúrà, a máa súre. I'm using different religions, so a máa gbàdúrà as Christians, a máa súre, a máa sọ báyìí, tóbi bá yàn, you have rituals. No, it's okay, my brother, it's okay. It's okay. So yeah, liturgy is order of worship. Rituals are the acts that are carried out. Two more things. And somebody wrote the fourth one. Thank you very much for writing that, Sunshine. Thank you. Let me even mention that one before I mention the last one. The third one is doctrine. This is how we do things. It is written or it is said. Àwọn àgbààgbà sọ wípé tó bá ti wá báyìí ni kò ṣe. Ẹ jẹ́ ká ṣe bí wọ́n ṣe ń ṣe kó bá lè rí bó ṣe ń rí. That is doctrine. It doesn't have to be written down. It is documented, even though it's just in the minds of our people or of the priests. Wọ́n ti ní lọ́pọlọ wọn, wọ́n dẹ̀ ń kọ́ wa. That is doctrine. If you have that, you have a religion. Lastly, priesthood. As long as you have Babalawo, Babanifa, Iyanifa, Abore, once you have that hierarchy and that structure, even the Ogboni, you have the Akpeno, you have the Warefa. Once you have, the executive council, you have the membership. Once you have that, you have order, you have hierarchy, you have priesthood. Those first three things I mentioned, liturgy, ritual, priesthood, and then the doctrine, that if you have those things, there is no way you say you have no religion. And if you don't have a religion, or your people have never created a religion, it is because your people are fundamentally inferior. For you to say that, yes, Lady Lord, thank you, instead of teaching on norms, and boy, say by my share, and ben, and almost all a war, and we war by a gbọ́dọ̀ ṣe báyìí. Those are doctrinal positions. What I'm saying basically is that for you to say we are ancient, we are proud people, we have an ancient civilization, we must have created religion, and we did create religion, and it was not just one. We created several. So to say that we have no religion is to actually reduce Yoruba people to the level of so if we say, and by the way, not only were we religious, we also exported our religion. And thank you, Obalufon. Our religion is what you find in Benin today. Whether it's Ogun, Shango, Olokun, okay, Shango, Olokun, Ogun, even Ifa, those things were exported from Yoruba land and they went with the structure that Yoruba people created for it. So please, let me quickly say, before I go back to the topic, when people say we're not religious, that thing, let me just tell you this. And it came from, I used to talk, there's a movement that became very popular in the US around the 1960s and 1970s. It's called the New Age movement. That New Age movement had an aversion for organized religion. Organized religion. So anything that has to do with church, priesthood, the pastor said, they said no. They had a problem with that. And so they embraced something which is actually funny. They also embraced another religion, but they redid it. The religion they embraced was Eastern in origin. They embraced a lot of Oriental concepts that you will find in Hinduism. Excuse me. So if you notice, spirituality, yeah, so they're spiritual. They're not, thank you, Esquire. So they'll say, oh, we are spiritual people, we are not religious. Because they're trying to remove the burden of structure of the order. And it can be good, it can be bad. I'm not saying it's perfect. I'm just saying that, they feel like, oh, we don't want this, we don't want anybody to say, I'm your pastor, I'm your leader. I want to be able to have conversation with God. These fantastic things. So they came up with they bought into the idea of, there's a man. It was known as a yogi. One of the first people. They got to the US around in the late 60s. I have his book. He's actually a very fantastic thinker, to be fair. He's a very fantastic thinker. But it was a yogi, and he was one of the first set of Indian gurus who got into America and taught them, Eastern stuff. It's another topic, Sha, but it's funny you just mentioned it. Oh, Lady Law, please come up. Oh. So that came from Hinduism. Then later on, and if you notice, if you study it was after that churches started saying that, I'm going to come back to the topic, it was after that the Americans started saying that they were non-denominational, they were interdenominational. Those are the things that, ecumenism had started before then, but it's a whole different topic. But the point is just that when people say that I am not religious, it's not an original concept. It's from the New Age movement of America in the 1960s. And what they were saying was that they didn't want anything organized. But the funny thing was that what they were embracing was actually organized in India. But that's topic for another day. Because all those yoga they practice is part of religious tradition in India, but they use it as exercise in America. But we'll talk about it another time. Anyway, let's go back to what we're reading. So Paul talked about being a Jew, but beyond being a Jew, thank you, the Esquire. Yoga is very spiritual, but they make it everything that gets to America gets commercialized. That's the truth. But we'll talk about that some other time. Paul talked a lot about being a Jew, but he also talked about another citizenship. So his ethnicity was Jewish, so he always talked about his ethnicity. He rarely spoke about his citizenship because he rarely had need to speak of his citizenship. Now, citizenship will be the concept of Rome. He was a Roman by citizenship, but he was a Jew by ethnicity. It's similar to saying that, and then he was a Benjamite by tribe. So it's like saying that you are a Nigerian by citizenship, you have the Yoruba stock by ethnicity, and then you are Ketu by tribe. And the only time, and Paul spoke more about his Jewish identity than even his Roman citizenship, which is why I tell people I am more inclined to assert my Yorubaness than my Nigerianness. And it's not because being a Nigerian is bad. I think it's actually quite good. It's just that I think being Yoruba is more important. It's more ancient. It has more structure. There's values attached to it. I can define it. I can't really define what being a Nigerian is. And I have tried. Right? I can define Nigeria, but I can't define Nigerianness. Being a Nigerian. without subscribing to ethnic groupings. Like you cannot explain being a Nigerian without eventually mentioning your ethnicity. So why don't you just embrace it? You get what I'm saying? So Paul talked about the ethnicity and tribe. His tribe was Benjamin. His ethnicity was Jew. And then I accepted your request to Lady Law. I accepted it a while back. Maybe it's a network. Okay, thank you. So, but his citizenship was Roman. And the first time the concept of his citizenship came up was when somebody did something to them. And so what happened was that, and you must have heard this saying, again, when we hear Bible, sometimes if you're a Christian, like I always say to Christians, please read your Bible. Read your Bible. That Paul and Silas, they prayed, there are historical nuggets inside that story that I'll probably just share a little of it. So back then, Paul, Paul had traveled to a place with a man called Silas. They were both Christians, they were both apostles. They went to preach somewhere, and they had gone to, was this Athens? Mumbo, I want to be sure. Yes, they had gone to Macedonia. They had gone to Macedonia, and they were going to preach. So while they were preaching, Athens, thank you, Athens. They eventually got to Athens from Macedonia. They went to Athens. Mumbo, short on. Yeah. So while they were preaching, the Jews, something happened. What happened was that there was a girl who had a spirit of divination. And she was shouting, "Oh, look at Paul, look at these guys, they have come from heaven." Of course, some people will say, "I want you, Wani." But Paul said that spirit is not the spirit of God. And the reason was because the person who was using that girl, they will say things. So the idea of Kioma prophesy is not just a Christian thing. People do it in different religions all over the world. But in this particular case, this girl was talking about them, not because she was necessarily in tune with what they were doing, but in order to get money for her master. So Paul, cast out the spirit in the girl, and then it became a problem because now said the man who was making money off the girl, she was a slave girl, she was a slave, but she had a gift. And so she would use that gift to do fortune telling, but the money will go to the master. So the master got angry because Paul had cast out that spirit. And then it now became a problem. It became an issue that the government had, the police, I'm using police loosely now, they had to get involved, and then they arrested Paul, and then they beat himself and Silas and locked them in prison, where you get the song, Paul and Silas, they prayed, they sang, the Holy Ghost came down. So they were praying and singing, and then there was earthquake and the doors were open. But that's not even the point. The real story was, yes, Esquire, you're very correct. So the real story for this particular conversation was that later on, after they were released, after the miracle happened and everywhere was shaking, the centurion, who was the man in charge of like 100 soldiers, that's why it's called centurion, he came and said, "You know what, let this guy just go, because there's nothing else to do." So let me just read something to you. He said, the centurion took them to the magistrate, the magistrate said, "Let them go." So the keeper of the prison reported these words to Paul, saying that, "Oh, the magistrates of Wikema law, Tori, what's in Molilano?" Yes, Yanu Shelari, but that is not even about the Yanu, it's about the fact that one Pekesha law, what's in Ikema law. Paul now says something. He said, "They have beaten us openly on condemned Romans, and they have thrown us into prison. And now do they put us out secretly? No, indeed. Let them come themselves and get us out." Paul used the citizenship card here. By the way, the name Paul is Greek, while Saul is Hebrew. So whenever he went to minister to àwọn tí òkè ṣe Jew, ó máa pè rẹ̀ ní Paul. Tó bá ti délé, á pè rẹ̀ ní Saul. And that is why you can be a Christian and your name is John, but you're also Adebusui. By the way, my middle name is not John. I don't even really like Greek names. I don't like Hebrew names either. But you get what I'm saying. So he will call himself a Greek name. It's like giving yourself an American. I was talking about this last week when we were talking about why Yoruba parents sometimes give foreign names to their children, especially when they're abroad. The reason is for assimilation purposes. The reason is because you answer less questions. What we are doing right now, somebody did it thousands of years ago. It's not new. The idea basically is that if your name is let me look for a name. Let's say Amanda, for instance, as a girl in the UK, it might be easier for you to get something, especially in the US, to be fair, than if your name is your surname is Yoruba anyway, but if your first name is hard to pronounce, it could be a problem. Thank you very much for the gift. So that's the reason. So that's what Paul did. His name is Saul, but he called himself Paul, which meant the same thing, by the way, but that's the Greek way of Hey. And people I shall like you, Allah. Who is the real Antichrist? America has a Bible class, don't you? We're talking about ethnicity, we're just using Paul as a reference point. We'll come to all those other topics. Maybe one day I'll do somebody has told me to do Ifa. Now you're asking me about Antichrist. So one day I'll do it. So let me read something to you again from what Paul said. You can just look what I'm doing right now. Just look at it as somebody reading from the source or from sources. So it's not about religion, all right? Paul was a lawyer, but people doing all those things are unlearned. I'm not going to respond to you. Let me read something else that happened to Paul. So Paul again went somewhere else to preach, and when he got there, this was in Jerusalem, and then he got in trouble because he was preaching. So they arrested him, and then said all kinds of things to him, and then something happened. I don't want to go into all the details, but let me read something from verse 25 of Acts 22. As they bound him with thongs, Paul said to the centurion who stood by, "Is it lawful for you to scourge a man who is a Roman and uncondemned?" So let me put it this way. See, back in the day, you couldn't beat a Roman. Let me just put it that way. If you're a Roman citizen, nobody could beat you. It's like a Nigerian going to some parts of Africa and just throwing your weight around like, I am Nigerian. Like, you can't do that. Let me tell you one very funny story. It happened in South Africa. So some people were trying to get food, and the queue was long, and there's another queue. So this particular queue that was very long had a lot of blacks in it. A lot of blacks in it, but there's a shorter queue, not too far away, but there were no blacks there. And the Nigerians got in the restaurant, and they just went straight to the queue where there were no blacks there, but it was a shorter queue. And so when they got there, the person, no, it wasn't a restaurant. I think it was an office. The person at the desk was like, "Are you Nigerian?" Then the guy said, "Yes." I said, "No wonder. Like, you must be Nigerian." So you know the way, and what I said right now, you know exactly why it would happen like that in South Africa. History Pombe. So the idea basically is that the Nigerian can go anywhere, well, for the most part, if he's not doing illegal things. It's not the entitlement, it's the fact that why should white people be on a queue where there are fewer people there, and then there's this long queue with black people? Why can't you just attend to everybody? That's what the white man. Let me tell you something about Nigeria, which is one of the good things about Nigeria. Again, our identity is difficult to explain what our identity is. But Nigeria sometimes is like Ibadan. You know how Ibadan have this saying, Ibadan man sọ pé tí kò bá ṣẹlẹ̀ ọmọ Ìbàdàn ń ṣerú ẹnì kọ̀ọ̀kan ogun ò kó wa rí. When tógun ò bá kó ẹ rí, ó ní ìgboyà tí wàá ní tó bá ń bá àwọn ẹgbẹ́ ẹ sọ̀rọ̀ gbòòrò. That's how Nigerians are. Let me tell you something. There is hardly, I don't think you can find 1,000 Nigerians out of the 200 million Nigerians. I don't think you can find 1,000 Nigerians who have memory, practical, experiential memory of colonialism. I don't think so. And I'm not saying that there are no people that were here before 1960s. So I'm saying like Ijegaba Wenyibo. Okay, let's put this. Let's say a million. Maybe 1,000 is too small. Let's say a million.
Oh, thank you, Larry King. Let's say a million. I'm not sure you can find a million Nigerians with that residual, not even experiential information of what happened to them under the colonialist. It's different in South Africa. So the Nigerian is like a Yorùbá man tó wà pé ogun òkó wa rí. So tó bá débẹ̀ ó máa sọ nǹkan tó fẹ́ sọ, not because kí ló kàn mí pẹ̀lú nǹkan tó ń bá káàkiri níbi yìí, ẹ̀yin lẹ́mọ̀ nǹkan tó ṣe é pẹ̀lú colour of your skin that has become a problem. But for me, I'm Nigerian, I'm proud. I don't even see color. So that is what it means. Thank you. Welcome, Dosman. And thank you, Legilor. Very correct. And so that's what it means, to be Roman at the time. You couldn't be beaten anyhow because you're Roman. To be Roman, in fact, let me read something to you from what Paul said. Paul said, this is actually very funny. I'll read something to you from how Paul said it. He said, as they bound him with thongs, Paul said to the centurion who stood by, is it lawful for you to scourge a man who is a Roman and uncondemned? When the centurion heard that, he went and told the commander, saying, take care what you do, for this man is a Roman. I arrived in 59, but my later than grandparents, they experienced colonialism. Thank you, Mr. Abe. Thank you. Ṣùgbọ́n I think you're going to agree with me that lè réèyàn bí 1 million tó dàbí àwọn bàbá yín tí wọ́n rí nǹkan táwọn òyìnbó ṣe. So a lot of us don't have that experience of colonialism. The majority of Nigerian people don't have the experience of colonialism, and that's why some people use it as an excuse to be unfortunate by doing illegal things abroad. But for the most part, it gives you that confidence that you require to be able to navigate life. And that's why Nigerians are the way we are in America, is where we are the way we are in the UK. We don't go around, being subservient. And that's also the reason, maybe one day, I don't know if it's going to happen here, maybe one day we'll talk about the Black American experience. If you ever met a Black American, they usually have issues with Nigerians. And it's not because they are bad people, it's just because they have a memory. And sadly, they don't have that memory, but it's been institutionalized, not just by the government, but by also people who trade off of reminding people of their suffering. But Nigerian people don't have that kind of problem in America either. So that's what I was saying here. So Paul said, would you do this to me? I'm a Roman and I'm uncondemned. Then the centurion went to tell the commander, take care what you do, for this man is a Roman. Right? Then the commander came and said to him, tell me, are you a Roman? Then Paul said, yes. Then the commander, now look at what's about to happen now. Commander answered, with a large sum, I obtained the citizenship. The commander who is sanctioning people to beat Paul bought the citizenship, which you can buy. It's like being naturalized, right? So, and that's why I said, the Bible is not just about shouting. There are some history hidden in there. So he said, I bought it with a lot of money. And then Paul now said, but I was born a citizen. So Paul did not buy the citizenship. His father was already a citizen. He was born a citizen. The commander bought the citizenship. And what he did could have landed him in trouble because he touched a Roman citizen. Why did I say that? When it was necessary, Paul wasn't just shouting that, hey, I'm Christian. I'm Christian. There were times he mentioned his ethnic identity. There were times he mentioned his citizenship. And as a matter of fact, in his lifetime and in his work, he spoke more of his ethnicity than his citizenship. So those people who go on Twitter telling, oh, okay, Madam Adoni, see you later. Those who go on Twitter telling people that, oh, let's forget our ethnicity, let's forget Kinikon, let's just hold on to religion, or they tell you that you are tribal by asserting your ethnic identity. The question you should be asking them is that what else should you be? It's like a Roman telling Paul that forget about being a Jew, you are Roman, you are Roman first. You know those Nigerian people that Rome has more identity than Nigeria. Nigeria can have an identity, but we have to create it. It has not been created yet, at least within Nigeria.
It's only when you go out of Nigeria that it suddenly becomes like, okay, you now start looking for a way to create that stuff, But the point is that unless you want to call Paul a tribalist, which I don't think he was very quick to assert his ethnic identity where he had to. There are a few more things I want to talk to us about. And I've been speaking for a while, but if you just allow me to read maybe one or two more stuff. And so what have we said so far? We talked about the fact that he told people that, listen, guys, I was circumcised on the 8th day. I'm a Hebrew of the Hebrews. I'm of the stock of Israel, of the tribe of Benjamin. He talked about his ethnicity and he talked about his tribe. Paul was like a Yoruba person who had the Israel as the stock, that's the Yoruba, and then had Benjamin as his tribe, which is Oyo or Ketu or Awori and so on and so forth. Oh boy, I say how many things to say. Okay, let me read something else to you here. So Paul was very, very interested in his people, and he did something that was very extreme, but not the extreme that he did in time past. One day he was praying for his people and he said to God, again, we're talking from a Christian perspective. Let me read something to you from Romans 9, what he said. He said, I could wish that I myself were accursed from Christ for my brethren, my countrymen, according to the flesh, who are Israelites, to whom pertain the adoption, the glory, the covenants, the giving of the law, the service of God, and the promises. Paul was saying that if he could, he would have to be cursed just so Israel could be saved. In that moment, you see that interplay of his loyalty to Christianity, but his love for his people. And that is why the idea that once you become one religion, Muslim, Christian, whatever, forget Yoruba identity is a very stupid idea. Pardon my French. A few more things, and this is the one I think is quite big. I'm just going to read it, and I hope that you listen to this last. There are other scriptures, but I want to just read this one and then allow other people to speak. The way time's in law. Then I'll come back and read a few more about Paul. I want to read something to you from Acts 21. If you're a Christian and you know this, you can also speak to it once we're done explaining it. But it's one thing that, when people ask me, how are you able to talk about Yoruba philosophy and read, Ifa? I like to show them this scripture. I won't explain, sir, but I'll just tell you. I'll just read the scripture to you. Acts 21. 1 second, please. Hey, Joe. 1 second, 1 second, 1 second. By the way, if you have a Bible, you can open to Acts 21. Paul quoted pagan poets in scripture. Absolutely, Esquire. Absolutely. He did it twice. And I think maybe it's my work. I think my work is part of it. In order to do my work, I have to quote sources that are not exactly Christian, and so I think it helps me to understand why Paul did what he did. Like sometimes you are going to quote people who are not even religious, let alone Christian. Now to get your thoughts across. There's something I need to do. Let me finish reading. Let me read first, and then I'll go and do that stuff. Acts 21. It's a long read. After those days, we packed and went up to Jerusalem. Also, some of the disciples from Caesarea went with us and brought with them a certain Nathan of Cyprus, an early disciple with whom we were to lodge. With also was Paul himself. Timothy was with him. He had some other companions. All right. Should I first read that one? Should I first read that one before I read this one? This one is long. Mambo, I want to read something that Paul did with Timothy. Yes, sir. Let me read something that Paul did with Timothy. Then I'll come back and then I'll read this one later. Let me read that one first because that one is shorter. So Paul wanted to travel to Jerusalem, right? Remember, Paul was a Jew and he always talked about being circumcised. Like I said to us, circumcision to the Israelites was like your ID card. It was also a reaffirmation of the covenant that God had with Abraham. So everybody had to be circumcised. However, there was this person who Paul had, Paul was his mentor and was already ministering in a place called, eventually he settled in a place called Ephesus. So this man, his father was Jew, but his mother was Greek. He's a person that most people here will be calling mixed breed. But not most people, some people here, especially those people they will call him mixed breed, whatever. But then the thing is that his father was Jew. Sorry, his father was Greek. I'm sorry. His father was Greek, but his mother was a Jew. Now, because his father was Greek, I mean, they didn't really participate in many of the Jewish cultural practices. So understand that although níbẹ̀rẹ̀ religious observance tó ní ṣe pẹ̀lú covenant between Abraham and God, the circumcision jẹ́, ṣùgbọ́n it now became a cultural thing that you had to do to your son lọ́jọ́ kẹjọ. So I want to read something to you from Acts 16. Then he's talking about Paul. He came to Derbe and Lystra. And behold, a certain disciple was there named Timothy, the son of a certain Jewish woman who believed, but his father was Greek. He was well spoken of by the brethren who were at Lystra and Iconium. Paul wanted, please listen very carefully. Paul wanted to have him go on with him, and he took him and circumcised him because of the Jews who were in that region, for they all knew that his father was Greek. So, this man's father was Greek. He could claim to be Jew because his mother was Jew, but he was not circumcised. Now he was a Christian, but he wanted to go and mix with the Jews and preach to them. However, he wasn't circumcised. Paul did not say, and I'm going to say this before I go to the other one is deeper than this one, so let me just stay with this for a second. Paul did not say, oh, we don't care about that Jewish tradition of circumcision. Who cares? Who cares? Who cares? We're Christians. Paul was one of those people who received the letter from the apostles in Acts chapter 15, just a chapter before this one, who went around telling the Gentiles, you don't have to do what Jews do. But in this particular instance, even Paul was like, this guy has to be circumcised. Why? It is the way to prove that you are Jew. You cannot be an uncircumcised man and call yourself a Jewish man. Think about the words of David to Goliath. Remember what he said? Who is this uncircumcised Philistine? Because people were uncircumcised, it was a normal thing, but for the Jew, it was a sign that you were part of this ancestry of Abraham. So even though Timothy was a Christian, even though people said that he was a good man, his mother is Jew, he's a very fantastic Christian, in order to go meet with Jews, he had to observe a cultural practice of the Jews. And this is what our fathers do, which leads me to the question of how we used to do naming ceremony and why we changed it. And I think about it now, and I think we are making a mistake. When I was born, we're going to get to that one, Esquire. That's one I said is long. That's the one in Acts 20. When I was born, I still have, pictures. Thank God for photography. I have pictures of my naming ceremony. I was held by Baba Ijo, by Alakoso. No. Minister in charge. Àwọn náà gbé mi dání tán sọ mí lórúkọ. Nígbà tán sọ mí lórúkọ, wọ́n ṣe Bíbélì sílẹ̀. Ṣùgbọ́n àwọn abọ́ ńláńlá wà wájú wọn, àwọn àwo tángan, àwọn oríṣiríṣi àwo yẹn. Inú kan nú ẹ̀, oyin wà ń bẹ̀, ṣúgà wà nù kan, and so on and so forth. What they were doing was that they were being Christians, but they were naming me according to Yoruba traditions. It's crazy how Christians today feel like that is somehow wrong. It's like when you prostrate for someone says, why should you prostrate? It doesn't really matter. You know what I mean? It's not. We should be careful. But the question is, why did they do that thing? It's just symbolism. There's nothing ritualistic or demonic about it. It's just to use it as a symbol to pray for that person. Oh yeah, you are doing ireke. When they use those things, those things are cultural practices. And that's the reason I always tell people that some people are running away from this thing for two reasons. From one side is people that think that, oh, that thing is demonic. From the other side is people that think that if you're not part of this religion, you cannot do it. It was not even a religious practice. It's a cultural practice. It's cultural. The circumcision, yes, it was a covenant between Abraham and God, but it became a cultural practice for Jews, so that even thousands of years later, Paul would insist that Timothy must be circumcised because he was going to be interfacing with Jews. It's the same way Yoruba people can be Yoruba, we can be Christians and say, no, Afe dobale. Anybody who goes around saying that Yoruba doesn't, somebody said yesterday about what some people are saying about, Yoruba's prostrating. Why would you have a problem with that? I'll tell you one very ridiculous thing that I saw. Somebody put something out there and said, there's something happening in the Christendom. We must do something about it. I thought he was a very smart person. I think I lost my respect for that person on that particular day. So there's something happening in Christendom. There's something happening in Christendom. If you notice what's happening right now, you see all these pastors, they're prostrating for themselves. You know exactly what ethnic group that person comes from. And that's why you can't find many great people from that place. Say, why they, and then they dance all these images, because if you notice in the last 1, 2, in fact, many years, but Paul will picture and say, you will notice that if a pastor meets a senior pastor, what I said going last week, program Pastor Poju, when you see someone from, I think it was even Pastor Aaron, he's a very fantastic guy. Interestingly, his mother is Yoruba, his father is not even Yoruba, but he prostrated while he was greeting Pastor Poju. When Pastor Poju wants to greet Bishop Oyeko, they will prostrate. When they want to greet Pastor Deboye, they will do, because we are Yoruba. And somebody did a very long, unnecessarily ridiculous sermon to say there's something happening in Christianity. People are bringing their culture into Christianity. I said, did you leave your own when you were coming into Christianity? Did you become suddenly cultureless? Because you have to be, as a matter of fact, he's actually a very cultureless person, because you have to be very cultureless to have an issue with people expressing their culture that has nothing to do with destroying Christianity. So because I'm a Christian, I should not prostrate to greet my father, my mother, my elders, even though we are Christians. The culture is sacrosanct. And everybody needs to get it, regardless of your faith. Whether you are Christian, you're Muslim, you are Onisheche, Yoruba culture is primary. It's our primary identifier. That is the reason we don't have the problems that different people have in the region. In the East, the Catholics are fighting the Anglicans. In the North, if you're not Muslim, you're not good enough. Here, we have the balance. So when people come around and say, one Sharia, just use your brain and think about it. The people who are telling you to do this thing, what can you find in the region that makes sense? And when you look at the East, they tell you that, oh, all these people, they're always saying, but calling themselves cultural. How can culture be superior to clinical? You that you're all Christian, you have no clinical for culture. What is happening in your region? We cannot see anything we want to copy. If anybody is against prostrating, let's tell them now. They are not smart. They are not wise. Very soon, you tell us that it's wrong to be eating, you know. So the point is that there is Christianity and we are... Paul, see, and this is what I always say. I always say it and I'll say it again. The most zealous extremists are the most ignorant people you would ever find in any religion. If you need extremists, I can tell you where to go. Go to the ignorant section. That's where they are. And then all the religions, they're in Christianity, they're in Islam, they're in Sheshe. That section where you have the ignorant people, that is where because this man called Paul I just told you, he wrote the book of Romans. He wrote First Corinthians, Second Corinthians. He wrote Galatians, Colossians, Philippians, First Thessalonians, Second Thessalonians. He wrote First Timothy, Second Timothy. He wrote Titus. He wrote Philemon. This man who wrote all these books, when it was time to introduce Timothy to the Jews, he circumcised that guy because that's the cultural practice of the Jewish people. Some clown will come on Twitter today and tell us that we have been tribal. And some Christians are also thinking that maybe they have a point. They have no point. They will never have any point. Because this person who even wrote all the things that we are reading has enough sense and enough emotional intelligence to understand that when you're working with people, you have to assimilate. It's a process of assimilation, identifying with that group of people. Your mother is a Jew, but you are not circumcised. Your mother is Yoruba, but you don't have a Yoruba name. You have a problem. Your mother is Yoruba, but you cannot prostrate. There's a problem with you. I don't care if you are the GO of a church. That is the point that we are seeing in what Paul is doing. And this is what our fathers did. You could worship Shogo, but you prostrate. Worship Oya, you prostrated. You will do those things because it was a cultural practice. And like I always say, there will be people that you're going to have to relate with as a Yoruba person who don't even believe in any deity. But if you're a Yoruba person, whether you're a Christian or Muslim, you say atheist, agnostic, whichever one you are, the culture is sacrosanct, and it does not have to bend to your whims and caprices, regardless of how passionate you are about your religion. Ayodeji, your bruku ne? Your bruku la Ayodeji. On local of what's in the comment section. But you know exactly what you are very correct, by the way, Ayodeji. The election 2023, we're talking, I was like, this person doesn't speak Yoruba. People say it doesn't matter. Do you even know what you are doing? If a people are not good enough for you to learn their language, you are not good enough to lead them. It's simple common sense. And you don't have to learn their language, but they don't have to have you lead them as well. They don't have to want you. And it doesn't make them less, it makes them smart. Maybe it makes you not very smart though. So I'm going to go to the things that Paul did to himself later, but I'm just mentioning this one that has to do with circumcision because bye-bye. I'm going to mention what Paul did to himself later on, but I just wanted to make sure I emphasize this, that Paul ensured, and think about it, to be circumcised, to be circumcised as an adult is a very painful thing to do. That is why we circumcise our boys, then your job. Somewhere around that first week or just a few days afterwards. The bag will be tobatin collar for more. Ọjọ́ tí wọ́n ṣe tàwọn ó máa sunkún ó máa wọnú ara yín gẹ́gẹ́ bí òbí náà ìmájú tó yẹ para yín náà ṣe sí gẹ́gẹ́ bí àgbàlagbà káàbọ̀. Ẹ jẹ́ ọ̀tọ̀ welcome, good to see you my brother. Ẹ ṣeun ẹ káàbọ̀ tẹ́ darapọ̀ mọ́ wa. Ẹ wá sókè tó bá ti ṣe tán o. So imagine an adult having to be circumcised. Kán dákó àbí kán kọlà fún èèyàn nígbà tó ti dàgbà tán. But he had to do that because he is going to be with the Jews. There is no way your religion makes any sense to a people that you don't care about their culture. Nobody cares about you either. There's a saying that's very popular. Nobody cares how much you know until they know how much you care. If you come amongst our people and you're not going to learn our culture and subscribe to our traditions, then even no matter how spiritual you are, they will say, "Oh, Dabo." So just to say that, when it comes to PFA, èmi ò like kí n máa la àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ kan ni ẹ mọ̀ pé ẹ̀yin àti ẹ̀dá ọ̀tọ̀ lẹ́nu àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ gbàgbàgbà kan níjẹ tàbí jẹrin èmi máa ń ṣẹ́nu po títí tó máa ń ga mí láyà láti sọ ó máa ń gara fún mi láti sọ àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ kankan. But I hope you get my point, sir. So the point is that it's difficult to do it as an adult, but he did it because he wanted to be part of that culture. So what are we saying with all of these things? So that we have someone else speaking. I'll come back to some other things that Paul did. What have we said so far? We have mentioned how, just by way of, recap and then Mashi Michael, we've mentioned that there are some similarities between what Paul did and what ancient Yoruba elders did. Yoruba elders were able to do all kinds of religion, even amongst themselves. Before Christianity or Islam, Yoruba never had one single religion. And maybe one day, I don't know when it will be, but maybe one day, if we talk about the evolution of Yoruba religion, which I don't want to get involved in right now, we'll first do Islam and Christianity. The day we talk about the Ishese, you will see how certain things happen over time. Some things that you look at right now were not there 600 years ago or evolved me. But as those things were evolving, they were able to perfect a system where you can do whatever you want to do, but you are Yoruba first. So you can do Shango or you can even do Igunoko, you can do whatever. Igunoko, by the way, is not Yoruba. It was a foreign religion, but Yoruba elders had no problem with foreign religion. You could be anything. They were secure in themselves. But whatever you do, whether it's Shango, whether it's Oya or Oshun or Batala or Ogun or Oramfe, whatever you worship, whoever you worship or you subscribe to or you venerate, Yoruba ni. Thank you so much for the gift. Yoruba ni. That Yoruba identity ló jẹ́ sacrosanct, òun ló jẹ́ pabambari, òun ló wà lókàn àyà wọn. Ó ṣe pàtàkì fún wọn, ó ṣe kókó. And what they did is very similar to what Paul did. So what have we said so far? We said number one, Paul was a Jew. He was a trained lawyer. He studied under a man called Gamaliel. We also said he was a tent maker, so he was a businessman, because back in the day, in order to be a Pharisee or a rabbi, you had to have another job, another occupation. So he was a Pharisee, he was a lawyer, but was also a tent maker, so he was able to support himself. He had no problems with money. It was not like one of those people that tell people, give us money, give us money. Paul was self-sufficient. But he was also very zealous. And I said that Paul is similar in a way, before he became more reasonable, similar to what many people do in different religions, Christianity, Islam, Isheshe, where you are very passionate and you are passionate to the point of even almost unaliving people, if not that. Paul consented to unaliving Stephen in Acts chapter 7, while they were stoning that guy. Paul ló gba aṣọ wọn dání, ipe kẹba lè rí àyè láti lẹ òkú pa, ẹ̀ka aṣọ yín wá. That's the kind of person that Paul was. He would take letters from Jerusalem, from the high priest in Jerusalem, and go around Israel. If they find anybody preaching anything against Judaism, that was who Paul was. But Paul had an encounter on the road to Damascus, and his life changed. He became a Christian. And so the question was that after he became a Christian, what happened to him? So if you read the story, I mean, it's quite long. He got with a man called Barnabas after his work with Ananias. He got with Barnabas, they started preaching together. They were called and separated to ministry in Acts chapter 13. They started traveling all over the place. They got back to Jerusalem in Acts chapter 15 and told the apostles what had happened among the Gentiles. The Gentiles is a word that Jews use for non-Jews. And when they got back, this is where we're going on. The Jews, the Jews now said, the elders in the church, Jerusalem, headed by Apostle James at the time, he now said, these are the laws. It says, Acts 15, it seems good to us and the Holy Spirit that you should abstain yourself from sexual immorality, from things offered to idols and things like that. But do this. And the reason they wrote that was because there were Christians who were telling them that they had to observe everything that was Jewish culture. So they were telling them, you don't have to do Jewish cultural practices. You don't have to observe Jewish cultural practices, but these are the things you should do if you want to be Christians. So after he did that, the same Paul who did that, even though he was a Christian, was also very, very quick to assert his ethnic identity. So, for instance, we read somewhere in Acts where he said to people, I am a Hebrew of Hebrews, from the stock of Israel, from the tribe of Benjamin, or circumcised on the 8th day. So he was saying all of those things because he was asserting his ethnic identity. And there was a time he asserted his Roman citizenship when it was necessary, but he did his ethnicity much more. And in Acts chapter 16, we saw what he did with Timothy. Timothy's father was Greek and his mother was Jew. Paul wanted to minister among the Jews and he needed to work with Timothy, but he had to ensure that Timothy was circumcised because circumcision was an important thing to the Jews. And we're saying you can be a Christian, do not denigrate our cultural traditions. Again, remember, there's a line between cultural practices and religious practices. And it is not everything that we do that is religious in Yoruba land. As a matter of fact, most of what we do are cultural. So we want to make sure that the Yoruba identity is foremost on our heart and on our plate rather than religion. So that we'll do it. Thank you so much. I bet that's Yoruba. That's not true, Uncle Babs. It is not true. It is not true. It depends on what your parents put you. As a matter of fact, let me shock you before someone else speaks. Uncle Babs, my mother, no, I won't talk. Let me not tell you anything personal, but I'll tell you this. there are situations where, and I want to show you, I want to more, if I told more, which I said they can, the doctor will probably speak to this when, if he has the opportunity to come up. There are situations where you will take a child to Ifa. Ifa will tell you that this one, Omo Oshuni. So you don't have anything by default. You have it maybe by consultation or by choice. And you may even decide not to go by what they are saying. You may decide to, of course, they will say not to go. But I'm saying that you could even decide to be an atheist and believe in nothing. And there were Yoruba people who believed in nothing. E.g., that's right. But then the point is that that's killing by default here is not true. Can we talk about the conflict of Christian Pentecostal and Jewish Pentecost? I'm a job me. But let me leave the stage open now. But let's try and focus on the identity thing about how your Yoruba identity comes first and how you should not let people push you to thinking that you're somehow tribal or being bigoted. You can be tribal, by the way, just don't be bigoted. Like being bigoted, you know, like somehow you should not do that and you just be shouting Nigeria because you're Yoruba, or you should be shouting Muslim, Christian because you're all of those things, and don't mention Yoruba. That's what we want to talk about. So we're just using Paul as a way to get into it. There are other things I want to say, but I'm going to say it much later. So maybe we should have other people submit and then we'll have questions. I think that would help us. If you would like to speak, please just blink your mic. Let me try what we used to do back there. Let's blink our mic. Let's blink. You go. I want you to just blink. I'm okay, TikTok. Okay, apparently everybody wants to speak. So let's do it this way.
Okay.
Lady Law has not spoken at all. Esquire, I know you have a question, so we're going to come to that. Ejo. Eki Lady Law sorrow. Excuse me.
Hey, what 2 minutes, sir? 2 minutes. Just always like 2 minutes. Boss, I'm not in Nigeria. I'm running after boss.
Okay.
Okay, sir. Concerning what you have said, right, sir. When you look at Paul, there's a lot of series of things that Paul did. Even when he was referring to Felix, he said, "My honorable." He was not disrespect anyone, the Bible. But today in Yoruba culture, I see people talking that they cannot prostrate for our kings. And they will come to TikTok, come to public place to say that Baba Oba in the Yoruba culture, and they call themselves, I don't even know the kind of life they are living. Even abroad, where we are, we see people respecting their kings. Even in Saudi Arabia, we see people respecting their kings. Even in England, we see people respecting their kings. But when it comes to our own, that we have our own, people are talking less of our king. But how? I don't even know. I don't know the kind of people we are. That to the extent of talking to our king the way we like, as if they are nobody again. I don't know. And we take culture. There are difference between culture, religion. Your culture is your identity first before the religion. Even you cannot go to embassy and say I am a Christian and they will give you visa. You must say I am a Nigerian, a Yoruba tribe. Even any interview you want to attend here that concern the international something, you must mention your ethnicity before your religion. So I don't even know the kind of what we are practicing. I don't know. It's not, to me, I'm always grieved when I hear all those things. People talking to kings as if they don't have manners. I don't even know. Disrespecting them, talking just anyhow. I don't have my submission, sir. It's just like I want to meet up with the boss. I don't want to miss. Thank you, sir. I have a lot, but next time I will join you, sir. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. And I hope to hear from you later. Thank you so much for being here. Lady Law, please go on.
Yes, I want to make some comparison between the Yoruba culture, the Indian culture, the Jewish culture, and Christianity. So, because I find similarity in a lot of similarity between the Yoruba culture and practices, and the Jewish practices and the Indian practices. But I guess that's probably because these cultures are more renowned than some other, cultures in the world. But you see, Yoruba, they have a pantheon of gods called Orisha. Orisha controls different aspects of nature. The Indians, the Hindu, they have a rich collection of deity similar to the Yoruba. The Christians, they believe, in one God. They are, let me say, monotheistic. But the thing is this: Yoruba culture allows for you to define your God, to choose how you access Eledumare. And, and that's the role of all these orishas. However, both in Christianity, Yoruba religion, Hinduism, and the Judaism, they have spiritual practices and rituals. There are ways their rituals are conducted, like Prof said, in offerings, in sacrifices. Also, the Jewish religion, in offering, in sacrifices. In Christianity also, they have rituals of offerings and sacrifices, baptism, communion. They have festival practices. In all these 4 instances that I'm comparing, they have festival. The Christians, they have their Easter, they have the Christmas. The Yoruba, they have Oro, Eyo, and all whatnot. The Indians, they have Diwali, the Holi. The Jewish have the Pentecost, the Hanukkah, the Passover, the Purim. Then they have different belief systems. Yoruba believes in ancestral spirits. Hindus, they believe in reincarnation. Yoruba believes in reincarnation as well. The Jewish, they believe that, we've talked about it, emphasis of covenant between God and his people, the importance of ethical behavior. Christians also emphasize importance of ethical behavior, the sanctity of the Trinity, salvation through Jesus Christ to access the Almighty. They all have their sacred texts. The Yorubas, we call theirs the oracle. The Christians, we call theirs the Bible. The Jewish, we call theirs the Torah. The Hindus, they call theirs the Vedas, Upanishads. So there is a similarity, but one defining thing is community. Community establishes these practices. So now I've created, with this, my analogy, I've created an overlap between identifying cultural practices and religious practice. There is definitely an overlap. However, culture is defined by ethics and morals. While religion is defined by ritual practices and rituals. So at that point, when you are a Yoruba person and you are a traditional religious believer, your practice, your conduct of your spirituality is what defines you religion-wise. If you are a Yoruba Christian, your conduct, your access, your communication to your Almighty is what defines you. So you can't be more Christian than Yoruba. You can't be more Yoruba than Christian. So you always have to find a balance between what identifies you as your tribe, what identifies your spirituality. So we talked about the Ekomo, you know. For me, I always say, because I'm a Christian, I don't believe in medium. In Yoruba tradition, the reason why people avoid praying with kola nuts, praying with obi, orogbo, is because in the spiritual practice, those items are used as a medium. Thankfully, in a naming ceremony, it's usually a positive communication of medium and spirituality. But there are other instances, you know. Why do we have ritual buying? We have ritual buying because certain body parts are used as mediums to access certain level of spirituality. You know, why do there's a practice that say èèyàn kan wẹjú àwọn kan wẹjú. If you research into the process of attaining that kind of spiritual practice, you will see that all these materials are used as mediums of connection. So a Yoruba Christian or a Yoruba Muslim,
Sorry, Lady Law, please, I have to stop you. Sorry.
Okay.
All right, let's try not to get into the human crying, because that's very deep. We'll find it in different stuff. But I'll say it this way. Do I like to pray with mediums? No, I don't, personally. But for different reasons. And I'll tell you why. Me, even as a Christian, I don't do all this oil and all these things. And it's not because there's anything wrong with it. Well, I do sometimes if I have to, but I don't need those things. And I'll tell you why. And again, this has to do with spiritual maturity. And you find it in every religion. So if you want to pray for a person, for the most part, you usually use something that the person can align with, that they can understand, to now help them have their faith. Sorry, I have to mute you for a second, please. So it's not like the person's faith is not in God, it's in God. But I'm talking from a Christian perspective now. So I'll give an example. In the 1920s and 30s, one of the things that was very common amongst Yoruba in the 20s with the CNS, and in the 30s when CAC revival started, was the use of water. The use of water. You don't need water to pray. But those people, they felt for instance, let me even go back a little. So Jesus said something, a centurion came to meet Jesus and said, come and heal my child. But before that man got there, something already happened. Two things happened. Number one, while he was going to heal that person's child, 1 second, please. So three things happened. Number one, somebody's child had died. His name was Jairus, and the child was around 12. And then they said, no, you don't have to use medium, to be fair, but I want to try and make sure that we don't change it to talking about the evils of Sheshe. At least not today. So Jesus was going to heal Jairus' daughter, who had died at the time. And so they called him to come and heal that daughter. On his way to that place, a man came and said, a woman came and, she had the flow of blood, and she touched the garment. That garment was a medium. And I don't even want to use the word medium, because when people hear medium now, maybe they're thinking of medium and witches. We're talking about articles. In fact, what we call it in Pentecostal theology is articles of faith, or articles that can help you believe, that kind of thing. So let me just use the word article. So she touched the hem of the garments of Jesus. Does that mean that people have not used garments to do evil in the past? Of course they had. You see, but she was touching that hem of the garment as a way to connect. Now, while she was doing that, somebody else came along the way and said, my servant just died, just speak the word. And Jesus was like, no, we're going to come and minister there. But he said, no, don't worry, you don't have to come, don't bother coming, just say something. And Jesus just spoke, and that person got healed. Now, in those three events that happened the same day, you see something very interesting. One, Jesus had to go there, and of course, he told people to go out, and then told the girl to rise up. So Jesus had to do it. The second one, somebody had to do it, but she needed a medium, which was the garment of Jesus. She touched something. The third one, someone said, don't even bother, just speak. And Jesus was so wild. He said, I've not seen such great faith in Israel. It's not the same. So spread. It's not the same. The one who said, just speak the word, you don't have to come. Jesus said, I have not seen such great faith. No, not in Israel. The height of spiritual maturity actually has to do with words. And the funny thing, it's a spirituality talk. It's not even Christian. You find it among Babalawo. Why do they tell you to say certain things? Why do you have incantations? At the head of spirituality is the power of words. No, Queen Goddess, I'm coming. No, I don't want to mention what Jesus did. I'm talking about what people did, not what Jesus did. There's a reason I'm not using that example. So the one who, for instance, said, just speak, he has tapped into the greatest thing, which is the power of words. And that is why people say, wake up in the night and be saying this. That thing they are doing is actually that's something that probably will never talk about on TikTok. But let me just say that if you go deep spiritually in any religion, especially if you understand what spirituality is, not all this fighting they're doing on social media. If you understand what spirituality really means, the height of spiritual power is the power of words. It's the power of words. And that's why when people say things to you, don't let it go unanswered. You will not even talk to them in public. You have to go somewhere in your house or lock yourself up and speak words. Words spoken. If somebody speaks something for you and say it over your life, all possible coercive will say, so words are powerful. So that centurion said, and how did the centurion know that words are the most powerful? He said, because I have men under me, and I said to them, go this way, and they go. I say, come, they come. Therefore, if you speak, because you're a man of authority, your words will also work. And Jesus was wild. But that does not mean that the woman who had to touch Jesus did not have faith. She also had faith, but she had to touch something. There are Christians who you have to give water. They have to drink water. They have to put oil on their head. It's the same thing for the Sheshe. They have to use Adun. They have to use Orobo. You can do it without those things. You can pray on children without Obi, Orobo, Adun, Atareyo. You can do it. But when people do that thing and they say, Orobo, Ajekwago, Wato, Borobo Shewango, Wagbo, Badun Shendu, Wadu, they are trying to connect that thing as an article of faith. It does not in any way mean that it is. So, when it comes to societal level of conversations on spirituality, and as I'm very careful on this social media, when it comes to what are the Sofmo Barawa, we talk to people based on mediums, based on those articles. Because like I always say, spiritual conversations in public, whether it's in church, in a shrine, or on social media, you are talking to people at different classes. We want people to get to the point where they can be able to use words. I'm talking to you as a minister, as a Christian minister. The highest point you will ever get in your Christian faith when it comes to power is words. But we can go deeper into that some other time. But what comes on the way, we have to be careful not to make it seem as though the person who needs those articles is somehow back on. Now, if you can do that in Christian, we also have to be very careful of that in Isheshe, because I'm trying not to do interreligious skinny. With Isheshe, there are people in Isheshe, and some people know them, and some people that know them are probably here. You know certain men in Isheshe who do not have to stand up to get certain things done. They just speak. How they got there is another conversation. But the point is, when you talk to the generality of the people, you need these articles. Use water, use salt. And you see it even in CNS. You see it even in CAC. Those things are a carryover, but you also see it in Jewish culture as well. So it's not because, I'm trying to say that you might decide not to do those things because maybe you have a higher level of faith, but I'm trying not to bring you to the point of, the body parts and what Isheshe does. I'm trying not to make it negative. You get what I mean? And what you are saying is not a lie. What you are saying is true. But I'm trying to change the topic. Come on, try this one here. But Lord, please, you can continue, man. Lady Lord, please, are you there? I had to redirect the conversation so that we don't get into people doing.
Yes, you are very, very correct. I was even going to get to that aspect, but you have pretty much covered
Thank you.
most of my everything, my contribution. So religion is a way of life, culture is a way of life, but there's a balance. There's a balance, and I've even lost thought of
I'm sorry. What body part in here? Tell life, like sorry, sorrow.
Oh, okay. Yes, medium.
Yeah, medium. Only sorry, sorrow because posting loss left.
You are very correct. It's just an element of religion, because as a Christian, there is one sacred act that I practice, which is communion, and
which is also an article, it's also an element.
It's a ritual.
Communion is also an element.
Yes, it's an element of religion.
Yes, which contains elements.
As a ritual.
Yes.
I practice it as a ritual. The doctrine.
But you require elements to practice that ritual.
Yes. Abi? Yes. You are very correct.
Exactly.
So, yes, you are very correct. So that's what I'm saying. That in culture, you don't necessarily require elements, but you would always require elements in religion. And I said that to say that why people oppose some cultural practice because of the connotation of the elements used. That is why some people would want to define their religiosity. And don't forget, I said you can't be more Muslim or Christian than being Yoruba.
Oh, you are.
You are Yoruba and you're Christian, and you can be both. And you made a perfect example with Paul. And Paul will boast and say, I'm all things to all men, so that I can gain some, so that I can take full advantage of my potentials. So your postulations are very correct. I can't agree more with everything you have said. And it's so deep, it's so cerebral, so informative. I'm sure a lot of research has gone into this, and the world needs to hear, because there's a lot of confusion, especially because of religion. Imagine the Oyinbos that we know are the Christians that came to colonize us. But research has shown that these people are originally not Christians. And we can't just take out the glasses, the lens that we view them, that Oyinbos are Christian. But they are clearly not. And that is why when they showcase their culture, we see Harry Potters, we see fairies, we see all those things. That is their culture they are projecting. That is their reality. No, I'm correct. When they need to showcase.
No, any comment section. Somebody wrote something in the comment section. Sorry. No, you are correct, though. You are correct.
Pastor Oluwo Alfa. Honestly, I would trust a Christian that understands the Oduifa more than a Christian that has no idea about what traditionalism is, because then there's a reality. Let me use that word. That person is in tune with the reality of his or her choices. Addressing Ekeme. Yes. Addressing Ekeme, I would trust a Christian that understands the depth of traditional religion, yet he or she is a Christian. Because in this 2025 Nigeria that we are, there's a lot of, because we don't have historical archive, we don't have records, institutionalized records, we don't have them. Àrọ́bá náà ni gbogbo wa mọ̀. Àrọ́bá dẹ̀ rèé tí ò bá dín ó máa lé ni. Some things are lost. Someone commented here that his father experienced the Civil War. His father, he mentioned the age. The father experienced colonialism, yes. And someone commented further that even our parents don't even know. They don't have. That's because we don't keep records. And that is why selective amnesia has even become part of the Nigerian culture. We live to forget. We live to sustain today. Hope for tomorrow, forgetting yesterday. And that is why when there is a lot of controversy surrounding religion, surrounding culture, how can you not understand what your culture is? How can you not understand what your culture is? Your culture is the very bane of your origin. What you came from. I'm not even saying where you came from, what you came from. And you will see a lot of Americans
1 more minute, please.
Are psychologically displaced, trying to find.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Hello, Lady Love, can you hear me? 1 more minute, please.
Okay. Yes, I've pretty much said all I had to say substantially. I've pretty much said it. I hope I was able to make 1 or 2 cents. Thank you very much. Thank you for this platform.
Not just 1 or 2. You made a lot of sense.
Yes.
Thank you.
Ever since I joined this platform, it's been so, let me use the word rejuvenating, more rejuvenating than informative. Quite informative, absolutely, but more rejuvenating. Almost never have I seen such a community on social media. We see a lot of dancing and everything. So well done. I'm happy to be part of this community and support in every way that I can. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you so much, Lady Law. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Some things are going on in the comment section. Just to so we have to be 1 second. Hold on. I need to expert master. Okay, sorry, but some things are going on in the comment section. Let me just quickly tell you something. The concept of foreign religion does not necessarily mean that religion must come from across the seas. Put that in your pocket. That's 1. Number 2, you cannot shake it. No, it's not. Number 2, there are religions in Yoruba land. There are deities in Yoruba land that are not native to Yoruba land. You don't know, and that's why you think the only thing that is foreign to us is Christianity and Islam. There are many things that have been with us for more than 500 years, 600 years. They were not there 800 years ago. They were not there 1,000 years ago.
those are also foreign. That's number 2. Number 3, Yoruba people are not dumb people. And the way I see people on social media now, it looks to me like our ancestors are way too smarter, and it's a shame, because you should build on what your ancestors have done, not go back. One of them, I've mentioned one of them earlier. Igunuko is not Yoruba. It should be Igunuko is Nupe. Igunuko came from outside Yoruba land. It's foreign, and right now, it's ours. Even in Joriki Igunuko, he had Tapa. It's foreign to Yoruba land. So all this thing of foreign. Listen, you ask me a question. If you don't want it, you can get out of here. Don't ask me that stupid hand. Now, back to the point I'm trying to say. If you are incapable of compartmentalizing stuff, that is on you. This thing where people go from state to state telling people that you cannot be this and that, you don't have the right to tell people what to practice. You are not their God. If you cannot be Yoruba and practice your Christianity or Islam, that is because you have no capacity to compartmentalize. Your ancestors are wiser than you, and it's a shame that instead of you to build what your ancestors have done, you are retrogressing. If you think in order to be Yoruba, you must only practice a particular religion, you are not even building on anything your ancestors did. And by the way, your ancestors did not practice one religion. If you think Isheshe is one religion, we're just one. You don't understand history. You are just very, very lost. Which is fine, but at least please add knowledge to it. In Yoruba, I said it earlier, the way they worship Ogun is not from how they worship Shango. Pay much. You will not find Shango in Ife. No, black Kabbalists. Anyone who wants to practice Isheshe, it is fine. A doctor is here. So the point is, if you want to practice Isheshe with your Yorubaness, do it. But don't go around telling people that unless you do it the way I'm doing it, you cannot be Yoruba. Like, who are you? You don't even know the Isheshe that you're talking about. You don't, and I've said this, I'll keep saying it. I know educated stream doesn't like me saying it, but it doesn't affect educated stream, so I can say it. These people that always shout Isheshe, tell them to tell you one SFA, one more. One less so SFA. They can't even tell you how to wash him ball, got on one thing. Why was him ball? One less so away Rojatema fi ball. Teba found a ni adi, one tasori issue. Toromo yato. They're just zealous. Bravo, Emma Binujari. So, I want to know where to bash by, okay. I want to show it is Shulawayi, Eporia Dire, Mukamko, that's what issue. Adinoma Mutoriko Moyato. My point is not to denigrate Isheshe. I think if that's what you are subscribed to, you have not done anything. And by the way, let me say this: if that's what you are subscribed to, I respect your choice. But please, you have not done anything supernatural. Because people did it in time past, and we have to learn from them. The platform today is to find a way to balance things, because we have people saying that they are Muslims, they are not Yoruba, and then we have other people here saying that if you're not Isheshe, you're not Yoruba. Why do we like extremes like this? Why can't you just be balanced and say, you know what? Mosole kan, ìyá mi, Ṣàngó náà ń bọ, bàbá ìyá mi, àwọn ń ṣe kí wọ́n máa pè kíní ẹ̀ náà ọ̀jẹ̀. But they have to live in the same house. If you think just because those two deities are local, that means that they agree on everything spiritual, then you don't understand Yoruba spirituality. Bí àánú lẹ́yìn ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ gba fáwọn lẹ́yìn ni. Nílẹ̀ Yorùbá, bọ́n ṣe ń bọ Ògún ẹ̀rọ bọ́n yẹn ń bọ Ṣàngó. Wọ́n má jẹ́ pé báyìí náà ibẹ̀ ṣe, wàá lọ ṣe ìgbà míì ó lè má lọ exactly according to your own òrìṣà. But they found their way, and the way they found yẹn òun làwọn try àti bùnmú nínú omi ọgbọ́n wọn pé okay, báwo làwọn ṣe fẹ́ ṣe tó jẹ́ pé báwọn ṣe bára wọn gbé tẹ́ pé oníṣàngó lè fẹ́ Ọlọ́ṣun. Tó bá sọ pé ẹ lọ lẹ̀ Yorùbá ẹ rí mùsùlùmí tó ń fẹ́ kìrìsìtẹ́nì, ibẹ̀ yẹn ló ti bẹ̀rẹ̀. Ẹ máa rọ́ oníṣàngó tó fẹ́ Ọlọ́ṣun, ẹ máa rọ́ lọ́ya tó fẹ́ ọlọ́jẹ̀, and all of them were living happily.
you now are saying that you must do it. Do you think which one? Ask them which one. Ejo, see this topic. This topic is not. If you're just joining us, please watch our video on YouTube where we post it. We're going to post this on YouTube. But the point of this conversation is not to denigrate anyone, not to say Isheshe is bad, Christianity is bad. No, the point is that Yorùbá comes first. That's all we are trying to say. Yorùbá comes first. Paul circumcised Timothy as an adult. He was an adult. But because Paul wanted to introduce Timothy to the Jewish community, he told Timothy, your father is Greek, your mother is Jew, you've got to be circumcised. And although he was an Agbalagba, they circumcised him. You know, when you circumcise people, you won't be able to work very well for a while. They did that because they respected their tradition. So they were Christians, but they respected their traditions. So what we are learning from Paul today is that Paul did not do anything different from what our ancestors did. Our ancestors had different deities, but they had a convergence on identity. Identifying point Yorùbá kì í ṣe ẹ̀sìn, kì í ṣe Yorùbá, sorry, kì í ṣe Kristẹni, kì í ṣe Mọ̀lẹ́, and I can assure you kì í ṣe Ìṣẹ̀ṣe. The way to know Yorùbá person is not being bold, because when you mention Ìṣẹ̀ṣe is not one thing. Ìṣẹ̀ṣe, I will say it again, it is like Hinduism. Hinduism has hundreds, if not thousands of deities. In Yorùbá land, we have 401. Anything that makes you think it's just one thing is because you just got into it last year. Please relax. Before you teach us on social media, don't stop. Agitate to social media. If you're not this, kill them more.
Ẹ ṣeun púpọ̀. Àkọ́kọ́ ń bẹ̀ ni pé àwọn èèyàn wa nílò láti fi ara balẹ̀.
Ẹ̀dá ọ̀tọ̀ ẹ̀yin ló kàn o.
Mo ń sọ̀rọ̀ ṣé ẹ gbọ́ mi ni.
Ẹ̀dá ọ̀tọ̀ is an Ìṣẹ̀ṣe man o, by the way. Let me just put it.
Ṣé ẹ gbọ́ mi ni? Ṣé ẹ gbọ́ mi ni? Ẹjọ́ tẹ́ bá ń gbọ́ mi jẹ́ kí n mọ̀.
Àti gbọ́ yín báyìí, mo kàn sọ fún àwọn èèyàn pé ẹ̀yin tẹ́ fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ yìí pé Ìṣẹ̀ṣe ni yín o.
No, ẹ jẹ́ kí n àkọ́kọ́ ni pé ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn èèyàn nílò láti fi mo ti ń sọ̀rọ̀ bọ̀ ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn èèyàn nílò láti fi ara balẹ̀ púpọ̀ gan tí ẹ bá wá sórí TikTok.
À ń gbọ́ yín.
Mò ń sọ̀rọ̀ ṣé ẹ gbọ́ mi ni. Èmi ń sọ̀rọ̀.
Dáàtọ̀ ẹ máa sọ̀rọ̀ à ń gbọ́ yín sẹ́.
Okay, so àwọn èèyàn tó wà nínú comment section tẹ bá wá sórí TikTok, èmi ò ń ṣe TikTok person, mo ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí lo TikTok. So àwọn èèyàn ń gbọ́ mi àbí èèyàn mi ṣe ń gbọ́ mi.
Ẹ̀dá ọ̀tọ̀ go on, we can hear you loud and clear.
Ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n Mùsùlùmí ni ò gbọ́ mi. Ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n Mùsùlùmí ni ò gbọ́ mi. So now mo fẹ́ sọ fún àwọn èèyàn pé tó bá wá sórí TikTok, tẹ bá ti mọ page yẹn, so ẹ ní láti kọ́kọ́ farabalẹ̀ read the room. Ẹ jẹ́ ká kọ́kọ́ farabalẹ̀ read the room ká wo kí ni wọ́n ń sọ ńbẹ̀. Gbogbo nǹkan kọ́ la máa dá sí, ìgbà míì wà yes àìlọ́ bá wọn dá sí, ṣùgbọ́n a kì í ṣara room yẹn. So tá a bá fẹ́ lọ síbẹ̀, we are supposed to calm down, listen, read the room, then àwa ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ mọ context tí wọ́n fi ń sọ̀rọ̀ yẹn. I am not a Christian, so ó ṣeé ṣe kí n má lè relate pẹ̀lú Paul, àmọ́ ní tó bá ti ń ṣe comparatives pé ok mo fẹ́ fi kíní kan báyìí, àwa báyìí nǹkan báyìí ló yé wa, mo wá fẹ́ fi kíní yẹn ṣàlàyé nǹkan fún àwọn ẹlòmíì, a máa nílò láti fi gbogbo ara wa balẹ̀ ká lè gbọ́ nǹkan tí ẹni tó fẹ́ ṣe àlàyé yẹn tí wọ́n fẹ́ ṣe. Ẹni tí wọ́n ń bá wa sọ̀rọ̀ jọmọ́ tó ń bá wa sọ̀rọ̀ yìí Kristẹni ni wọ́n dẹ̀ rò pé òkè ẹ̀yin èèyàn mi kẹ má bàa sọ pé nǹkan tẹ́ ń ṣe ó rí bákan mo fẹ́ fi lára àwọn èèyàn tó jẹ́ ọ̀gá tí wọ́n bí ta ti ń bọ̀, mo fẹ́ fi hàn yín pé in fact ó ṣe báyìí fún àṣà ti tiẹ̀, kí ló ṣe wá nira fẹ́yìn láti ṣe nínú àṣà yín. Number one, kò túmọ̀ sí pé bóyá wọ́n ń ṣe wọn kò ń ṣe pé bóyá à ń compare ẹ̀sìn kan sí mi. Àkọ́kọ́ ni pé gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá, ìjẹ́ Yorùbá ó ṣáájú gbogbo nǹkan tá a fẹ́ ṣe ní ayé òde òní, tí mo dẹ̀ mọ̀ kó máa wà bẹ́ẹ̀ láyé àtijọ́. Ó máa láwọn ọmọ Yorùbá kan tí wọ́n ṣe eégún, tí wọ́n dẹ̀ ṣòro, ó ṣeé ṣe kán wà ó ṣeé ṣe kán wà torí ó wà ń sìn àmọ́ Táíṣó láàrin ò dẹ̀ ṣọmọ kékeré tó bá wà láyé wọ́n á ti fẹ́ pé 100 tàbí kí wọ́n ti lé so Táíṣó láàrin ò dẹ̀ lè jẹ́ àkọ́kọ́ tó bá kọ́ sọ pé mi ò ṣe nǹkan kan Táíṣó láàrin ò gbàgbọ́ nù nǹkan kan in fact ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ̀ lè rí kó jókòó síbi kan kó máa wá bú nǹkan táwọn èèyàn ń ṣe ìwọ̀nba yìí tó ṣẹlẹ̀ láàrin àwa àtàwọn ìyókù táwọn ń bá wa fa wàhálà táwa náà ń bá wọn fà á nítorí gbọ̀ngbọ̀ngbọ̀ngbọ̀n tí wọ́n ń tì wá òun ló fà táwa fi ń ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ tọ́ọ̀ bá dẹ̀ stop àwa náà ò ní stop so that a lè jọ yíra wa torí ngbà míì torí wèrè ilé lèèyàn ṣe máa ń ní wèrè ìta ara nǹkan tó fà á nìyẹn tí ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n fún yìí sọ pé rárá ó lè ṣe ok àwọn nílẹ̀ Yorùbá yìí ẹni tí ò bá mọ̀ ni ò mọ̀ ẹni tó bá mọ̀ ìtàn if you are in tune with your history you realize that Islam has been here for about 1,000 years. If Islam had been here for about 1,000 years, ó ṣeé ṣe káwọn ẹlòmíì ti lose balance kí ni wọ́n máa ń ṣe nílé wọn. Àdẹ̀ ní problem pẹ̀lú yẹn torí pé àwọn ìyẹn tó ń wà ń sẹ́yìn kọ́ ni wọ́n create. In fact, Yorùbá ò gọ̀ rárá. Àwọn tí wọ́n gba Islam nígbà yẹn ó máa ní reasons tí wọ́n fi ṣe bóyá by trade bóyá by marriage bóyá by travelling bóyá by wọ́n kàn débi kan wọ́n kàn like àwọn èèyàn kan bóyá kinní kan bóyá by association ó lè jẹ́ kò ṣùgbọ́n nílẹ̀ Yorùbá yìí o kò ń ṣe by ìjà nílẹ̀ Yorùbá yìí by majorly by trade and association nílẹ̀ Yorùbá yìí so wọn àwọn bàbá tí wọ́n ti kọ́kọ́ gọ̀nà débi pé nìkan wá force nǹkan kan lé wọn lórí wọ́n mọ ìṣẹ̀ṣe wọn wọ́n understand ẹ̀ nígbà tó ń ṣe nǹkan tí gbogbo wọn máa ń ṣe majorly ni pé ìgbàgbọ́ ò ní má ṣòro pẹ̀lú bọ́n ṣe jẹ́ mùsùlùmí nígbà yẹn wọ́n máa ń ṣòro lé wọn gidi ìgbà tó yá làwọn Puritans dé tó ń di pé yẹn àlọ́ ibáyìí àṣẹ báyìí díẹ̀díẹ̀ ló ń di pé well àwọn èèyàn kan wọ́n ra ń yọsẹ̀ ìgbà tó yá làwọn kan wá kúkú dé gan pé ìṣẹ̀ṣe wo lẹ́ ń ṣe gbàgbàgbàgbà bàbá ẹni ìṣẹ̀ṣe ni ìyá ẹni ìṣẹ̀ṣe ni àwọn irúnmọlẹ̀ ẹni ìṣẹ̀ṣe ni tó bá tiẹ̀ kí dádì ẹ gan kó dọ̀bálẹ̀ báyìí ara àṣẹṣe ni kí ọmọ dọ̀bálẹ̀ kó kí bàbá ẹ̀ ara àṣẹṣe ni kí ọmọ kúnlẹ̀ kó kí ìyá ẹ̀ ara àṣẹṣe ni kó jẹ ẹ̀bà kó wọ aṣọ ẹ̀ ìṣẹ̀ṣe ni ara gbogbo nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ nǹkan táwa ti ń ṣe nílẹ̀ yìí tẹ́ẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ káwọn ẹlòmíì tó dé náà ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n Bùsúyè sọ̀rọ̀ nípa àwọn foreign religion tó ti wà ń bí kí Christianity àti Islam tó dé fún àpẹẹrẹ ìgúnnukó kò kí ń ṣe eégún ilẹ̀ Yorùbá àwọn Nupe ni wọ́n mú wa Nupe ò dẹ̀ tán mọ́ Yorùbá rárá ní tá bá ń sọ Ṣàngó tẹ̀lá oko òun ni màmá ẹ̀ jẹ́ ilé ń pe tí ó fẹ́ Ọ̀rànyàn tán fi bí kò ń ṣe pé bóyá àwọn Nupe ṣẹ̀ látara Yorùbá wọn ṣẹ̀ látara wa àbá wọn tán tẹ bá lọ wo Tron pọ̀ lẹ̀ Yorùbá dáadáa àwọn kan ń pè ní Tron kò ń ṣe òṣàlẹ̀ Yorùbá rárá àwọn tí wọ́n mú wá ẹ̀yà míì ni wọ́n Yorùbá dẹ̀ gbà wọ́n dẹ̀ ń bá wọn ṣe gbogbo nǹkan táwọn dẹ̀ máa ń ṣe tẹ́ bá lọ wo dáadáa ìṣẹ̀ṣe àwọn èèyàn kan ní Christianity nǹkan táwọn máa ń sọ nípa Islam ni pé kò ṣe pé a ní problem pẹ̀lú Islam as a religion yes ayé lè ní problem pẹ̀lú ẹ̀ ọ̀tọ̀ discussion ọ̀tọ̀ nìyẹn but because àwọn Arab ni wọ́n ní ìṣẹ̀ṣe àwọn Arab dẹ̀ ni ẹni tó bá sọ pé ifá mi ṣe kíníkan máa bàjá so mi ò sọ pé mo ní problem pẹ̀lú ìṣẹ̀ṣe àwọn Arab nǹkan ta ní problem pẹ̀lú ni àwọn alákatakítí tí wọ́n lọ gbé wá síbí báyìí tó wọ́n fi ń bá àwọn èèyàn wa jà lórí ilẹ̀ wa tó bá wọn kò fẹ́ ṣe akatakítí yẹn kúkú gba ilẹ̀ tán ti mú wá lọ kó ló máa ṣe nǹkan tó ń sọ yẹn ń bẹ̀ lórí ilẹ̀ ti bí báyìí ẹ wá bá wa ń bí báyìí ni nǹkan tá dẹ̀ ń ṣe ń bí báyìí àníyé ṣe nítorí pé ẹ̀yin lọ mú nǹkan kan míì wá tàbí ẹgbà nǹkan kan míì ìyẹn níjà tó wà ńlẹ̀ kò ń ṣe pé bóyá aníkẹ́nìkan má ṣe tiẹ̀ àbí káwọn kan má ṣe náà tá bá ti sọ Islam Christianity náà díẹ̀ ó ti ń wọ bíi 200 àbó ti fẹ́ máa lé díẹ̀ báyìí ó ti fẹ́ máa wọ bíi 200 àwọn ẹlòmíràn ní family wọ́n ti lose balance so àní fi ọ̀bẹ sí wọn lọ́rùn káwá ní rárá o àfi kán wá ṣe kinní kan so nǹkan mẹ́ta stages mẹ́ta ló wà mo dẹ̀ rò pé nínú stages mẹ́ta yẹn ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n Bùsúyè ń discuss ẹyọ kan bẹ̀ àkọ́kọ́ ni pé ó máa dùn mọ́ wa nínú tí gbogbo àwa tá a jẹ́ ọmọ Yorùbá tá a bá kọjú sí which Professor Banji Akíntóyè wọ́n takò pé náà torí pé àwọn Yorùbá gbọ́n wọn kì í sùn kọkọrí síbi kan náà. Ó máa dùn mọ́ wa nú tí gbogbo wa bá ń gbárùkù ti ìṣẹ̀ṣe wa tá a bá jọ ń ṣe. Number 2 ni pé tẹ́ni tí ò bá ti bá wa ṣe, má bu ẹnu àtẹ́ lù ú, má bu ẹnu àtẹ́ lù ú rárá, kò sọ tó kàn ẹ́ ń bẹ̀. Fún àpẹẹrẹ Lady Law sọ̀rọ̀ kan lẹ́ẹ̀kan, tẹ́ bá lọ sí Europe, yes, àwọn Europeans a lè sọ pé Christianity kì í ṣe ẹ̀sìn wọn originally, kò kì í ṣẹ̀sìn wọn originally, wọ́n introduce Christianity sí wọn ni. But ìgbà tó gba Christianity tó di Christian tán, ẹ lè rí wọn kó máa bú àwọn gods wọn, ẹ lè rí wọn kó ṣe fíìmù kó sọ pé Jésù ló wá bá wọn pa àwọn god àwọn láéláé, wọn ò ní bẹnu àtẹ́lù. Nígbà tí wọ́n ń ṣe nǹkan tí wọ́n ń ṣe yẹn, àwọn náà ti tàjẹ̀ sílẹ̀, tó ti fẹ̀mí, wọ́n ti fèèyàn ṣe oríṣiríṣi nǹkan tó ti ṣe. Ẹ ní ever gbọ́ kán bẹnu àtẹ́lù láyé, wọ́n dẹ̀ ti di Christian, wọn ò ní bẹnu àtẹ́lù. Gbogbo nǹkan táwọn bàbá wọn ṣe lójú wọn, gbogbo ẹ̀ ló dáa. Àmọ́ kí làwọn wá ṣe? Àwọn bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí tẹ̀síwájú. Ok, wọ́n lọ ṣẹ̀sìn míì, wọn ò ṣẹ̀sìn yẹn mọ́, but wọn ò bu ẹnu àtẹ́lù nǹkan tí àwọn bàbá wọn ń ṣe. So second stage ni pé tó o bá ti bá wa ṣe, má bu ẹnu àtẹ́lù nǹkan tá à ń ṣe. Ká ní pé kò ṣe pé nìkan bu ẹnu àtẹ́lù nǹkan kan ni, kò ní síjà kankan tó ti ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ táwọn èèyàn ń complain, táwọn èèyàn ń sọ̀rọ̀ ń pa ẹ̀ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ ń sẹ̀. Ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kẹta, stage kẹta, ibẹ̀ ni ọ̀gá bùsù yìí wà ń pé now tó o bá tiẹ̀ ṣe, tó o bu ẹnu àtẹ́lù rárá, o nílò láti mọ̀ pé èyí tí ò bá kí ń ṣẹ̀sìn ń bẹ̀, because àwọn kan ò mọ̀ pé nínú ìṣẹ̀ṣe wa ẹ̀sìn wà ń bẹ̀, àwọn kan ò mọ̀, àwọn kan ò gbà. Ẹ̀sìn wà ń bẹ̀, àṣà àti ṣe ó wà ń bẹ̀. Nínú àṣà àti ṣe yẹn, so the third stage ni pé o jẹ́ mùsùlùmí o jẹ́ kírísítẹ́nì o jẹ́ hindu o jẹ́ jù o jẹ́ anything o ti ẹ̀ gbàgbọ́ nù nǹkan kan ní o, pé àṣà yẹn àti ṣe yẹn báwo ló yẹ kó o jẹ́ kó rọ̀ ẹ́ lọ́rùn. Now ṣẹ́rí third stage yẹn, òun ni the most ultimate. Kí ló tí mo fi pè ní the most ultimate ni pé tí gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá bá ti kọ́kọ́ agree pé Yorùbá ni mí, àṣà mi rèé àti ìṣe mi rèé, kò wá ní sẹ́ni tó máa bu ẹnu àtẹ́lu àṣà àti ìṣe àwọn bàbá ẹ̀ yẹn, ẹni ìwà níjọ́ máa lè. Ẹni yẹn tí ò bá ti wá bẹnu àtẹ́lu, ó wá mi pé àwa tá a jẹ́ oníṣẹ̀ṣe àwa ní problem pẹ̀lú anybody. Number 2 ni pé tí third stage yẹn tẹ́ gbọ́dọ̀ wá pé àṣà wa rèé o, ìṣe wa rèé o, nǹkan o, tó bá ti wájọ tajọ gbárùkù tí, dandan kọ́ ni kó o fẹ́lẹ́gún lówó, dandan kọ́ ni kó o fọ́lọ́rọ̀ ní ẹ̀kọ́. Nǹkan tá à ń sọ ni pé àárín nǹkan wa àpọ́nlé, èdè wa àpọ́nlé, ara àṣà wa náà ni èdè wa àpọ́nlé. Ibi tó yẹ ká ti sọ aṣọ ojú òtí wa láti jọmọ Yorùbá. Ẹnìkan ò ní máa sọ pé ẹ lọ lé wọn, ẹ gbẹ́ wọn, ẹ pa wọn, ẹ ṣe kinní kan, àánà yín ni, kó wá máa wò, kó wá sọ fún wọn pé rárá o, Yorùbá là wa, kẹ́ ẹ tó gbé ìtẹ́ ìgbébọn ẹ̀ wá, Yorùbá ni wá, àkọ́kọ́ defend ilẹ̀ yìí gẹ́gẹ́ bí ọmọ Yorùbá. Tá bá ti wá ń ṣe yẹn, nǹkan kejì tó máa ṣe fún wa ni pé tá bá ń sọ̀rọ̀ nípa àṣà wa, tá à ń gbé àṣà wa lárugẹ, ó máa sọ ilẹ̀ wa di ilẹ̀ ọlọ́ràá ju bó ṣe wà lọ. Fún àpẹẹrẹ, àwọn èèyàn máa ń lọ sí Italy, wọ́n máa lọ sí Rome, a máa lọ sí Pompeii, Christian city ni, àwọn Christian ló jẹ́ kí city yẹn fine, but ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn tó ń lọ bẹ̀ yìí mí gan aṣẹ́ olè lọ ń ṣe. Èrò tó dẹ̀ ń lọ sí Pompeii every time, èrò tó ń lọ sí Pompeii torí history bẹ̀, èrò tó ń lọ sí Pompeii nítorí ìtàn tí àwọn ìtàn yẹn ó wà before Christianity o. Ìtàn tó ń jẹ́ káwọn èèyàn máa lọ sí Pompeii ó wà before Christianity, but àwọn èèyàn wọ́n rush lọ síbẹ̀, ilẹ̀ Christian dẹ̀ ni. Ta ló ń gba owó yẹn? Ṣebí Christian government tó wà ń bẹ̀ ń sìn ló ń gbowó yẹn, òun ló ń gbowó yẹn. So tá a bá bẹ̀ sí pọ́n ilẹ̀ wa lé, táwọn èèyàn ń wálé, táwọn èèyàn ń pa òkè alódò kan ládùúgbò àwọn kíní kan, àwọn èèyàn, well there are some people there worship it yáyáyá. Tá a bá ń sọ̀rọ̀ nípa ẹ̀, economy ìlú wa ó máa change. Tí economy ìlú wa bá change, ìrọ̀rùn ló máa jẹ́ fún àwọn aráàlú wa. Èyí tó wá fi ń bẹ́ káàkiri tàbí sá káàkiri yìí, tourism ó lè change economy wa gidi gan ni. Àdèmọ́ even ordinary Argentina bẹ́ẹ̀ lásán ó níye tí tourism Argentina, mo máa ń wò táwọn òyìnbó, tẹ́ bá lọ sílùú òyìnbó táwọn òyìnbó bá ń wò nǹkan wá ní kíní kan tourism, àmọ́ àwò títí pé kí ló tourist ní ilé yìí sìn, ẹnìkan kọ́ ilé kan kò wá align, ó wá fò bọ́ lẹ́nu ilé yẹn, ó wá parẹ́ ó fẹ́ kú ni náà. So èmi máa ń rò pé kí ló tourist ní ilé. Meanwhile àwa ní òkè tó ní suspended lake, wọ́n ń pè ní Ìyáké lake. Kò ṣe pé kọ́mọ Yorùbá kan wá ní kíni nonsense wo wọ́n ń bọ́, kò sọ tó kàn ẹ́, àwọn tó ń bọ́ fẹ́ bọ́ ni, kò kàn ẹ́ ń bẹ̀. nǹkan ìlú ẹni pé ok a ní lake yẹn, that lake irú ẹ̀ bíi méjì péré ló wà lágbàáyé, ó dàgbé kan wà l'Amẹ́ríkà ìkan wà ń bíbà tí mi bá ó ṣeé ṣe kí mi ti wà bọ̀ méjì yẹn lèmi mọ̀ tó wà. A níbi tí omi gbóná àti omi tútù tó ti ń jáde pọ̀ níbì kan náà. Nǹkan ìlú ẹni Yorùbá ní ẹ́ wàá bá a pọ́nlé a máa lọ aṣọ wa ìwọṣọ wa èdè wa ọba wa náà bàbá yẹn tó ń sọ pé àwọn fẹ́ lọ wọ bọ́ọ̀sì lẹ́ẹ̀kan ń pé torí àwọn ọba wa páwọn èèyàn ń bá wọn sọ̀rọ̀ anyhow tá bá bẹ́ràn wí àfi ká bẹ́ràn wí. Bẹ́ẹ̀ mi ṣe wà yìí bí mo ṣe jẹ́ oníṣẹ̀ṣe àwọn ọba kan wà tí mi ní déwájú wọn torí ìdí ni pé mi ò ní dọ̀bálẹ̀ kí wọn láéláé, mi ò ní dọ̀bálẹ̀ kí wọn. Jésù kọ́ ló create throne, Muhammad ò create throne ń bí báyìí, in fact adé ẹ̀gún ni Jésù dé. So ẹni tó bá fẹ́ jẹ ọba ńlẹ̀ Yorùbá orí àpèrè yẹn nǹkan tó máa fi ń ṣe ọba yẹn òun ló máa ṣe. Ọba kan wà ńlẹ̀ Yorùbá ẹ̀mí ní dárúkọ ẹ̀, bishop ló wá sọ̀dọ̀ba. Báwo ìwọ tó lọ ṣọ́ máa ń dọ̀bálẹ̀ ní England ni wọ́n ń dọ̀bálẹ̀ England náà. Ìwọ tí bishop tó gbé ọ̀pá àṣẹ fún tó dẹ̀ fún ẹ Bible ó wá ìṣẹ́ kí n dọ̀bálẹ̀ ṣe máa náwó sí ẹni náà. Èmi ti lọ yes àwọn òyìnbó ń kọ́ tí o wọ́n máa ń kọ́ tí wọ́n máa ń bend bá wọ́n máa ń bend by yes ẹ̀bẹ̀ èmi ò ráyè láti máa bend tí máa fẹ́ dọ̀bálẹ̀ máa dọ̀bálẹ̀ mi tí máa fẹ́ nọwọ́ máa nọwọ́. So irú ọba ẹ̀mí ní tiwájú ẹ mọ̀ ara àwọn èèyàn yìí náà ni ìrẹ́ mi mọ̀ mathematics so ọba kan náà wà ìyẹn náà wé láwà ní ó ṣe ògbẹ èmi ò lè ní àwọn èèyàn ò tiẹ̀ nígbà kéèyàn dọ̀bálẹ̀ so mi ì lè dọ̀bálẹ̀ wájú wọn mi ì ní débẹ̀. So the third stage yẹn ibẹ̀ là ń sọ pé òkè ṣé a lè rí third stage yẹn ló dáa jù. First stage ni pé ẹ wá bá wa ṣe nǹkan tá à ń ṣe jẹ́ gbogbo wa wálé gbogbo wa bá di oníṣẹ̀ṣe ó máa pé e wá. Now ìṣẹ̀ṣe kò ń jẹ́ pé ẹ̀sẹ̀ yọkan ló wà ń bẹ̀. Àwọn ọlọ́ṣun wà jẹ́ pé pọ́ńbélé ọ̀ṣun ni wọ́n ń ṣe. Àwọn ológun wà jẹ́ pé wọ́n tẹ ìfà àwọn ìlú kan wà kò tiẹ̀ sífà láwọn ìlú kan àsẹ̀n Ifá ló tẹ gbogbo olùdó nílẹ̀ Yorùbá but kò wà prominent láwọn ibòmíì tẹ àwọn òkè ológun làwọn. Mo ti lọ sílùú kan rí wọ́n ní àgbọ́dọ̀ bọ́ bàtà àgbọ́dọ̀ wọ bàtà àgbọ́dọ̀ ṣe kinní kan mo ní yábàlá olùdábà fún yín ni wọ́n ní ìṣà àwọn mo ní ẹ̀pẹ̀lẹ́ mà á máa gbà pẹ̀lú wọn ní bá wọn ṣe ní tẹ̀só. Ìṣẹ̀ṣe tó bí gan wá sọ pé dandandandan ẹ wá bá wa ṣe nǹkan tá à ń sọ ni pé ẹ má bá wa jà ẹ yé bu wa mọ́ torí kò ń ṣe pà wá deviate àgbà nǹkan kan àdẹ̀ ní kẹ́yìn tẹ́ ẹ lọ gbà nǹkan míì kẹ́ ẹ mórí yín wá kẹ́ ẹ fọrùn lẹ̀ so second stage ni pé ẹ má bá wa jà ní kọ́kọ́ ẹ yé bu ẹnu àtẹ́ lu àwọn bàbá wa because nǹkan táwa gbà ni pé ṣé Oòduà bàbá wa ni yes bàbá wa ni Ọba Makin bàbá wa ni yes bàbá wa ni so lọ́bẹ̀ gbogbo àwọn Ọ̀rànfẹ̀ ṣé bàbá wa ni wọ́n yes so ẹ má bẹnu àtẹ́lù wọn tẹ́ ẹ bá ti bẹnu àtẹ́lù wọn bí àwọn European ṣe kí ń bẹnu àtẹ́lù Zeus tó kí ń bẹnu àtẹ́lù Apollo tí wọ́n kí ń bẹnu àtẹ́lù Hades ẹ̀yin náà ẹ má bẹnu àtẹ́lù àwọn bàbá wa. Tẹ́ bá bẹnu àtẹ́lù àwọn bàbá wa a máa bá yín jà because àwa náà kì í ṣọmọ àlè àwa náà ní gbà. Number 3 ni pé tí ẹ bá ti wá bẹnu àtẹ́lù tẹ́ ẹ̀ dẹ̀ bá wa ṣe ẹ máa rí i pé tẹ́ bá ti débì kan ẹ jẹ́ kí ìjẹ́ Yorùbá pé èmi ọmọ ilé aláró ni mí ilé aláró ni mo ti wá nǹkan báyìí la máa. Sorry ẹjọ́ ta nìyẹn. So a sọ pé èmi báyìí ọmọ ilé aláró ni mí ilé aláró ni mo ti wá nílẹ̀ Yorùbá ilẹ̀ Yorùbá Nàìjíríà tá a bá ti bẹ̀ sí ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ tá a ti mọ̀ pé tá a bá rágbàlagbà a máa pọ́n àgbàlagbà lé nínú àwọn tí wọ́n dá wà lálẹ́ alákatakítí tí wọ́n dá wà lálẹ́ lọ́ọ́ báyìí lára àwọn àfa àwọn kan ó ń sọ̀rọ̀ nípa lílo Islam pẹ̀lú epoch àti time ń pé wọ́n lọ sí Turkey wọ́n wá rẹ́ nìkan ó wá rí jàpá àwọn Turkish ikùn náà máa fi ń gbára wọn ó wá fẹ́ fi kùn gbá bàbá ní fi kùn gbáta ní kúnlẹ̀ kó dọ̀bálẹ̀ kó tó ké ní kó yes ó ti wá ń di pé àwọn kan wá ń sọ fúnra wọn pé o ò lè dọ̀bálẹ̀ káwọn òbí ẹ o ò lè kúnlẹ̀ káwọn òbí ẹ o ò ṣe ní dọ̀bálẹ̀ káwọn òbí ẹ o ò ṣe ní kúnlẹ̀ àṣà wa nìyẹn àwa ò sọ pé kó wá bá forí balẹ̀ fún fa ní pé oró gangan láì gbọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n túbú sí ìsọ̀rọ̀ kan lẹ́ẹ̀kan nípa pé bí wọ́n ṣe máa ń ṣe àwọn kankan nídìí àwọn òòṣà ó yàtọ̀ yes òró là ń mú todófódó òró là ń mú tọlọfọlọ tabadébò mi a máa kúnlẹ̀ ni tabadébò mi a máa forí balẹ̀ ni so ó mì pé ó yàtọ̀ síra wọn báyìí máa ń ṣe ẹlòmíì kò sí ọ̀dọ́ kan ó mẹ́mu ẹ lọ ni ẹ bá pè é sídìí orò kẹ pè é sídìí eégún kò ní bá yín ṣe àmọ́ kò ní bẹnu àtẹ́ lù ú tẹ́ bá ń ṣe eégún àtìlẹ̀kùn mọ́rí ẹ ó mọ̀ pé ẹ máa wá nà òun lọ́jọ́ yẹn so kò ní bọ́ọ̀tà á jókòó sínú ilé. In fact àwọn eégún kan wà tí wọ́n bá fẹ́ jáde wọ́n á kọ́ nu ọgbà àwọn ìyàwó ilé náà nǹkan tó máa fi ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ ni pé èmi tí mo lè nà ìyàwó ilé ńlé wa wàá jẹ bàbá ńlá ìyálé ni ti máa mú ẹ̀ ń ta eégún alárè làwọn yẹn tó máa ṣeré tó máa nù so dandan kọ́ ni pé kó o bá wa ṣe eégún yẹn a sọ pé dandan tó bá wa ṣe inú wa dùn ayọ̀ wa kún má bu ẹnu àtẹ́ lù. Now you must find a balance. Nǹkan tí ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n Bùsú yìí sọ ni pé Paul ó ní pàdí kan ọmọọṣẹ́ bọ̀bọ́ yẹn Greek ni bọ̀ màmá ẹ̀ Jew ni so ó dẹ̀ fẹ́ relate pẹ̀lú àwọn Jew. Nǹkan tó máa ṣe ni pé àwọn Jew tó bá ti kọlà aláìkọlà wọn ò ní bá ẹ ṣe láéláé. Àgbàlagbà kan wá mú okó àgbàlagbà kí wọ́n máa fi abẹ sí kí wọ́n máa rẹ̀. It does not. Ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n Bùsú is not imposing his religion. He's saying he's not even talking to oníṣẹ̀ṣe. He's not even talking to the Muslims. He's talking to the Christians. Pé ẹ̀yin Christian ẹ má para yín. Ẹni tó kọ ìwé bíi 14 fún wa gan nǹkan tó ṣe rè ó bá àwọn èèyàn ẹ̀ ṣe wọn. Torí àṣà ìṣe gbogbo ẹ̀ ìṣẹ̀ṣe ni. So tó bá wá ṣe ẹ̀sìn tó wà nú ẹ̀ nǹkan kan ò ní ṣe ẹ́. In fact the funniest thing ni pé ẹni tí ó bá ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ṣe kò ní lọ síbi kankan kò ní jóná kò ní kú kò jíjì tó bá ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ṣe kò mí ìpò máa jóná ò ní lọ sọ́run àpáàdì kankan tó bá ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ṣe kò yà lóògbé tó die ìṣẹ̀ṣe is not.
ẹ dáàtọ̀
sa
ẹ má wọrí wọ́n ti mọ̀ káwọn ní jóná torí kò sí kò sẹ́yìn ọ̀rọ̀ àwádìí nínú ìṣẹ̀ṣe.
Exactly, so there's no fight there's no fear. Now sọ pé tó bá ti ṣe nǹkan kan máa ṣe no but 3 stages yẹn ni pé I will be happy if you do it. So Ogabi said he doesn't care about that. He doesn't want to tell you what to do. We are not in liberty to tell anybody what to do. These are free people. Yoruba people are freeborn. We have blue blood in us. Ọmọ ọba ni wá, ọmọ aládé ni wá, ọmọ olóyè ni wá. A kì í force èèyàn láti ṣe anything. Tó o bá ṣe nǹkan yẹn ò ní kú. So kò sọ tó máa ṣe. Ìkejì ni pé àwa tá ń bára wa fa wàhálà a ní fira wa lọ́rùn lẹ̀ táwọn bá ti fi wá lọ́rùn lẹ̀ tẹ́ ẹ̀ bá ti yé tẹ bẹnu àtẹ́lù. But ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n Bùsú is going to the third stage to say no, all of us ká tó ṣòṣà láti ń ṣòṣà ń pé gbogbo wa all of us we are coming from a source. Ifẹ̀ ni source yẹn, Ilé Ifẹ̀ ni ó wá ń jẹ́ báyìí, so Yorùbá lórúkọ wa báyìí. Ẹ jẹ́ kí gbogbo wa ká gbá ìjẹ́ Yorùbá yẹn mú dáadáa kọjá pé èmi ni báyìí èmi ń ṣe ìfà láàrin àwọn Yorùbá ṣe bí ọ̀nkú wa kan ló wà lọ́nà Ìbàdàn ẹ̀ Sadguru Maraji làwọn jẹ́ ẹ̀sìn tí wọ́n ti ẹ̀ yé wa. And I will shock you sir, kọ́lọ̀ bá fọ̀rùn kẹ́ bàbá Adéyẹmọ bàbá Moses Adéyẹmọ tí wọ́n máa ń ṣeré bẹ́ẹ̀ mi mọ̀ bóyá bàbá yẹn
ẹ kàn fọ́ tébù mọ́ra wọn lónìí ní sá.
irọ́ ẹran tí bàbá tó máa ń ṣe àkìlẹ̀ bàbá yìí tó máa Moses Adéyẹmọ náà ń jẹ́ is an actor wọ́n ti dàgbà wọ́n ti rí dàgbà ń rè sẹ́yìn bàbá yẹn.
ẹ ṣe bàbá sàlàyé pé.
no àwọn kọ Moses orúkọ yẹn bàbá yẹn náà ń jẹ́ màá rántí orúkọ wọn sẹ màá rántí nickname àwọn èèyàn mọ̀ wọn dáadáa. Bàbá yẹn ti ọmú lẹ́tà lọ fún Sadguru Maraji nígbà wọn fẹ́ ṣe nǹkan ní church. Ọmú lẹ́tà lọ fún Sadguru Maraji báwọn fẹ́ ṣe nǹkan ní church.
àwọn Ìbàdàn ní Guru Maraji àbí bàbá ọ̀dà ọ̀tọ̀.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni mo mọ̀ wọ́n mú lẹ́tà lọ fún Sadguru Maraji báwọn fẹ́ ṣe nǹkan ní church. Guru Maraji fún wọn ní owó ọlọ́mọba àfọ̀rọ́kẹ́ àbá mi bàbá mi ní ẹ̀dá ọ̀tọ̀ ṣe èèrè yọ díẹ̀ nú ẹ̀ báyìí mo ní ẹ wá yọ ṣàkóso owó ojú eégún lówó yẹn tí kò bá lọ ṣe màá rántí kò bàbá yẹn. Now ìjọ tí Ọ̀jájá tí wọ́n ń ṣe ìyàwó alákọ̀ọ́kọ́ tí wọ́n ṣe lórí oyè gbogbo aláwọ̀ ń bẹ̀ nínú iná kìíní gangan ìgbà tí Sadguru Maraji dé àwọn pòfẹ́sọ̀ ọ̀fẹ́ wọ́n fòde wọn ya dànù èmi ò dẹ̀ tí ì rí ibi jókòó sí báwọn pòfẹ́sọ̀ yẹn ṣe ń ya dànù báyìí èmi kọ̀ lájọ́ kò sẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ sat ni mo dẹ̀ kí wọn dáadáa pé ẹ̀ka ọ̀sà wọn ni àkọ́ dẹ̀ kí mi dáadáa mi nítorí pé wọ́n ṣe nǹkan kan kí wọ́n lọ sọ pé àbí kí n bẹ́ orí wọn irọ́ ayé òòyọ Yorùbá ni wá àlàáfíà ni Yorùbá máa ń wá ìlera òun lọ́rọ̀ ńlẹ̀ Yorùbá àwọn ò kì í ṣe jàgídíjàgan pálapàla máa sọ pé nìkan wọ́n lọ gbé eégún wọ́n dáná sun wọ́n lọ gbé ifá wọ́n dànù àwọn alẹ́ nìkan sun Kùránì ṣe bí pépà ní ṣe bóun ló fowó ara ẹ̀ ra eégún tẹ̀sùn gan eégún agboolé ni èèyàn fowó tẹ̀ ra Kùránì ó sun ẹwà ń bàjá. So gbogbo àwọn pálapàla yẹn tí action and opposite reaction ni àwọn èèyàn náà ní máa gbà tó kì í sọ máa lè so òun ló ń fa gbọ́n mi oṣù omi ò tó kọ́ wọ́n ń tẹ̀ wá lójúmọ́lẹ̀ ni àwa náà dẹ̀ sọ pé rárá àsìkò yẹn ti tó ẹ̀yẹ ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ mọ́ àwọn bàbá wa mọ nǹkan tí wọ́n ń ṣe àwọn bàbá wa dẹ̀ ti rìpọ́ọ̀tì rí wọ́n ti lé àwọn ènìyàn kan kó nílẹ̀ rí ó yá ẹgbà báyìí lọ so táyà náà bá ń ṣe ń sẹ́yìn ó túmọ̀ sí pé àkínṣọ́ máa lé ní nǹkan táwọn bàbá sọ ni pé mo sọ̀rọ̀ kan níjẹta àbí jẹrin. Okay sir Àjàyí ò gbórí ẹ̀fọ̀n now the funnest thing ni pé tá bá wo Kírìjí wọ̀ ilẹ̀ Ìbàdàn gan fúnra rẹ̀ kò kí ń ṣe ilẹ̀ tó lẹ́yà kan ẹ̀yà oríṣiríṣi ló wà ń bẹ̀ bàbá tó ń pè ní Adébísì dì kan ọmọ Ẹ̀fọ̀n aláàyè ni wọ́n Ìbàdàn ni wọ́n wà báyìí Ìbàdàn ni wọ́n ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn tó ń jà ní Kírìjí wọ̀ yẹn ìlú ọ̀tọ̀ọ̀tọ̀ oríṣiríṣi ló ti wá.
wọ́n forúkọ wọn sọ àdúgbò ńlá gan nìbàdàn ìdí kan.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni ìdí kan so tẹ́ bá wo àwọn tó ń ja ogun yẹn nínú àwọn accounts kan tá a rí tí wọ́n sọ fún wa ń pé Muhammadu jogun omi jẹ́ Muhammadu jogun omi lórúkọ ẹ̀ Muhammadu jogun omi ó dẹ̀ ń jagun lọ ó ní pé ọmọ mo ti mí sọ́láàtì gan máa ní láti kírun Àjàyí ò gbórí ẹ̀fọ̀n tí kò kí ń ṣe mùsùlùmí lójú ogun ọgbọ́n dọ̀dọ̀ wọ́n kù sí òrìṣà mo fẹ́ ṣe prayer mi ní dáhùn lóhùn lójú ogun mamasa lọ́n tèmi ni o but Àjàyí ò gbórí ẹ̀fọ̀n risk his life ó mú aṣọ pupa báyìí ó ní ó yá máa kírun mo wà wájú ẹ̀ ó dẹ̀ dúró síwájú ẹ̀ ìbọn dẹ̀ ń lọ lọ́tún lọ́sì in fact kò ń ṣèbọn nìkan wọ́n lo àwọn bíbí ẹ̀ lo amọ̀ tank torí nǹkan tá à ń pè ní Kírìjí yẹn kò ń ṣe kan kékeré ọlọ́mọ yẹn kó balẹ̀ sí kó máa balẹ̀ sí léèyàn ni wọ́n lo bàbá àwọn weaponry tó le gidi gan ẹni tó ń kírun lójú ogun ẹni tó bá di aṣọ mú pé ìbọn ò ní bà ẹ́ bó ṣe ń kírun yẹn kò kí ń ṣe mùsùlùmí àkọ́kọ́ nìyẹn ìkejì to round up ìgbà táwọn Arab àwọn Ìlọrin àwọn ẹrú Fúlàní ẹrú Haúsá àti nǹkankan àtàwọn ṣọlágbẹrú gbogbo tó ń kó nọ́nsẹ̀nsì bọ̀ ńlẹ̀ Yorùbá àwọn mùsùlùmí ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ni wọ́n dìde sáwọn Ajíkòbí pé nọ́nsẹ̀nsì lẹ́ ń ṣe yìí ńgbà tó ń dẹ̀ mú àwọn Ajíkòbí ńgbà tó ń mú àwọn Ajíkòbí tó mú ọ́ ní káwọn Haúsá yẹn ọ́ ní ẹ̀yin ẹ̀ máa lọ́n ti yín torí ẹ̀yin ò mọ implication kan tẹ̀ ṣe wọ́n pa mo ti gbàgbé Ṣayélérù ni bàbá yẹn ń jẹ àti Àjíkòbí wọ́n ní ọmọ àlè ní yín lè torí ẹ̀sìn kẹ́ máa gbógun bọ̀ lórí ilẹ̀ àwọn bàbá titi yín wọ́n dẹ̀ pa àwọn méjèèjì wọ́n fi àwọn Haúsá yẹn sílẹ̀ mistake táwọn bàbá ṣe nígbà yẹn náà nìyẹn náà ó yẹ kó pa àwọn Haúsá yẹn kó fún wọn pàrokò ránṣẹ́ but àwọn náà tún lọ but nǹkan táwọn bàbá ṣe ni pé tó ń ṣe tó túmọ̀ sí ni pé mùsùlùmí ni wá ṣùgbọ́n ẹ má gbé ogun mùsùlùmí wá sórí ilẹ̀ wa you cannot be Muslim than us àwọn Madinke tí wọ́n ń pè ní Wongara àwọn ni wọ́n fún Haúsá ní Islam ní 14th-15th century Yorùbá ti ní earlier so kò ń ṣe pé ilẹ̀ ṣe máa kọ́ wa bá ṣe fẹ́ ṣe ẹ̀sìn ẹ̀yin tẹ́ fẹ́ kọ́ wa bẹ́ ṣe máa ṣe ẹ̀sìn ẹ wò lóyún bó ṣe rí wọ́n gba sátidé lọ́wọ́ yín wọ́n gbé Sunday lé yín lọ́wọ́ àwọn Fúlàní tó ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ dé lánàá lọ́n rúlu gbogbo lẹ́yìn ẹ̀dẹ̀ fẹ́ káwa lẹ́sìn ẹ̀yin tẹ́ lọ sọ pé ẹ̀ ń ṣe Christian tẹ́ jẹ́ Catholic àti Anglican nílẹ̀ Ìgbò ojoojúmọ́ Monday ẹ̀ lè jáde kúrò nílé àwa tó yẹ pé gbogbo ẹ̀ la máa ń ṣe papọ̀ ilẹ̀ wa wà peaceful ilẹ̀ wa ó lóyin ó lọ́ra kí ló ní àìkó jẹ́ kí ilẹ̀ Yorùbá kó tún ga jù báyìí lọ ẹ ṣé.
Wow, thank you so much. So let me tell you one beautiful thing that I see in our conversation. Pé tí n bá sọ̀rọ̀ bó ṣe jẹ́ wípé Kìrìsìtẹ́nì lèmi fẹ́ẹ́ ọ̀tọ̀ bá sọ̀rọ̀ bó ṣe jẹ́ wípé oníṣẹ̀ṣe ni wọ́n ọ̀rọ̀ wa máa ń bára dọ́gba kí ló fà á pé Yorùbá gangan ló jẹ wá lógún and that's why I would respect his faith and that's why I would respect mine. Mo fẹ́ dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín gidi gan arákùnrin ẹ̀dá ọ̀tọ̀ that was brilliant. It was balanced. And let me also quickly appeal to those of us who demean other people's religion. And when I say other, I mean any religion at all. Let's be more respectful of other people. You know, nǹkan tẹ́ bá fẹ́ ẹ lè má fẹ́ ṣùgbọ́n ẹ mọ̀ ń pa ẹ̀ tó dójú àmì. Just let them be. And like I said, if we're in church, and of course, I'm not going to tell you to embrace anything. I will tell you to be a Christian. If my daughter has a chance to proselytize, he will tell you to be an Ìṣẹ̀ṣe person. But on a platform like this, where the primary thing is Yoruba identity, we have to galvanize around something more than just religion, and that is our ethnicity, who we are. And I think that was really brilliant, and it captures what I've been saying all day today. And I think I'm going to be having more sessions on this because for some reason, I think many of us are very interested in religious conversation, but
bá ṣe máa ń ní bí ìjà la ṣe ń ní. So níbi bí lágbára Ọlọ́run àwọn máa ṣe léraléra tó jẹ́ pé a máa lè sọ ní ìtùbínùbí tí kò ní fa jàgídíjàgan ọkàn lọ́wọ́. Tọ́lọ́run bá fẹ́ ẹlòmíì lè gbọ́ wa káwọn náà yíwà wọn padà. But by the time we put these things out there, hopefully 1, 2 people, 1, 2, 3 persons will see it and hopefully change their attitude to other people's religions, right? We have 2 more people. It's almost 6 o'clock. Okay. Mama sọ pé sọ tí n bá ṣe tán. Aago kan lọ́la máa pàdé níbí lọ́la. Nǹkan tá a máa sọ lọ́la, I will let us know. Maybe before we go, or you see it, tí n bá ti fi sórí tí n bá ti schedule it. But I want to thank you so much, all the speakers, all the people in the comment section. You've made today very beautiful. Today's session very beautiful. So mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín gidi gan. Ẹ ká gbọ́ àwọn yòókù wa tó wà lórí àpẹẹrẹ yìí àbí lórí pẹpẹ. Ẹ bá fẹ́ pè ní méjì. Esquire. Ẹ ká sọ.
Hello, sir. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni, sir. Ṣé ń gbọ́ mi báyìí?
Ẹ káàbọ̀. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni, sir. Ẹ káàbọ̀.
Ẹ ṣe gbọ́ ẹ̀kú ètò. Mo kí everybody o, mo kí gbogbo ilé o. Let me begin by appreciate the platform. It's really very, very helpful. Báwo ni náà ṣe ti sọ? Knowledge ṣe pàtàkì gan nínú gbogbo nǹkan tá a bá fẹ́ ṣe. And èmi ṣe joined àwọn platform yìí and similar ones recently, maybe within the week, this past week, I mean. So mo dẹ̀ ti learn. So ara kan tí mo discover náà ni pé ààbò ẹ̀kọ́ àbí kéèyàn máa nǹkan tẹ́ bá wà ignorant about èèyàn máa ń sáré condemn àwọn indiscriminate kákan kó gbogbo nǹkan pọ̀ mọ́ra wíyà kíní kan rubbish ni. So but anything tẹ́ bá farabalẹ̀ first tó wà humble tó sì gbéraga unnecessary náà kò yàn tó farabalẹ̀ tó dẹ̀ study ẹ̀ more likely èèyàn máa ní potential láti have some respect wà á tiẹ̀ kọ́kọ́ respect even if it's not your faith wà á dẹ̀ respect àwọn ènìyàn náà. Ultimately peace náà ni nǹkan tó ṣe pàtàkì jù. Ó yẹ ká lè ká bọ̀wọ̀ for everybody at least as a starting point. So which is one of the principles of ẹ̀kọ́ tó ti ta nígẹ̀ bí Yorùbá ẹ̀ ṣe ń sọ náà pé nínú àwa Yorùbá ń sìn tolerance yẹn wà ń bẹ̀ òun náà ló show nínú gbogbo history wa gbogbo àwọn history táwọn ti sọ àwọn wàhálà kan tó máa ń try based on some religions láwọn other territories kò lè rí bẹ́ẹ̀ nílẹ̀ Yorùbá because ìwà ọmọlúàbí ìfimọ̀nìyàn ṣe bí humanitarian àbí a ní àwọn valuable things no culture wa tó jẹ́ pé ó dẹ̀ ká preserve and till date anywhere tí wọ́n bá lọ in the world civilization wa yẹn àwọn cultural values yẹn wọ́n máa ó lè stand against any system irú èmi ń sìn I'm a lawyer, I'm also a researcher so with an interest and I'm also a Christian. Mo interest nínú traditional particularly Ifá the Odu corpus mo ti ń try àti research it so ní kíní àwọn interdisciplinary studies kan tí mo ń ṣe so mo wà láwọn state kan tó jẹ́ pé mo ń try láti gain àwọn primary sources fáwọn kankan. For instance one of them wọ́n ṣe kíní kan náà pè ní wrongful convictions. This problem àwọn ẹ̀kọ́ kan máa fall victim sí justice system pé ẹni ẹ really were innocent but one way or another bóyá prosecution àbí àkóbá àbí more evidence dáadáa àbí bribe job whatever reason wọ́n á ṣàfihàn jẹ aláìṣẹ̀. So kíní yẹn there's this saying tí mo máa ń gbọ́ growing up from my parents and probably grandparents. So mo ṣáà ti wá sọ̀ọ̀sẹ̀ wọ́n máa ń sọ kí n pé orí yéye ní mògún àìṣẹ̀ ló pọ̀. So from my experience mo rí pé that thing sounded like something that would have come from a verse of Ifá tó mo dẹ̀ ti ń wá source yẹn tipẹ́tipẹ́ so mo ti ń look here and there and some other things now here and there. So
ara nǹkan tí mo ẹ pé kí ni ẹ̀tàn orí onímọ̀gùn ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ló pọ̀ tí àìṣẹ̀ ló pọ̀ àbí àìṣẹ̀ ló pọ̀.
Okay. Yeah. So tó show pé innocent people lè wà wọ́n lè fall victim to the criminal justice system administration of criminal justice. So that's something very powerful because a lè trace ẹ̀wọ̀nù traditional belief system wa tó show pé okay àwọn gan àti acknowledge if this is even a system which is supposed to be higher or more integrity than a mere human system, because at least Imogun should be perhaps Ojubo Ogun or something. The gods are involved, of course. Our human frailties to my wambe, you can't be no around scheme or whatever. With this spirit that operate, humans no money impact you to man what is responsible for anything. So that's by the way.
ẹ jọ sá kí tó gbàgbé nǹkan tẹ́ sọ yẹn orí eré ní Ògún ta ìṣẹ̀ ló pọ̀ Ògún Dárosùn ló sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ orí eye ní Ògún ta ìṣẹ̀ ló pọ̀ so nínú story yẹn Ògún dá ní ẹ̀gbọ́n Ìrosùn ní àbúrò wọ́n wá argue wọ́n lọ lẹ́ǹkùlé ọba báyìí wọ́n wá argue ó wá sọ pé ó wá ní pé argument yẹn ń pé èèyàn kan ò lè jìyà kíní kan àbò ọgbọ́n ẹ̀ wá sọ pé má máa bá mi argue so Ògún dá nígbà tí Ìrosùn tó ń sùn torí òun máa ń sùn dáadáa ẹ̀gbọ́n ẹ̀ wá lọ gbé ẹran ọba kan ó wá pa ẹran ọba yẹn ó wá fi ẹ̀jẹ̀ ó wá ró sí àbúrò Ìrosùn lẹ́nu ó wá ró lọ sẹ́nu ọ̀nà ilé ọba so ńgbà tó délé ọba àwọn kábíyèsí wọn jí wọn pé ta ló gbé ẹran yìí máa ń ṣeré lọ́dẹ̀ máa ń padà wá sílé kìnìkan ọgbà tó ṣàǹṣe wọn wá títí wọn rí wọn wá rẹ́jẹ̀ wọn wá tọ̀ lọ sí ilé àwọn Ògúndá àti Ìrosùn tí wọ́n jẹ́ ẹ̀gbọ́n àtàbúrò ara wọn wọn wá rí pé wọ́n wá múrò sùn pé ó tún yìí ń sùn lọ ìwọ́n tó ti tó mọ ẹ̀jẹ̀ ẹran ọba wọ́n ṣàmú sínú túbọ̀ wọn fẹ́ pa so ibi tó ti ń ṣe wàhálà yẹn Ògúndá wà wò pé kí ni mo ṣe yìí ìyá dẹ̀ máa jàbúrò mi o àwọn babaláwo wá dábàá fún wa ní kó má wọrí kó kọ̀ lọ sọ fún kábíyèsí pé òun lòun ṣe kó dẹ̀ sọ ìdí tó fi ṣe so nígbà tó débẹ̀ ó ní ó wá ṣàlàyé fún wọn ó wá ní orí yeye ní Ògún ta ìṣẹ̀ ló pọ̀ adíá fún Ògúndá tí ó lọ pẹran bá tẹ̀jẹ̀ sábúrò rẹ̀ lẹ́nu ó tán so ìmọ̀gún yẹn kò ń ṣe orí Ògún o ìmọ̀gún ní hangman's nose nǹkan tí ò bá ń pè ní hangman.
kílẹ̀ porúkọ ẹsẹ̀ fáyẹn.
Ògún Dárosùn.
Hello sir, ẹ jọ̀ọ́ mo máa follow yín sìn máa follow máa DM mú. Thank you so much. Mo ti wá kí ni tipẹ́ gan. Mo really appreciate contribution yẹn. So máa DM mi láti get accurate fún reference. Ẹ ṣé gan sir. Okay, so that's one point. The other one ni pé mo gbọ́ àwọn nǹkan kan from two sources.
Ẹ ṣeun.
Hello sir, ṣé ń gbọ́ mi sir? Hello?
à ń gbọ́ yín.
Okay sir. All right sir. So kíní kan wà tí mo tún fẹ́ investigate náà mo mọ bàbá kan wòlíì ni bàbá yẹn àgbàlagbà ni. So ó sọ ọjọ́ kan pé okay bàbá yẹn sọ pé níjọ́ ó sọ ọjọ́ kan mo ti ń sọ̀rọ̀ lọ.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay, we are on network issues.
12.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's your name? No, we can hear everybody. Burabusuyi, we can hear you. The ex-choir, we can hear you. I doubt we can hear you. We can hear everybody. So continue, sir.
I have a question.
Can I go?
Hold on, Lady Law. Hold on, mommy.
So Esquire. I think he's having some issues, but let me first thank Edalto. What you just did.
I think
I think. Yes. Edalto, thank you very much for.
No.
For what you just did, because this is the kind of thing I needed. But I was looking inside. So I have some sources like that. I was looking for it. Oh, sorry. Hey, sorry. Hey. There's a lot of Shemini. Lady Law, please mute, please. No, hold on, please. One second. Mr. Metan Bomogabai.
Èmi ní ìṣe àṣegbọ́ mi mo wà bí mo fẹ́ kẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ tọ́ ni mo fẹ́ kẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀. Oh my God.
Esquire, à ń gbọ́ yín.
Okay.
But so we can hear everybody. We can hear everybody.
Okay. Yeah. Prof, ṣe ti make point yín sir? Mi fẹ́ interrupt yín ni. Okay. So the other point tí mò ń sọ lọ ni pé mo meet bàbá kan tó jẹ́ prophet ní bàbá yẹn. So the man now said something pé I think his own fathers originally àwọn bí generation bí méjì mẹ́ta before àwọn onífá ni wọ́n. So wọ́n wá sọ pé wọ́n differ wọ́n bí ọmọ kan maybe him or his own grandfather or something. Àwọn tó ṣàjẹ́ immediate predecessor bàbá wò ni. Wọ́n wá sọ pé wọ́n gbàtọ́ lọ wo àkọsẹ̀jáyé ẹni yẹn nínú Ifá. Ifá wá ń jẹ́ kó yé wọn pé ẹni tó ń bọ̀ yìí pé ó máa gbé àwọn ìran míì wọnú family yẹn. Báwọn náà máa wọ aṣọ funfun. Aláṣọ funfun ni wọ́n pé bí priest ni wọ́n but wọ́n ṣe priest ìṣẹ̀ṣe wọ́n ṣe priest onífá. In essence suggesting that they will be prophets, Christian prophets. Bàbá yẹn sọ. So mo gbọ́ yẹn on one side. Mo tún wá gbọ́ létà ń bò mí pé wọ́n sọ pé àwọn ẹsẹ̀ Ifá kan wà tí báwọn èèyàn ṣe máa ń lọ consult Ifá just as Yorùbá cosmology. Catholicism in the sense that ó wà universal, ó embrace almost everything, you know, kò discriminate necessarily. So wọ́n sọ pé àwọn èèyàn kan máa wà tó máa lọ consult Ifá tí Ifá máa direct wọn to go and become Muslims or become Christians. So dimension méjì ló wà nínú prophecy ìṣẹ́dá kó jẹ́ ó inform àbí kó jẹ́ pé ó advice or one. So eléyìí ó dà pé wọ́n sọ fún ẹni yẹn pé wọ́n direct ẹ̀ ni pé I think it's both. Pé well bí pé destiny ẹni yẹn is to be associated with such faith. So my question is that true? Ṣé àmọ́ tó lè fún wa ní àwọn.
Sorry, can you repeat sorry, Esquire, can you repeat what you said, Ejo?
Okay, sir. Ìdí mo kọ́kọ́ sọ ni pé mo ní mo mọ bàbá kan, there's a prophet in Nigeria tó sọ story yẹn fún wa níbi kan pé àwọn ancestors àwọn wọ́n differ at some point. The Ifá family ni wọ́n. They've been a family of priests, Ifá priests. Tó wá dé point kan wá bí ọmọ kan. So gbà tó wá wo àkọsẹ̀jáyé ọmọ yẹn, Ifá wá ń sọ fún wọn pé àwọn eléyìí náà kan ń bọ̀ báwọn pé that particular child ó máa initiate another tribe, let me say, of priests. But these ones will not be Ifá priests. Àwọn ajá aṣọ funfun làwọn náà máa wọ pé but àwọn wòlíì àwọn Christian ló máa jẹ́. Tó máa jẹ́ àwọn Christian prophets. Of course, all priests tó wà prophetic, tó ní prophetic dimension.
I've read something similar.
In fact, àmọ́ ẹni yẹn ẹni tí mo sọ ó wà Nigeria but it's very popular. Ó wà social media. I think his name is Ṣẹ́gun Adébáyọ̀. Ẹ lè rí ní social media. So ó confirm irú nǹkan yẹn. So and bàbá yẹn.
Ṣé ọ̀gá sọ táwọn èèyàn sọ̀rọ̀ in comment section pé it's not possible.
I don't tell you comment section. But any yellow sọ. I don't have any personal experience of that.
Okay, so you're asking if it would have happened. So let me say something.
If I investigate, you understand? I'm not saying.
Yeah, ẹ jẹ́ kí n sọ ọ̀kan ṣẹ́ rí. Ẹ tó ń kọ sínú comment section wípé it's not àgbélẹ̀rọ. It's not àgbélẹ̀rọ. Ẹ tó kọ sínú comment section pé òtúrá méjì àníkà méjì, none of them talked about foreign religion as misconception. So let me explain the way this thing works. If you go and meet a babaláwo ọmọ àdáfá, nǹkan tó bá yọ lójú fá, wọ́n á kí fá. The thing that the way to apply tí Ifá kan bá yọ sẹ́mi àti tó bá ṣe máa rọ Ifá yẹn àbí bọ́ ṣe máa application máa yàtọ̀, it may be the same verse. See, this idea that people say it did not happen. I've heard more than that story. I've even heard one that's even bigger than the one that he shared. The thing will just be that we have to now ask the person pé kí ni wọ́n sọ ẹsẹ̀ wo náà kì fún ẹni yẹn. So when people say that no, it's not about foreign religion, it doesn't have to be. When it comes to consultations with priests, I'm not talking about I'm talking about the first one. Let me see now. What's the question? His question was that is it true that could it have happened? And you guys are saying it did not happen. It did not happen. He has not had the second question. I'm talking about the first one though. Did I miss anything? Queen Goddess. The Esquire. What was your question? Your question was that
you did not miss anything. That was it. That was his question. That question. That could it be possible? Could it be possible?
So it's not just that it could be. It's not just that it could be possible. It has happened before. So again, most of you that are shouting is a lie. You have never read one essay. Now, this idea.
So that's what I'm trying to explain to you. You will not find the exact thing inside the old Jufa saying that a Christian church is coming, somebody is coming, will be a priest. You will never, that's not how it works. I can kill Jufa Meji that talks about Islam. So, two things that I think we are mixing two things up. If you are looking for literal words in Ifa that says bye, it is the interpretation of the Odu that carries the meaning that people work with. Even, let me tell you something. Consult an Ifa priest today. I can assure you the Odu Fatoki Funi. If anybody here has ever been to any, if anyone here has ever been to any Babalawo, Tomaki Odu Fast Funi, I can assure you, if 100 people here have been there, 95% I want to maybe they do not remember the Odu Toki Funi. It's not about the Odu, it's about the application to you. So the way a person who is, so when people say things like it cannot happen, what you are saying is that you can say you will not find that exact thing, and you are right. But the application, so for instance, tell me at Bajolo Sodo Babalawo saying, Tomba, exactly, educated stream. So Tomba Dabapa méjèèjì sí nǹkan tó bá rí, tó bá tiẹ̀ jẹ́ wípé Odùfá kan náà méjèèjì, SFA kan méjèèjì, tó ń kí SFA kan fáwọn méjèèjì, tó pé the exact same thing. I can assure you, the interpretation will most likely be different. Why? Because we are different people, we have different circumstances, there are different contexts. So let's not say it can never happen. The interpretation and the application will be different, but you will not find that same word inside Ifa. That's one. Number two, no, I just show. So that's what it means. So if somebody says, is there an SFR for this thing? Yes, there's an SFR, but it is not the exact words. It is the interpretation that people work with, not the exact words. Like I said earlier, I'm going to repeat it again. There's SFR for many things that you go and consult an Ifa priest for. If you go to Ifa priest, they will consult a Ejogbe, they will say everything. I don't know how to say everything. But once you get, for example, no, let me not give the example, it's too personal. If you take any Odu, at the end of the day, when you leave that place, most likely, nǹkan tí SFA yẹn sọ. Ṣùgbọ́n bọ́n ṣe apply saying you will not see. If someone now comes to you in 5 years' time and say, is there an SFA for what you are doing? For instance, let me give an example. But I'll tell you Ìbàdàn though. Wọ́n dáfá. Now, ìlú Ìbàdàn, Ifá tán fi dá ìlú Ìbàdàn. If you are saying nǹkan tán sọ pé kán ṣe lórí SFA yẹn, ṣó wà nù Ifá, kò sí bẹ́ẹ̀. Mo Samuel, I don't know what you are listening to. It's not rocket science. It's the same thing. If you guys are looking for exact words, you never find it. I think somebody said I'm stressing myself. Maybe it's true. I think the problem with many people is that they just believe that Ifa can never talk about Christianity. And I'm like, again, I think I understand. I think the stress that I have with this conversation is that I always forget that we are all just talking. But that's not how. So, Mosamo, that one is a different thing. Again, Emma Farabale, that one about whether there was something that I think Educated Stream was writing up here earlier. Educated Stream. There is one, you can come up. There is one that actually has to do with that religion. No? There's actually one that has to do with that religion. And you know what? Maybe let's talk about it tomorrow. I think I even like the way we are flowing. Let's talk about that one tomorrow. There is an
Monday. Just one. Can you key? Of course,
Mo Samuel, it was not misinterpreted. The person, Mo Samuel, just because somebody told you something does not mean it is true. What did they show you? Do you have any proof for these things? Please. I'm sorry, I didn't even know that. I mean, I'm glad that we have people like you here now so that you can help from that perspective. So please go on. Hey, you know what?
Dufa Otwameji. If Ifá kan sọ wípé ẹ jẹ́ kí búnibúni ó máa búni, ẹ jẹ́ kí pẹ̀gànpẹ̀gàn ó máa pẹ̀gàn, yóò bàyá ẹlẹ́gàn, yóò bàyá ẹni tí ń búni, ajá lé wọn abẹnú dòńdò, àgùntàn lé wọn abẹnú bọ̀lọ̀bọ̀lọ̀, àwọn gángan abẹnú bùrùkùbùkẹ̀. Adíá fún ojúmọ́ tí ọmọ aráyé kọ̀ sílẹ̀, tí wọ́n ní àwọn ò ní kí mọ́, ẹbọ láwọn ní kó yá máa ṣe. Ǹjẹ́ ojúmọ́ ti mọ́ o, ẹ jẹ́ ká lọ kí ojúmọ́. Ṣé rí odù fáyì ni àwọn kan change tó ń sọ de ẹja lọ kíjí mọ́. Ṣó yẹ yín? Òun ni àwọn.
Ogborefon, I know Ogborefon Nisuru, I know we're going to get here, but that's not what I'm saying. Sẹ́rí nǹkan tẹ́ sọ yìí, I know you're going to get here, but bí tèmi sọ kọ́ lélẹ̀, nǹkan tèmi sọ máa gbọ́ ọ. Sẹ́rí tẹ́ sọ yìí, sẹ́rí ohun sọ pé tí bá dọ̀la máa sọ̀rọ̀ ojúmọ́lé. Nǹkan tẹ́ sọ yìí ò tọ́ ni o. Nǹkan tẹ́ Mo Samuel, I'm going to mute you. You don't understand. Everybody's just saying things in the comment section. Just relax. You don't even understand the man's question. He's not talking about àwọn tó sọ kíní di jímọ̀. He's talking about a person who was told that from their family. Hey, Jesus. I think I should stop looking at the comment section.
Emma, worry. Like somebody already told you, don't worry about it.
I think I should stop looking at it.
Brother Bustu,
If you continue looking at it, Emma eventually Dori Kodo.
No, what a promo. But please just listen to what I'm saying. Sherry, sometimes there's some things we have this we have to understand the question in context. So maybe you're answering the second question. Me, I'm answering the first one. The first question is that somebody said, èèyàn kan dáfá fún wọn, wọ́n wá sọ pé èèyàn kan ní family yìí ó máa jẹ́ priest but of another religion. That is that in Ifa, and people say it is not possible. And I was saying, so what you are saying is probably a different question. So I think maybe that's where we are making a mistake. So the first one is that this one is not that Ifa sobe literally. It just means that ìgbà tó ń apply Ifa ẹsẹ̀ fáyẹn sí ẹni yẹn, ìtumọ̀ ẹni yẹn. That is one. And there are many cases, not just one. I've even heard one that I even talked about the fact that some people are going to come. That is possible. That does not mean that wọ́n kọ́ síbẹ̀ pé nínú odùfáyẹn o àwọn kìrìsìtẹ́nì máa wá o bàtà àwọn kìrìsìtẹ́nì yẹn bá ti wá dé o ẹ fàyè gbà wọ́n o bẹ́ẹ̀ wọ́n ti máa di priest o. You will not find it literally like that, but the application of that SFR to that person ìkan tó túmọ̀ sí nìyẹn. That is, but if you ask him ṣé tẹ́wá lọ bẹ̀rẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ bàbá bẹ́ẹ̀ pé ṣé SFR wà fún nǹkan tó ń sọ pé ìkan tí ọmọ wọn dì wọ́n máa fún yín ní SFR yẹn, but if you are looking for literal words you will not find, because that's not how it works. Having said that, ìtẹ́yìn sọ yìí ni àwọn tó ń fi ẹsẹ̀ Ifá sọ wípé kan báyìí ló wà don try to legitimize religion wọn based on Ifá. Ṣé nǹkan tí mo sọ yẹn yín Ogborefon?
Yeah, ó yé mi.
Ṣé nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ní ṣé nǹkan tẹ́yìn sọ nìyẹn? So ìtẹ́yìn sọ sí ni àwọn tó ń try to fi Ifá legitimize religion wọn.
Nǹkan tí èmi gbìyànjú àti sọ ni wípé ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn èèyàn tó máa ń try to justify ipò kí o Ifá sọ̀rọ̀ nípa Islam, Ifá sọ̀rọ̀ nípa kọ́má kírun, ṣe yẹn nǹkan tẹ̀mí ń try láti sọ nìyẹn pé that's not necessarily so. In fact, there's another odù tó sọ pé àjírawọ́ àjírasẹ̀ àwọ̀ àjírasẹ̀ àjírawọ́rasẹ̀ àwọ̀ ṣinṣin ló ṣe fá fún ṣinṣin Ọ̀rúnmìlà níta bá jù lówùrọ̀ káwẹ́wẹ́ ẹni kó fín ni káwẹ́sẹ̀ ẹni kó fín ni káwẹ́ gbogbo ara ni kó fín ní kínìkín torí Olódùmarè kì í bébí òkùnkùn Èdùmàrè kì í bébí èrí Ọ̀rúnmìlà ìrìgì àlọ́ wárí tèmi fún mi lónìí o kiri owó ọmọ kó tó gbogbo alọ́wọ́. ṣẹ́rí tí ẹlòmíì bá gbọ́ òde fáyẹn automatically ó máa zún pé wọ́n ti ní kí lọ́ máa ṣàlùwàlá. You understand? People misinterpret and will do for their own personal reasons. And I'm not going to go into details. Ṣèyẹyìn, nǹkan tí mo fẹ́ sọ nìyẹn.
At what point wọ́n fi dárúkọ nǹkan tó jọ mọ́ at what point wọ́n fi dárúkọ nǹkan tó jọ mọ́ ìmọ̀ àlùwàlẹ̀ nínú kọ́tẹ́ ẹ̀ka nínú ìfàtẹ́ ìkìyìn ẹ̀jẹ̀ wà bínú bí a bá jọ pé ẹ̀yà nu tó rẹ̀ mẹ́sẹ̀ gbọ́.
Àjírawọ́ awọ àjírawọ́ àjírasẹ̀ awọ àjírasẹ̀ àjírawọ́rasẹ̀ awọ eṣinṣin ló ṣe fá fún eṣinṣin so ojú ọ̀rá ọwọ́ ó fọ ọwọ́ ẹ̀ ó wẹ ẹsẹ̀ ó wẹ gbogbo ara. These are the things táwọn Muslim máa ń ṣe kí wọ́n tó bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní kírun. So ẹlòmíì tó bá dòdú fáyẹn ó máa rò wípé wọ́n ti ní kó lọ máa ṣàlùwàlà kó máa kírun. Mind you, Ifá yẹn was talking about the importance of ìmọ́tótó before kó tó lọ máa bọ́ síwájú fẹ́ láti lọ máa ṣe ìwúre. You can't just go before Olódùmarè looking all dirty, looking all bitter. Kó wá sọ pé àdúrà ẹ̀ ó máa gbà, kò possible. You have to be clean. Wọ́n ti fà yẹn sọ there, but some people, for their own personal reasons, again, I'm not going to go into details, wọ́n máa sọ pé okay, wọ́n ti ní ká lọ máa ṣe àlùwàlá. Ṣòye yín? Ẹni tí ò bá ní ẹni tí ò bá ní ẹ̀kọ́ Ifá, tí ò nímọ̀ Ifá, tó bá gbọ́ àwọn odù kan based on àwọn kan tá a ti ń gbọ́n social media lẹ́nujọ́ mẹ́ta yìí, ó máa automatically assume pé it is referring to other religions. Ṣòye yín? Bírú ẹni tí wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀kan yẹn, náà àwọn òòṣà míì wà nílẹ̀ Yorùbá tó jẹ́ pé funfun báyìí lálá funfun gbò. Àpẹẹrẹ Ọbàtálá kì í ṣoògùn, àṣẹ l'Ọbàtálá ní. Now wọ́n sọ pé wọ́n dáfá fún wọn pé wọ́n máa wọ aṣọ àlà funfun. Tó bá jẹ́ wípé Ọbàtálá ni Ifá yẹn tọ́ka sí ńkọ́, we don't know. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣé wọ́n fi Ifá tọ̀ láti.
But the point is, we also cannot assume.
Exactly.
We also cannot assume it is not what the person said.
That's why I say ṣé wọ́n fi Ifá tọ̀ láti assume, láti get answer, we don't know. So ibi tí a máa ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ nìyẹn, ṣé wọ́n fi Ifá tọ̀ àbí nígbà tán kàn dáfá yẹn, torí pé nígbà tán dáfá yẹn ṣé wọ́n kàn make decision ni àbí ìgbà tán dáfá tán wọ́n fi Ifá tọ̀ pókè òòṣà wo ni o, ṣé t'Ọbàtálá ni àbí ṣòye yín bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn. Àìmọye olóṣèlú Yorùbá tó jẹ́ pé funfun báyìí ni wọ́n.
Àbí ajé.
Thank you.
Bọ́ ẹ̀kẹ́ sọ́kọ̀ fún yín, ẹ̀kẹ́ mi sọ̀kọ̀ fún yín o, ṣe rí ìgbà míì náà, ikọ̀ tẹ́mi bẹ́ẹ̀ sọ rè. For the person, there are some details that they probably did not give our brother. But I can tell you from what I understand though, and again, Imoshepo, Damako, but from what I understand, we don't have it. Let me put it this way: we don't have enough information
turn right onto
to
Flatbush Avenue.
assess whether it was Olokun, the Esquire, man.
Continue on St. Mark's Avenue for half a mile.
In half a mile. Baba Wagbe, New York. I heard Flatbush. That's the hood.
You can assume. I think you should just go. Okay,
thank you.
Only the two of you, wow.
Okay, see, Baba
since okay, once it's done, then
you have a lag on your end though. I hope you know.
No.
Exactly. That's why I stopped talking, because I know it's going to get to you like 2 minutes later.
Network, everybody.
Network. I know I do.
Network, everybody. Christian.
Okay, let me mute.
No. Go on, education. My brother.
Okay.
Please go on. I'm a friend.
All right. I will give you.
Okay, Ejo. Shame by saying, shame your lag more.
As you lag, but we hear you.
Mr. Anonymous, Mr. Anonymous just said something in the comment section. God bless you. And let me also repeat this thing. What we are doing, and I'm sorry, what we are doing about Ifa cannot say something about Christianity is reducing Ifa. I'm just going to tell you simply. It reduces Ifa to only deities within the scope, within the geographical scope, Ibitowa. And also reduces its ability to know or predict the future. If it can actually predict the future, it can talk about anything, unless we are saying it cannot. But we cannot hold those two things.
Plus, Busuyi, this is your network. Mr. Ola Ejo now,
Ejo ta ló mú network Mr. Busuyi dání, I like it.
Obami Ola Ejibure Awolube, but Abara Warri Benisha and Jeben.
Agbára pọ̀ náà ni.
Wọ́n ní abẹ́rẹ́ olú àtẹ́lẹsẹ̀ ní tẹ̀nà ní orúbá máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ nígbà ẹ̀.
Ẹni bẹ́ẹ̀ ni.
Ìyá fíìmù ni àwọn olùjẹ̀lẹ̀.
Ẹ má wọrí.
À ń dẹ́bẹ̀ ní ẹjọ́ ẹ fírí wọn.
Ṣẹ̀bẹ́yìn ẹ̀yin lẹ́yìn ṣètò. Ó ti dá padà.
Up NEPA wọ́n ti padà dé o.
So gbogbo nǹkan tí mo sọ láyé látàárọ̀ ẹ̀ gbọ́ kankan náà ẹ̀.
I can waste saliva.
Nobody heard you, sir.
Okay, let's see. Just go on. I will speak later.
Okay. All right. So Oduti Baba Miyeki Matuki, but with a different word. And I'll now give you an example of a scenario that happened a year ago. Right. So Odufadi Baba Waki Matuki, you also quick listen, different word but the same thing. You know, the fans of Oba Jigi Loba Jigi. Oba Jige Loba Jige. Ọba dòdòdò lọba ògbélé ayégun Ifá ní tẹ́ni bá jí kẹ́ni kí Olódùmarè ẹni Ifá ní ká wẹwọ́ fíní ká wẹsẹ̀ fíní ká wẹ gbogbo ara kó fi nìgìnìgìn nítorí Olódùmarè kì í gbébi ẹ̀gbin Olódùmarè kì í gbébi ìdọ̀tí ibi tó bá mọ́ lọ́lọ́dùmarè ń gbé Olódùmarè kó lànà àbáyọ kọ̀ wá lónìí o ìwòrìwò là ìwòrìwò múre wá Olódùmarè kó lànà ajé ọlá ọmọ ìbùkún àlàáfíà kọ̀ wá lónìí o ìwòrìwò là ìwòrìwò múre wá. Do you believe that last year or so at a Islamic gathering some Islamic clericals like Ifá sọ̀rọ̀ nípa ìmọ̀lẹ̀ wọ́n wá kí odù Ifá yẹn wọ́n wá twist it but me I don't like violence but títí bẹ́ẹ̀ mo kàn rẹ́rìn-ín because I knew the exact verse and how it's meant to be so I would just laugh. You know,
because I'm what funny. They're actually exact Odu Tontaroko Imale. That one is not one of them. You've heard of Odu Ogbe? Is it Ogbetura? Have you heard of that before?
Ogbetura has a lot of Odu. I mean, he has a lot of verses.
I'm actually Lola. I'm going to my attention. Eka ṣe lọ́la ìbẹ̀rẹ̀ ni ìmọ̀lẹ̀ ṣèké no yẹn ti ẹ̀kọ́ láti no àtẹ̀tí ìbẹ̀rẹ̀ ìmọ̀lẹ̀ ṣèké ìmọ̀lẹ̀ ṣọ̀dálẹ̀ it actually starts with ìmọ̀lẹ̀ ṣèké ìmọ̀lẹ̀ ṣọ̀dálẹ̀ ìyá mọ̀lẹ̀ kú wọ́n ní àwọn kì í sọkún ìyá mọ̀lẹ̀ kú wọ́n ní àwọn kì í gbààwẹ̀ wọ́n ẹ má wọlé ẹ̀ka I'm going to talk about ẹ̀ka sọ́lọ́la. I'm trying to say something and here, and I'll play something by Baba Wade Abimbola, and thank God for Educated Stream. You know that Tobati Dorokiri is with utmost respect to Ifa.
Of course.
But the perspective really is that we've had contact. So I'll say something. I'm a continue a lot like Shubasheri. The canon of Ifa was not closed before we had contact with certain people. The canon was not closed before we had contact with the Malians, for example, who were Muslims. And maybe tomorrow we're going to get into it, but the conversation again is probably just to let us see the historical connection that we've had with different religions so that we're able to situate it. But I can see you, I think I'm very honored to have both of you here. I like it when I have, more different, okay, at a doubt or no. In context, so yeah, let it tell me. Ìmọ́tótó ló sọ kò dárúkọ pé kéèyàn kan máa ṣe ẹ̀sìn ìmọ̀le àní tó sọ ń pa ẹ̀sìn ìmọ̀le bẹ́ẹ̀ nǹkan kọ́ ló ṣe sọ bọ̀ tó bá dọ̀la máa kà inú ojú Ògbètura iná ló wà máa kà a máa sọ lọ́la a máa sọ ọ̀la we just talk about it's a paper that was written by ọmọ sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan nígbà tí network mi gé ṣé kò tí ì gé báyìí ṣé ẹ̀ ń gbọ́ mi wọ́n àgbẹ̀ mo tún bára mi sọ̀rọ̀.
àgbọ̀ ìpèrè gèdèlè tí ń gbọ́.
Ẹ ṣeun. Only paper kan tí published by Historical Society of Nigeria was published by a man called it was written by a man called Gbadebo Gbadamosi and his Odimole. And so about it, there was a time myself and you were talking about Islam in Ifa and you were saying like no it's not there. Apparently but that's not what I was referring to. This one are exact phrases, exact verses that talks about that, but it actually it doesn't necessarily tell us to be doing one thing or the other, but it tells us something about the Islamic influence in Yoruba land at the time. So I always say this, and I'm going to repeat it maybe tomorrow, Sherry. When people talk about Ifa, they say, Oti walati igba, and I respect what they're saying because they're looking at it from a religious perspective. Oh, Mr. Doctor Ekabo, from a religious perspective, and I respect where they're coming from. But Sherry, in theology, which applies to every kind of faith, you may need to ascertain when certain documents were written. For instance, in the Bible, I don't want to go deep into it, but tomorrow we'll talk about it, how books are canonized and what happened with the process of canonization of Ifa, and how you will still find some things that, there be 12th, 13th, 14th century in Ifa, and it does not reduce the importance of Ifa to those who look up to it. And just because some parts might be Bawashe, because I don't like telling people that nothing is wrong with Bawashe. But if you understand that, it depends on how you want to cover it. But I think that the more we unravel it and have these theological conversations, maybe not deep theology, but to the surface, we'll be able to answer some questions. So I don't know why Molenufa Owambe in terms of Poje Onko, gbogbo pon fọwọ́ wẹwọ́ yẹn, bẹ́ẹ̀ méjì ṣe kì létí mi yìí o, okay, mi ò mọ as deep as you get, but bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe kì í yìí o, èmi ò rí pé ó ní ọ̀kan ṣe pẹ̀lú ìmọ̀lẹ̀ o. But táwọn béèrè lẹ́ẹ̀kan, ó yàtọ̀, ń gbọ́ yín.
Baba mi go see Odu, I think it was like 5 months ago. That was when the Islam and the Shia thing was very, very hot on TikTok. That they were going back and forth. Odu Ifa tí bàbá wa Professor Wande Abimbola tí wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ nípa Tawakalitu Ọ̀rúnmìlà, I think went to Mali. Àwọn ọmọ ẹ̀ wá bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí máa ṣe àwọn ọmọ ẹ̀ ṣe ìmọ̀le tó sorúkọ àwọn ọmọ ẹ̀ ní Tawakalitu, etc. I think do you remember that verse in his book?
I don't remember that verse, but mo fẹ́ sáré rán ilé tí nǹkan kan wípé ṣe rí àwọn ẹsẹ̀ fátán bá dárúkọ Ọ̀rúnmìlà, ìgbà míì they're not talking about the deity or the person tó ń jẹ́ Ọ̀rúnmìlà, ọ̀ṣẹ́ mọ̀.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Uncle Babs, he did. Ifa went through canonization, he went through a lot of processes, and most of it happened in 3 phases. You know, there was a part by Oromila, there was a part by Odudu and Agbonirigun, and then there was again, I'm talking historical, if it's your religion, just waka pass. But you know the funny thing, for Christianity, I can talk both historical and religion, and there is symmetry. But people don't like to hear that there is symmetry in Yoruba, and that's why I just try to add the caveats. But then there are some things that came where they put some structure to it, but then people added more to it. But I think we're going to go deeper into it tomorrow, because, and you see, the funny thing is, when you consider these things, for me, the only thing I think you're going to get from this thing, or one major thing you will get from this, is respect for our ancestors, the kind of things that they did. So Ola, but I thank you very much for being here, and I thank you for shedding more light on that SFA Ogorefa. And I please, anytime you're around, anytime you can, please join us. Your submissions are very, very rich, both Ogorefa and Educated Stream. Ola Henry, and then addition. I'm at the best. Okay. Without your cabo, Emma Pedilola, I'm a very proud of doing Molly. I don't think hopefully tomorrow we can have some educated stream conversation. Mr. Olala.
Yeah, thank you so much. I should go on for the opportunity to speak out today. So, Iditimufiwa is about 2 things, right? First of it is about the man that made an example of Adegogun tó fẹ́ jáde tó kọ́ mú gbogbo ìyàwó ilé ẹ̀ tó fẹ́ nà pa tó fi show fáwọn aláta. Please, let me just learn. Now, he cited it as an example of what he wants to practice outside. He has already, practiced it on his wife. And I was like thinking on my own that, Isheshe is condemning an Islamic clerics that is talking about. Wait, please, bros. I'm a Christian. So that is talking about beating of a woman. And my own Isheshe that I believe in so much, just the way I believe in Christianity, now is saying something of a masquerade, a festival, which the masquerade will first of all, the Halloween, will first of all win his people at home.
Halloween, masquerade or Halloween.
Sorry, no, so now, look at that kind of example now. Those things will chase away the modern young sharp who want to venture into those religion. Now, to me now, let me come back to the real discussion that you're talking about. You see, there is something in Christianity that talks about the word of God. And there is something in Isheshe that talks about Ọ̀rọ̀ ẹnu Elédùmarè, which is Ifa. Now, the Bible says something that the word of God is in the beginning. You understand? Now, if Ifa is the word is Ọ̀rọ̀ ẹnu Elédùmarè, that means he has predated every religion on earth.
Sorry. Hold on, Mr. Lala. Let's be careful.
Okay.
So even in comparative religion, you have to take religions at their own value, like based on their own claims. You can't use the claim of one to judge the other. For instance,
you have to understand it.
Mr. Lala, please hold on. No, my brother, you cannot use the claim of one religion to explain the veracity of the claim of another. Or validate the claim of another. So, for instance, you cannot say that in Christianity, God is involved in creation. In Judaism, God was involved in creation. In Yoruba cosmology, Olodumare was not involved in creation.
But he sent people
Olodumare did not. No, wait now, wait. If I want to tell you about Yoruba land, God.
Okay, just I just want to hear your own view, right? I want to summarize and
you're not letting me say it now. No,
when I summarize, because of time, you will now take your time to, analyze and correct all my errors. I just wanted to hear
you know what? Okay, it's okay when you're done.
So now the two beliefs, the Ifa believes that the Ifa is the word of Eledumare or Eledumare. That's what they call it. So now, if it is Ọ̀rọ̀ ẹnu Elédùmarè, as they say, and they believe that all plants and most animals are being named by one of the, deities that comes to establish the Yoruba land. Now, to me, I believe that religion and that belief that talks more about, these deities of a thing, right? That those religion predate any other religion. And the words of it and the quoting of every word in it, right? They cannot, buy in another religion to crown it all. Mi ò bọ́rọ̀ mi yé yín pé wọ́n á ṣe wá wọ́n wá mọ̀rọ̀ láti inú Christianity wọ́n á mọ̀rọ̀ láti inú Islam láti fi modify religion yẹn. So wípé ó di ìmọ̀lé àbí ó du Christianity kan ó fẹ́ wà nínú Ifá yẹn èmi believe.
Mr. Lala, ẹ má worry. So let me quickly say something to us. History does not care about what I believe or what you believe. Facts do not care about feelings. So if a person says certain things, let's not just say, I don't believe and all of that. But let me just say something. So first thing, beating women, Egungun. What the doctor was saying was not that the person was beating. When Egungun beats women, in fact, we were talking about it in Bata shaking the other time, last year. Oman lo ẹ̀rọ. Wọ́n tó nọra wọn gan sẹ́kọ̀ máa ń lo ẹ̀rọ. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ eré mi tí mo lọ bọ́ sáré eégún ní 92 ní àbí 93. tí mo lọ 1993 tí mo lọ bọ́ sáré egbò tí mo ń lọ jẹ́jẹ́ mi tí wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí fínra wọn tí mo rí ẹgba àti àtòrí tí mo sá wọnú gọ́tà èmi ò láìrọ̀ lára so bóyá àwọn yẹn lẹ́rọ̀ but they are not talking about beating women as in being a woman beater ọdún náà ń ṣe and he wasn't talking about beating women like they do in the other religion that you mentioned. That's one.
ọdún ẹgbà
bó ṣe máa ń ṣe égún nìyẹn bó ṣe máa ń ṣe again see if you want to judge a thing you have to judge it based on its own merit and demerit bó ṣe máa ń ṣe ń bẹ̀ yẹn nìyẹn wọ́n dẹ̀ máa ń fúnra wọn ní ẹ̀rọ bó kí ṣe pé wọ́n fi punish obìnrin kí ṣe pé àwọn fẹ́ punish obìnrin mi mo nà that's not what Egungun people are doing. As a matter of fact, today is even the first day I'm hearing that women are not usually involved. If you see any woman involved in Egun, it's usually Egun Alare, which means it's an entertaining Egun. Egun Alare is entertainment. It's not Egun àwọn àgbà kì í ṣe àwọn Egun ńláńlá tó máa jáde ń gbàlẹ̀ tí ẹ pé everywhere máa parọ́ tí ò ní sóbìnrin kankan ta obìnrin kan sábà jáde náà wọn. Àwọn Egun kan wà tó bìnrin jáde sí but most of àwọn Egun tó bìnrin máa ń jáde from my own understanding Egun Alare ló máa ń jẹ́ and that's for entertainment purposes. So it's not that they want to beat to punish. That's one. Number 2, Ifa is the word of Olodumare. Bible is the word of Olodumare. God created the Bible. Therefore, Ifa is the Bible. That's not how to have that philosophical conversation. Ifa made a claim that it's the word of Olodumare. He did not tell you the date that the word was revealed. Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam got his revelation from Jibril. Whatever he says about whatever it is, we know that thing came in 600 AD, 500 to 600 AD. So it's not something that came from time eternal. It is dated. For a thing to be divinely inspired does not mean that the things you are hearing is eternal in nature. Divine inspiration does not mean that thing exists in eternity. It just means that even in time and space, the divine can inspire somebody to tell you something right now. What he's telling you right now is dated, what's today's date? 15th January 2025. Just because I have dated it right now does not mean it's not divinely inspired. The mistake we make is that we say if anything is inspired by divinity, that thing must only belong in eternity. It's a wrong way of looking at things because what happens now is this. If I tell you that inside Ifa, there are mentioned in Owoni where they mentioned Shango, and they were not talking about any primordial being, they were talking about the king Shango. And you have already claimed in your mind that no, everything in Ifa existed from eternity. My question is, this Shango that they're talking about in Owoni where existed in the 14th century, what are you going to say about it? The way to go after this thing is not, once somebody says something is dated, it does not mean that thing is not divinely inspired. It can be dated like Oshe Elano, Olúwa sọ wípé báyìí ni kò ṣe ṣe. Tó pé ní sọ pé Olúwa sọ pé ó wá sọ lọ́jọ́ ní 2025. Ká sọ pé rárá o, tó bá pé Olúwa ló sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, ó ti gbọ́dọ̀ ti sọ ní àti ayé àtìgàwáṣẹ̀. It's a dangerous way of looking at things. That's one. I'm not reading anything. I'm actually writing. I'm scribbling. So sometimes when I'm talking, sometimes I scribble things out. It kind of helps me focus my thoughts sometimes. I'm not reading, just a piece of paper. So that's one. Number two, Ifa made the claim that it is the word of God. He did not say whatever you find in another document is the claim Ifa is making. As a matter of fact, if you look at it that way, you get in trouble. The cosmology of the Yorùbá people and of Ifa itself and the theology of Ifa is not diametrically opposed, is different. Let me put it that way. Is vastly different from what you will find in Christianity. If you do comparative religion, you get into all of these things. And that's what I was asking earlier. In Yoruba cosmology, for instance, God was not involved personally in creating anything. If he created anything, it would be what he created before we knew anything about creation, because our understanding of creation began with the earth that was made. And the earth was not even made by God in Yoruba cosmology. In Yoruba cosmology, God did not make human being. Someone was asking last week, a very dear sister was asking, okay, I think it was Queen Goddess, we were talking about man, the way man was made, and it was like, Talowa mi sinu eyan. That's a Jewish and Christian concept. It does not exist in Yoruba cosmology. God did not missing anybody. It was Obatalalo Mori. So we have to be careful from saying I'm a Christian. And that's why I said people should not do two religions because it can be confusing. But if you understand it from a philosophical standpoint, it might make it a lot easier to be able to balance it. If you want to get into the other religion, you have to be, number one, understand your own very well. When you now get into another person's religion, you have to understand it based on that one. I'll give you another example. In Christianity, there's a concept of hell. In Yoruba cosmology, there is no hell. And because there is no hell, there is no place of convergence to have that conversation about hellfire without bringing that person from Yoruba religion into Christianity. As long as he's there, he doesn't have the concept of it. You have to introduce this one to him for him to know that that thing exists. In Yoruba land, for instance, in order to get to heaven, Latijo, you have to go through Ife. That does not exist in Jewish cosmology or in Christianity. They don't have anything to do with Ife. But in Yoruba land, Latijo, Ife ni ọ̀nà tí Ife wa gbà kó tó dé àjùlé ọ̀run. As a matter of fact, they used to say back then that wọ́n rí àwọn èèyàn kan nífẹ̀ẹ́, wọ́n lọ rajà, wọ́n rí àwọn èèyàn kan tó ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ṣàìsí, bóyá ní Èkìtì àbí bóyá ní ìlúgun, wọ́n rí nífẹ̀ẹ́. You don't have that in Christianity. So the idea that because something exists here, because people have made this mistake with Allah, for instance, and say Allah is the same person as Jesus. I'm like, that's a reach. It's a reach. So tomorrow, tomorrow we'll talk about the Odumole, but let me also end by saying, when you say, and this is the last thing you said, I'm writing, I'm not reading. You said, all these things that they say that there is most Islam in Ifa, I do not believe it is so. It is just maybe Badger or something that you said. My brother, it is not Badger. The reason you don't believe it is because of what I said earlier. You have associated divinity and everything that has to do with divinity with eternity. So, two things. Number one, I hardly understand hosts. Uncle Babs, it was Oduduwa who created the earth. See, it does not mean that we don't believe in Olodumare. I'm saying that... Okay, no, I'm a Christian, but I cannot use my Christian word. I cannot tell a Christian, that if it's academical, if I'm preaching to you, it's different. But if we're having an academic conversation, I cannot tell you that because even if I want to preach to you and I understand your religion, I have to preach based on what you know. In Yoruba land, in Yoruba cosmology, it was Oduduwa who created the earth. It was the one who had the earth in his akpo. Nǹkan tí àgbàgbọ́ bí Yorùbá nìyẹn. Now, mo fẹ́ sọ nǹkan kan, ṣé rí tí I will say it tomorrow. We'll talk about canonization of scriptures. And for the first time, what you will notice is, I'll say this. There's a scripture in the book of Psalms. It says, forever, O Lord, your word is settled. It doesn't mean that every single thing you find in the Bible was written before the world was created. Or was just settled, forever. By the way, when you hear the word forever in the Bible, you could talk about, most likely, there are two examples. There are two interpretations. One is eternity. Eternity means before time and after time. I did a video once, I think it was in church. I was talking about how God exists outside time. In other words, in the Christian faith, God created time. And for him to create time, it means that he existed outside time. That concept where he existed, or where he still exists, is called the concept of eternity. So that means that before time was made. So if you look at scripture, you hear, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. In the beginning, God created. That God must have existed before the beginning. And to have the word beginning means you're talking about the concept of time. Without time, there's no beginning, there's no middle, there's no end. So if there's no beginning and end without time, then that means that something exists outside time, and that concept is the concept of eternity. And a lot of people assume that whenever you talk about divinity, you must essentially be referring to everything he does being in eternity as well. It's a very wrong thing, because what it does is, if a person reads a text to you, for instance, I'll give an example. If I say to you, what happened that we read earlier in the book of Acts, those things they happened in time. But just because they happen in time does not mean that when you read 1 Peter 1 verse 21, it says every scripture is divinely inspired. So they are telling you what it is right now, but it does not change the fact that Ọlọ́run ló gbé fún wọn, ṣùgbọ́n kì í ṣe pé bẹ́ẹ̀ ló ṣe bó ṣe wà láti tẹ̀kọ́ ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ ló ṣe máa rí àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ kan àtẹ́pẹ́ ìsìn ló ṣe ń jẹyọ. So all of my tourancy to say this, there are verses that came much later due to events that happened in Yoruba history that you will find in Ifa. There are some things you will not find in Ifa because the canon closed before those things happened. For instance, you will not find the history of Ibadan in Ifa because the canon closed before Ibadan was founded. However, you will find the Ifa Tofite Ibadan though. I hope you get what I'm saying. So the Ifa of Ibadan though, that one exists, but the history of Ibadan cannot exist. It cannot exist because it came much later. But you will hear a lot of references to Ife. You will hear references to Ekiti towns. You hear references to Ado in that same Ifa. So the question is, which Ado are they talking about? Is it the one in Ajule or is the one on earth? But yeah, let's not be quick to say it cannot happen because it happened recently. Recently for Ifa will probably anything after 15th century, I don't think you will find it inside Ifa, but there are many things before that date that you will find in Ifa. Tomorrow we'll talk about Oduimole. And again, please, whenever we talk about these things, Christian, Islam, Isheshe, everyone, we have to do it from a place of respect. You're not denigrating anybody's religion. This is a platform about Yoruba identity. So we're not trying. Please, can you hear me? Ṣé ẹ̀ ń gbọ́ mi?
À ń gbọ́ yín o.
À ń gbọ́
Ẹ
yín.
ṣeun. Ẹ má bínú pọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ mi pọ̀ díẹ̀. So we're not thank you, ma'am. So we're not going to denigrate any religion. We're not going to look down on Isheshe or Islam or Christianity. There's no Eru Arab Mbi. There's no confused Christian. There's no Abogi Bokwe. Everybody has a right to what they're doing, but we're trying to understand some things from a historical, cultural, and philosophical standpoint. The religion, I could shock here, but that's not the primary reason. So tomorrow, maybe we'll go into the details. And I think when you understand how they canonized Yoruba Ifa corpus, if you don't respect your ancestors after them, I don't know what else to make you respect them, because those men were great. In fact, they are great.
They were geniuses.
Absolutely. And if you confine everything to eternity, you know what you've done? You have removed their agency. You have acted like they never did anything. So when you start saying Igbawashe, see, let me say something. For the generality of the people, it's Igbawashe. For those of us who went to school and are exposed to information, it's dated. That dating does not reduce the veracity of their claims. It just helps us to understand where they're coming from. And it also helps you to respect these people. They were brilliant. And I hope we are going to do that after that session tomorrow on Oduimole. So thank you very much for today. I'm sorry Adesina has not spoken, so we have to let him speak before we close today. 1 p.m. Ife time.
Ẹ ṣé gan,
I use Ife time because Ife lójúmọ́ tí mo wá. Adesina, please go on, sir.
Ẹ ṣé, okay, nǹkan tí mo fi wá sókè ní lórí question tí máa yẹn béèrè. Sí bẹ́ẹ̀ time yẹn. So wọ́n béèrè pé ìgbà tí wọ́n sọ pé okay o, ṣé wọ́n dáfá fún èèyàn, then wọ́n ní kí ẹni yẹn bóyá pastor àbí prophet ló máa ṣe. Wọ́n á béèrè question pé ṣé ẹsẹ̀ Ifá wà tó sọ bẹ́ẹ̀? Nǹkan tí wọ́n béèrè nìyẹn. Ṣẹ́sẹ̀ òun majority wa ló ní no.
Nǹkan tó béèrè ni pé kí wọ́n fi Ifá tọ findings wọn. So the answer to that question, it can't be answered on this platform because it's a personal experience and we don't have complete facts.
Okay, let me ask.
No. I think, Lady Law, you didn't get submission. He said, "She udukonwa ni fa to really sobe. Is there an odo inifa to ṣàlàyé pé èèyàn kan lè lọ di Christian or something to ma ṣàlàyé Christianity inifa?" That was, I think, the question is.
Ogbórẹ̀fọ̀n, you know Ifá. Téèyàn bá lọ bá babaláwo, ẹ má bínú, ẹni sùúrù sàmú kọ̀ fẹ́ béèrè kankan lọ́wọ́ Ogbórẹ̀fọ̀n.
No, mo follow wow, but listening.
Ó yé mi, but téèyàn bá lọ bá babaláwo, tó máa sọ fún ẹni ẹ wípé kó lọ bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí.
In a quarter mile, turn left onto Shank Avenue.
Please. Don't let us know your house address.
Why you haven't gotten to destination?
Can you please move to Ejo? I'm not able to. So if a person goes to Ifa, come back consult Ifa, is it possible that they can tell him what line of business he or she should go into?
Absolutely, yes.
Is it possible that that specific line of business may not be mentioned in Ifa?
Your possible command mention that specific line of business. Kiwama berewo kio Ifa she inkoba inekashi fa. That is what they call
yes or no.
Who's that? No, he's right. No. Addition, please relax. So what he's doing is actually very important. That context is very important.
No, like yes or no question. Oman Berry. She could she come by.
No.
She could mashi.
Okay. That's why you say yes or no. Okay. I thought it was no. That's one shake one dibu from one more.
For an example, now let's say you want to go to school, you want to study a particular course. What's up? Okay, what that fasti or that if I need only law silly we only law kawe. So now she fast now you will now choose if I she philosophy niki show fara. If I will say yes or no, okay. If I she arts niki law studio para. You understand? That was why I made my statement earlier. Okay, in but tí wọ́n wá ṣe findings ẹ pé aláṣọ funfun lẹ ní ẹ máa padà jẹ́. Ṣé wọ́n fi fá tọ́ láti fi mọ̀ irú aṣọ funfun tó jẹ́? Ṣé tó àwọn olówó ṣàwùbá ní?
Ẹ má yẹ ká lọ bẹ̀yẹ. Ogbórẹ̀fọ̀n má yẹ ká lọ bẹ̀yẹ. So nǹkan tí mo try to sọ ni wípé ṣé rí wọ́n sọ fún pé it's going to be foreign. If it's foreign, it cannot be Ọbàtálá, it cannot be Ajé, it cannot be Ọ̀ṣun. They already told the person it will be foreign, according to what he said. But the Esquire, if you can speak, you can go on as well. But what I wanted to just say is this. If every time people have conversation, again, we have to have philosophical approach to these things. It is not everything Ifa tells people that is verbatim written in Ifa, like, buy no she call, what is okay, buy me. Application tó bá apply tó ń explain ni àwọn nǹkan máa ń jẹyọ. O lè lọ bá fásitì kó ṣe kí ni ọkọ sọ pé kó lọ máa ta zobo, o lè rí zobo ń fa. But that zobo may be ọ̀nà ẹ. But if you're saying ṣó wà ń bẹ ẹ fún mi ní ẹsẹ̀ tó kọ zobo sí, okay, wàá pẹ́. So it's not about the essay that mentions zobo. It's like they read a particular thing and then wọ́n ṣe ìwádìí, you now arrive at a particular thing and I told you to go and do that thing. So it's different from when we start saying ṣé ẹsẹ̀ kan wà tó sọ bẹ́ẹ̀. You may not find the exact essay.
Let me give you a scenario. This actually happened. I think about 2 or 3 years ago. Gbogbo alamọ taking in Chelsea. The editor Oba Agbaye, King Solomon Connie. So he did some kind of test online, hopefully, this years and whatever, and then there's a Babalawo among them as well. Whole thing kokosinu abokon or cover. What then you you know what? So for me kilo wa nínú container yi. And then this Babalawo did this divination. He was explaining it. Mind you, kò sí nǹkan tó ń jẹ́ battery nínú Ifá. This man was explaining what the battery does. Show ye kíní yìí máa mú iná wá nǹkan tó lè mú iná wá òun lè gbé pamọ́ sínú ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ Ifá didn't say battery because battery ò sí nínú Ifá but the man knows exactly what he is talking about pé nǹkan tó lè mú iná wá so Ifá will give you an idea of what he's talking about what it is talking about ṣòye yín ṣùgbọ́n Ifá ò ní là pé nǹkan báyìí ni ẹ̀yin lẹ́wàá tọ́ lẹ́wàá ṣe ìdìbò pòkè ṣé báyìí ni o ṣé báyìí kọ́ ọ ṣé
Thank you very much.
Yeah, that is how you will get the answer nǹkan tẹ́ ẹ̀ ń fẹ́ nínú Ifá.
ẹ ṣeun.
Can I come in?
And
Okay.
okay, yes.
Let me just say something briefly. I think I'm appreciate.
Because he has packed now. Let him quickly speak because that is car GPS.
Okay.
Much more persistent.
Go ahead, sir.
I'm sorry for the drive and all that. So, but I appreciate everybody. Everybody has made very cogent contributions. But I appreciate the be host moderate. You know, láti jẹ́ káwọn èèyàn ní balanced perspective on things. Point tí Ògbórí ẹ má bínú sọ àbí mo rí orúkọ yín. Point tẹ make n sin yẹn. Point is irrelevant. And I think it's what Prof. Busi has been trying to explain too. Pé kò wà that simplistic. Pé if I come and state it directly, because there are so many things to in the world. Okay, our prophecy in Nostradamus, the man saw Omani, its own unique way of describing it. It's just like in literature. You know, literature, every work. Omani, context and worldview here. Motive. And then one other thing, insight continuing from literature, you have to trust your readers. You must know that they are intelligent. So you know what I'm saying, you know what I'm saying? I call it assume you know what I'm saying. But a whole generation, Ifa priest, it is a multi-generational Ifa priesthood. So obviously they must have so yellow coin, but we are beginning to call they must have done this thing. It's not easy because they abandon established tradition. One of the things here as human beings that loath or that averse to is this concept of change. If I has been working for this family for eons, for generations, so they couldn't have just easily or without any thorough examination. So, and then even apart from that, I want people you see, there are wonders of creation everywhere. You couldn't doubt, there's something to these people when they were from that lineage. The prophecy and people here is top notch. You can't deny, I agree with the source, but the evidence is there. So, let me now share my own personal experience. In Kotifa, or the Abayan Sonjo Epo, a Koti, touch me on here. There was a time, Timo come into some terrible spiritual warfare here and there, whatever. In fact, because we practice law in Nigeria, and forms of practice law in Nigeria, they were very dangerous. So, by long back, Ile, now ancient places called, or chieftaincy. Oh my God. You must be spiritual. Let me just put it like that. So, but unfortunately for me, I was now working in a law office. I'm beef me, I understand. So, one similarity client, opposite client, and one fellow lawyers, so it was a terrible situation. So I definitely had to engage. So one of the things to more engage only Prof. Busan new age movement, psychic, I was just curious. I was more curious naturally. Could you believe, as a time Timon saw I was a Jehovah's Witness. You know, when about Jehovah's Witnesses, mostly they have a very limited view of spirituality or the supernatural generally. Yeah, but experiential knowledge. By the time we go back, not to fellow me like that. No man can me more. I want to come real. No. About log one paper, whatever. Don't let me go into that. So, but it got to so many forces around my life who converge to compel me to come to the realization of the reality of the supernatural. Now, Lara won't continue examining by I just saw it online. I want to come and life regression. I begin to over your new age, be psychic reading, be astro kinekosha. Do you believe one of the things 10 years of me be the ultimate mystique? Like Jesus Christ. In the course of my journey, I will have encounters with Jesus, but because the view of Jehovah's Witnesses about Jesus is totally different. In fact, it's on parallel lines with mainstream Christianity. What doubt Trinity and all that. So, and of course, if man saw the most difficult thing for Jehovah that on Jesus, or I don't want to go into that now. So, but that happened not less than 2 years. Do you know that I actually had encounters with Jesus? Like Timothy, if I want to be the kind of attacks, I was like the foremost person in my family. So they attacked them with my parents, my siblings. So you know, I'm fight everybody. If I'm more engaged in supernatural African tradition, go terribly. Ultimately, most of them failed me. In fact, it got to my own dad personally wanted to finish what the party here. But money gift of dreams of vision from time I've always had that. But me until a place. So only I want to continue to battle ring by your call, to marry by your nye, 7 days. I saw that thing about my dad. Mo tún wá lọ sí ọ̀sán yìí, mo lọ sí gbogbo wọn tó jáde náà nígbà kò sọ́nà, kò sí solution when it lọ. They finished him. So, but to cut the long story short, I had encounters with Christ within that period. And that thing was reversed, you know, and also without going into too much detail, because mo sọ pé kíní ẹ̀ touch mi ni pé ẹni tó sọ fún mi òyìnbó ní America lọ ẹ̀mí ò tí wà sí America gbà yẹn, mo practice law ní Ìbàdàn. Nígbà tán send tó ní bí life regression àbí kíní kan ló pé ó dẹ̀ sọ síbẹ̀ specifically ó sọ àwọn missions kan tí mo máa fulfill ó dẹ̀ sọ pé the ultimate mystic, in fact time yẹn náà mo dabble into the mysticism, you know, because at the point you realize that religion wà lọ́tọ̀, supernatural reality wà lọ́tọ̀.
Absolutely.
So mysticism all belong to all faiths. Our Christian mystics wà. In fact, you know, our mystics wà ńbẹ̀, our Islamic mystics wà. Any form, supernatural realm. There are things wà common explain very conjọ kan pé ó dàbí practice law. Taba de court nsìn, taba jọ ń jà. There are some things that our lawyers will agree on. Even though Tala and Meja don't jà. Kini di ni pé there are basic principles of law practice of the law. As lawyers, if you know about lawyer mi ṣe máa gbà fún bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn, about lawyer mi ṣe máa, but ó gbọ́dọ̀ gbà because that's the rule in the temple of justice. So ó wá dàbí pé àwọn lawyer yìí àwọn tẹ̀ tó ń ṣe, but wọ́n gbọ́dọ̀ gbà because that's the operating modus operandi in that realm. So the same law. And tell àwọn tó bá wà spiritually ignorant, tó máa náà kan tó máa argue, especially on a religious level religion. But tabanika wọ ìjìnlẹ̀ the reality of the supernatural, which is spiritual. Ó ní nǹkan kan tí àwọn babaláwo onífá tó máa agree sí. Táwọn apostles and prophets máa agree.
Àwọn pastor gan máa agree pẹ̀.
Wọ́n máa agree. Táwọn àfáà tó bá jẹ́ ìjìnlẹ̀, wọ́n máa agree.
Ẹ ti lọ sọ àwọn nǹkan tí mi fẹ́ sọ gan, but òótọ́ ni, but ó ti yé yín.
Ẹ má bínú pé mi fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ jù because time. So nǹkan tí mo ṣe sọ̀rọ̀ yìí ni pé bàbá yẹn mo ti follow bàbá yẹn to level. Mo mọ̀ kó mọ nǹkan tó ń sọ. Ó mọ tó ń sọ. And àwọn bàbá wọn náà, just like point kan tí kìíní make tí Prof. Hussein make ni pé we must have respect for our own elders. They were not fools. Ó ní àti nǹkan tí mo kọ́ gbà pé these people pé all them agree pẹ̀lú I'm a Christian, I'm strictly Christian, I'm an evangelist. But I gbọ́dọ̀ kún wá ṣe pé ká máa wo àwọn answer pé ẹbí ẹ̀kọ́ dẹ̀ ni wọ́n àbí wọ́n gọ̀ àbí nǹkan kan. Do you ever dabble into the depth and the height of intelligence and intellectuality tó wà nínú Ifá? Ó cut across art, literature, science, but in fact, it's too deep. It's too so the least you can have for these people is respect. So then even generally, no, I'm talking from a Christian perspective now. You have to be humble and respectful and love everybody. Kò sí room fún ká máa judge èèyàn àbí pé kíní kan pé condemning people because even most ẹni tó wà Christianity náà some one way or way náà la fi débẹ̀ kò ṣe pé bóyá ó jẹ́ àjogúnbá wa àbí pé agbọ́ntàn àmọ̀tán la fi débẹ̀ whatever. So our perspectives yẹn ó wà ńbẹ̀. So question tí mo béèrè yẹn because I'm into some form of research mo máa ń fẹ́ kí n lè quote sources so that èèyàn kan ní máa bá wọn sọ àhesọ ọ̀rọ̀ káàkiri.
Oh yeah, Eshion. To bá dọ̀la, we're going to ask ourselves certain things, and you see some parallels that we have. Again, like I always say, because whatever we say, that today we're talking about Paul, and if you notice, yes, we read from the Bible because we're talking about Paul, and we have a lot of data about him there, but the conversation was not actually religious; it was more historical. Cultural and philosophical. The real conversation was about ethnic identity and how your religion should not take that away. That's what today's conversation really has been about. You are Yoruba. regardless of what religion you subscribe to. Paul, the writer of 2/3 of the New Testament, was very proud of his ethnic identity. Let nobody tell you that you are being bigoted by telling people that you are Yoruba. And because you're Yoruba does not mean you cannot subscribe to other things. This is the flip side. Anyone who tells you that just because you're Yoruba, you must do one particular religion, that person is ignorant. Because it takes a lot of ignorance to tell people that there's only one way. I know the crazy part, that thing that they call one way is not one way. Inside that way, there are many other ways. And that is the way, if that particular way was formed. It was formed to be diverse. And this is not to say, is it good or bad? That's not the conversation. The conversation is that whether you practice Isheshe, and if that's what you're doing, I mean, more grace to your elbow, or you practice Islam, or you practice Christianity, let it be that what's paramount in your mind, especially in a place like Nigeria, where there are so many ethnicities vying for relevance. Let your ethnicity be at the forefront. Do not come around shouting, Dr. Gbegilodo, how can Christians encounter but Jews don't? How come Yoruba people are not serving Isheshe? Meanwhile, there are people from England who are following Isheshe. Professor Wadamibola's wife is white. How come she's that? When you say these things, you are trying to throw stones at Christians, but you live in a glass house. Emma Shibai. How come lazy? But the point, and if someone says you have their own personal encounter and you try to demean it, and the funny thing is that you are the ones who hate people saying anything about your own, but you constantly throw stones. You must say bye. Now, Isheshe is not deity. Okay, anyway, so my point is just that at the end of the day, just remember that you are Yoruba. If Paul, and like I said, I was telling someone that years ago, must have maybe 15 years ago, I was having this particular, I was thinking about, I didn't even finish all this thing I wanted to say, but I was thinking about this thing. I was trying to understand, the nexus between ethnicity and Christianity. And I just kept studying Paul. This was around 2008. So that's 17 years ago. I kept studying Paul. And the more I studied, the more I was like, wait, though. This man was very ethnically aware. And one of the things, like I said, there's one thing that he did that I've not mentioned, but because of time. He did something that you say, no, you can't be a Christian to do this. But he did it because of respect for his ethnicity. So I'm saying that when people choose a path, even if a person says they're going to do it, just let them be. And if a person says Christian, stop asking questions that you're not asking it for answers. You're just asking it to get them in, to have this gotcha moment. The thing about me is that when people do gotcha moments for me, I just laugh because I can get like double entended from just even triple. But it's not necessary. So tomorrow, again, whatever the conversation about religion, focus is on history, culture, and philosophy, and to be had respectfully. We're not demeaning anybody, but we want to understand why we hold to be true what we hold to be true. So, Olagbara Olorun, 1 p.m. Ife time. I like to say Ife time because in Yoruba, in our own mind, this what we say in Yoruba land is that Ife Libiti Ojumo ti Mowa. So, Ago kan ni akoko Ife la ma pade. Lejilo, you want to say something to round up before we go? And addition to,
can we look
yes,
into where we can define culture and religion in terms of Ogboni?
No problem.
Too deep gan, Yami.
No problem. But what I will say is this: I can talk about Boni, but like I always say, I will not go deep into the religious aspect.
Yes, we just want
Because
to know
even
the
me,
philosophy of that.
even me, what do I know about the religious aspect of Ogboni? Unless I'm here to lie to you, what do I know about the religious aspect? What I have learned that again, even everything I've learned, I cannot share. But what I can share, I will share, and it's from perspective of For me, it's, there's a course that they used to do back then. Computer is popular in Yorùbá. Computer appreciation. It's not going to make you a software engineer, but it's going to make you appreciate how the computer is and understand the basics. So when it comes to talks like that, that's what it is. And let me just say this, I'm a summary, I'm a very pẹ̀lú ojú ìmọ̀lé. Tábà ètè parí, I'm a lọ sí Tògbóni. Tábà ètè parí, I'm a ṣògbóni lọ́tùnla. But let me just say that.
No.
Kí lẹ kí n sọ pa Pentecostalism? Ẹ ti sọ kí ìdọ̀rọ̀ religion pàpàtà máa lọ́wọ́ báyìí. Kí lẹ sọ pa Pentecostalism?
Pentecostalism are the Christian modern Pentecostalism.
The Jews and Christian, Jews are I don't know.
Yes, because
are you talking about Christianity and Pentecostalism, or Judaism and Pentecostalism? Which one?
You know that is Pentecost is a Jewish festival.
Oh, are you talking specifically about Pentecost? So yes, what does Pentecost mean to Jews and what does it mean to Christians?
Yes.
The funny thing is that Pentecost to the Jews just means 50 days. It's just 50 days after Passover. But it's just 50 days after Passover. But it was the event. I mean, I can even say it now. The event that happened 50 days after Passover is what makes certain Christian sects call themselves Pentecostals. But we'll talk about it. I have 3 topics now. So we'll do Mole, we'll do Ogboni, we'll do Pentecost from a Christian. It is so we need the religious pakata.
I know philosophy, no need, because I mean people need to understand how we have evolved to what we are today, and start to establish definitions within their hearts.
Absolutely.
The Esquire talked about his encounter with Jesus, and I think I've mentioned it on this platform before, that in year 2000 I had an encounter with Jesus. I was young. I didn't have problems to solve. I didn't even have aspirations at that time, but I had this encounter, and Ogbori Efon has said he has had an encounter with Obatala. And I say this.
We're going to do a day of encounters here. A day of encounters. All of you come and tell you what you encountered.
Somebody mentioned the Fualaye and the Kiriji War. Orimidewu. Because I'm fortunate to have had a first-hand witness experience from very old people, now late, now deceased, that witnessed the Kiriji War and the role of the metaphysics. Fualaye playing a very, pivotal role. And I've visited those sites mentioned physically. Igweye, this Eye of Efon, a mystical being that blesses people. Kò sí nǹkan tí ò lè fún yàn, ó ń fún yàn níṣu, ó ń fún yàn lọ́mọ. Played a very important role in the conquest of that battle. I'm a solo like Magba time. I will be joining at around past 3.
Okay, no problem. So anything send request. Is because of time. I wanted to close at 6 and it's already past 7. So 1 p.m. Ife time tomorrow. We're gonna have conversations on Odimole. When we're done, if we finish early enough, we can talk about Oboni. If not, we can do it the day after. All the conversations respectful, no denigration of any religion. It's more philosophical than religious itself. We're not proselytizing here. And this person that was asking about encounters, one day we'll have a session on encounters. Maybe I'll start with myself. And whatever you have encountered, even if you have encountered, somebody talked about astral projection once and went away for a few hours. By the time he got back, he had spent days where he went. It happens. So Delago 1 p.m. Ife time. We'll talk about Odimole. Respectfully, we'll have that conversation. Addition has not finished speaking. I am sorry. Addition, please.
No, mi ò ní much láti sọ. But mo kàn fẹ́ sọ lórí ìmọ̀le yẹn náà ni.
Ọlá nìyẹn.
Araba òkè ọlá. But ẹ jẹ́ kí n sọ fún yín, Araba Ifálékè Ariola wọ́n ti explain nípa ìmọ̀le yẹn. Like ó wà on YouTube gan. Wọ́n explain pé kò kò kí ń ṣe àwọn Muslim ni wọ́n ń sọ pé ìmọ̀le yẹn ó sì wà. Ẹni sùúrù.
Do you know the Eseifa that I'm referring to?
Ìmọ̀le gan lèmi sọ̀rọ̀ nínú. I'm not talking about the ẹsẹ̀ Ifá. Ìmọ̀le yẹn
Imole is different from Imole. Let's do it tomorrow, please. Let's do it tomorrow.
Okay.
Let's do it tomorrow. Let's do it tomorrow. Thank you very much. Really, thank you. Yoruba had Imole. That is different from Imole. And we can have that conversation as well. I'm open to learning, but please let's also remember that that thing that we don't like about certain groups of people when it comes to ethnicity, and the way they say, somebody said, let's not do it also to ourselves. So tomorrow I'm going to bring a paper. Now also, if I'm going to bring a couple of books and a paper, there's one I'll bring from Professor Wade Abimbo. No, a paper, a book, and a video. That's what I'll do. At least those three. I mean, wow. But Imole is not the same as Imole. No. Imole is actually a group, a society that was in Ife even before the emergence of the 60 states called Ife. Imole transformed into Ogboni. Imole are the people who traveled from Mali, or the people that we met in Mali. So they used to come to Yoruba land, to Ife, for instance, around the 8th, 9th century. Even all the way up until the 15th century, we also used to travel to that place. We call Mali people Imale, but Imale is different. But we'll have the conversation tomorrow. I'm sure there's so much that I even have to learn. So, and I'm thankful that these days we're able to have people who are actually versed in, different religions or religious texts. It helps to have conversations with folks like you. So I want to thank everybody who came up to speak today. Thank you to Lady Law. You've been here all day. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you, Esquire, for being here. Thank you, Gloria, thank you, Adeshion, and all those who were here earlier. Thanks to all the people in the comment section. Thank you for liking, for tapping, for sharing, and for commenting. Even though sometimes you say things I want to block people, but thank you for being here. And remember that Nkota Soloni is that Paul must have been a Yoruba man because of the way he balanced his spirituality and religious and his faith with his ethnicity. We are not saying Paul is indigenous to Yoruba land. We're only saying it looks like, if you compare what he did with the way Yoruba people move, or Kingbagbe ethnicity in the name of religion. I'm going to play the anthem, say a couple words, and then we'll close. Here's the Yoruba.
Kẹ́ tó play anthem, mo kàn fẹ́ sáré yìnyín lọ́gùn ẹnu kan. Ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n Bùsí, mi ò rò pé ẹ mọ ohun tí Elédùmarè gbé lẹ́yìn lọ́wọ́. Sherry, your platform is one of the platforms I've visited. See, you barely see people fighting based on their religious views and then their cultures and traditions or whatever. And then people with different religious background can easily come and talk on your platforms. You know me, them and dun. Lágbára Elédùmarè, Èdùmàrè á máa kọ́ yín lọ́wọ́. Ẹ máa lọ sókè ẹni ní ìfàsẹ́yìn. Gbogbo ìgbà tẹ́ bá dẹ̀ ń rò pé ìran Yorùbá wọ́n gbọ́dọ̀ ní ìtẹ̀síwájú, ẹ̀yin náà máa ní ìtẹ̀síwájú. Gbogbo àwa tá wà lórí ìkànnì yìí tá fẹ́ kí ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ní ìtẹ̀síwájú, gbogbo alá máa lọ síwájú lágbára Elédùmarè. Àní rógun fàsẹ́yìn. Lókèlèkè la máa lọ, òkè òkè balẹ̀ mú rú sí, òkè òkè la máa lọ. Apá kìkági ó sì, apá yóò ní ká wa o. Apá ọ̀tá ò ní ká wa o. Ire owó, ire ọmọ, ire ìkẹ́, ire ìgẹ̀, ire àlàáfíà, èyí tí ṣe balẹ̀. Ire àìkú, èyí tí ṣe balẹ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ yóò máa bá gbogbo agbé láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Thank you very much, Mr. Busi. I really appreciate you and your platform.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the support. Thank you for being here, and thank you for sharing with us as well. And by the way, what he just did, that's metaphor. If you study literature, I think you are going to appreciate it far more. Those of you who did not do literature in secondary school, start reading Shakespeare. Go and read. Just read basics of English language. Read about similes, metaphors, anatomy, By the time you're done, now read the file.
Onomatopoeia.
So what you said is onomatopoeia. Can you call me then? Onomatopoeia.
Onomatopoeia.
Yeah. Okay, lemu rusi.
Okay,
onka giosi. Okay, lao malo. Apa onka giosi. Apa otonikai. When I was growing up, I grew up in CNS. Of course, I became Pentecostal much later. When I was growing up, I was in CNS. One Baba used to pray in our church. I'll pray, ọ̀nà tí omi ń gbà ọ̀nà àgbọ̀n tẹ́nìkan ò mọ̀ díẹ̀. Bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ́ọ́ ṣe máa bùkún yín. When Yorùbá use words, Yorùbá deep, Yorùbá dùn lédè.
Ọ̀nà pé ní àyájọ́.
I'll play the Yoruba anthem and then we'll be closing. Thank you so much. Tẹ̀síwájú fọ́pọ̀ ire àtọ̀hún tó dára. Ọmọ òkè bọ́ sípò ẹ̀tọ́ rẹ̀. Ìwọ ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ gbogbo adúláwọ̀. Ìwọ ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ ògo adúláwọ̀. I pray that we take our pride of place and that we do what we're made to do on earth. Make Yoruba people proud. Make our space better, and use this knowledge for something to build better future for our children. Thank you so much for being here. I want to appreciate you again. Tomorrow 1 p.m. If you're not part of the Telegram channel, please click on the link in my bio and send me a message so we can bring you in. 1 p.m. tomorrow. It looks like we're going to be dealing with a lot of philosophical stuff going forward. Again, our video, the live session on Yoruba philosophy and Meet Oromila, those videos are on YouTube now. And this one also will be on YouTube in maybe 1 or 2 days. It should be there because I have to get a thumbnail designed. And then, please just check the YouTube page and also interact with the things we have on TikTok as well. Thank you so much. Like, share, repost, the content on Busuyo Race, TikTok, YouTube, every social media platform. I'll see you tomorrow again. Thank you so much. Have a lovely evening and take care of yourselves. Eshe, Odaro. Before I go, Queen Goddess, thank you for helping me moderate today. So good to have you help me. Thank you so much for doing a great job. I appreciate you, my sister. All right, Eshango, Odaro. Olufumi just came. I've missed you, Olufumi. Otutojo Meta. Good to see you. And good night.
Have decided to stand up and say, no, these people are our problem. And looking at it, even today now, we are seeing that even if you want to go back to the genesis of Nigeria as a country, the people that started the foundation of Nigeria as a country were Igbos. And because the foundation was not solid enough, the Nigeria you are talking about, though, because the foundation was not solid enough, that is why we are passing through what we are passing through today. You people started the foundation. You laid the foundation. So anything we are reaping today, it is as a result of the foundation you laid, Mr. Chukwuemeka. So why addressing the issues? Who are our problems? Who are our problem? Is Nigeria the problem? Is this ethnic? This ethnic group is the problem, Mr. Chukwuemeka. This ethnic group has not has not allowed the bitterness of the civil war to be.